be open. L'on ouvre les portes. Comme il est 11 heures.
It being 11:02, the House will now begin consideration of private members' business as indicated on today's order paper.
M47, an instruction to the Standing Committee on Health regarding violent and sexual online material, standing in the name of Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen, seconded by Ms. Rempel, moves that the Standing Committee on Health be instructed to examine the public health effects of the ease of access and viewing of online violent and degrading sexually explicit material on children, women, and men, recognizing and respecting the provincial and territorial jurisdictions in this regard, and that the said committee report its findings to the House no later than July 2017. Debate. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise today to speak on behalf of my motion, Motion 47, which would instruct the Standing Committee on Health to examine the public health effects and the ease of access and viewing of online violent and degrading sexually explicit material on children, women, and men. I believe that this is an important issue and it's long overdue for consideration by this House, and it is my hope that M47 will lead to better protection for youth online, foster healthy sexual development of youth, and combat violence against women and girls. Now, I want to say at the beginning of this debate that as a first-term MP, the impact of violent and sexually explicit material was not an issue that I expected to bring forward when arriving here a year ago, nor was it on my radar. However, there are a number of organizations that came to me from across my riding and across Canada that asked me to bring this matter forward. As I started to examine the research and the information about the impact of violent and degrading sexually explicit material, I was shocked by what I found. Now, some members may be wondering why I don't use the term pornography in the motion. When most people think of the term pornography, they think of nude pictures Playboy started publishing about throughout the 1960s and onward. But today's pornography is much different. In fact, it is telling that only a year ago, Playboy announced that it would stop publishing nude pictures in its magazines because it wasn't profitable anymore. The market has shifted to much more explicit material, and the vast majority of the features violence and degradation. Mr. Speaker, I want to share a few statistics about sexually explicit material and the industry behind it. In Canada, the average age of first exposure to sexually explicit material for boys is 12 years old. Sexually explicit websites get more visitors each month than Netflix, Amazon, and Twitter combined, with Pornhub, the largest free site, alone receiving over 21 billion visits in 2015. 35% of all internet downloads are sexually explicit. Globally, the sexually explicit material is a $97 billion industry. Almost 90% of mainstream sexually explicit content features violence against women. Sexually explicit material has become the primary source of information about sex and has a significant factor on influencing sexual behaviors of children and adolescents. Let that sink in for a moment. A $97 billion industry that makes up 35% of all internet downloads and is easily accessible by the click of a button primarily features violence and degradation of women and is the primary sexual educator of our youth starting from the age of 12. As a result, boys and girls are taught that violent and degrading sexual behavior is acceptable and expected. This has an impact on the physical, mental, and emotional health of many young Canadians who will grow up to be fathers, mothers, doctors, teachers, legislators. Madam Speaker, as I researched more about this issue, it brought me back to a time shortly after my daughter was born and the heartbreaking story of Rotea Parsons. The situation I'm sure all here today remember. At that time, I remember asking myself, what gave these boys the idea that it was okay to objectify and assault a heavily intoxicated young woman? And what gave them the idea that sharing the pictures of this event online was normal? It was a story that moved me deeply, and at the time, seeing the impact that this had on her, which ultimately led to her suicide, it wasn't until researching this issue that I began to make the connection between violent sexually explicit material online and the way that it is educating a generation of young people. When I reached out to her mother, Leah Parsons, she expressed her concern over the impact of sexually explicit material and was one of the first to extend her support for M47. She writes, "Easy access to messages and visuals online condones violent pornographic templates for our youth and is setting the stage for what is considered the norm when it comes to the treating of females. If my daughter was treated as a human being and not as an object to conquer, she would still be here today. Societal messages directly influence rape and violence towards women." Madam Speaker, 40 years of academic research has revealed that exposure to sexually explicit material, and especially material featuring violence, is harmful to the physical and mental health of individuals, especially adolescents. Madam Speaker, for example, in 2016, a study of over 4,500 European teenagers aged 14 to 17 published in the Journal of Interpersonal Violence found that boys' perpetration of sexual coercion and abuse was significantly associated with regular viewing of online pornography. And a 2012 meta-analysis published in the Journal of Sexual Addiction and Compulsivity of over 70 academic studies highlighted that consistent findings have emerged linking adolescent use of pornography that depicts violence with increased degrees of sexually aggressive behavior. A Columbia University neurologist, Dr. Norman Deutsch, in his book, The Brain That Changes Itself, describes how sexually explicit material actually causes rewiring of neural circuits. He writes, "Sexual tastes are molded by an individual's experience and their culture. These tastes are acquired and then wired into the brain. We are unable to distinguish our second nature from our original nature because our neuroplastic brains, once rewired, develop new nature every bit as biological as our original." The part of the brain he is referring to is the prefrontal cortex, the part of our brain that helps us make good and rational decisions. And there's much more significant impact on youth because this part of the brain has not fully developed until the age of 25. Madam Speaker, I would continue to cite study after study that reveals the impact of violent and degrading sexually explicit material on youth, but I would quickly run out of time. Instead, I want to highlight another important aspect of this issue, which is protecting youth online. Children and adolescents' exposure to violent sexually explicit material is a form of child abuse. As I mentioned earlier, the average age of first exposure is 12 years old, meaning half of youth are exposed before 12. Yet we have to take a hands-off approach, and instead of recognizing the exposure is child abuse. The renowned Sheldon Kennedy Child Advocacy Center put it this way: "The impact of exposure to pornography, sexual exploitation, and the overall sexualization of children results in a traumatic and detrimental outcome for the child. It is our view that is society's collective responsibility to protect children outweighs concerns about censorship. Any exposure to adult or child pornographic images is abuse, and children are detrimentally harmed and further victimized by these actions." The Canadian Centre for Child Protection lists a number of ways that exposure to sexually explicit material can harm children, including increasing a child's risk of victimization, increasing a child's health risks, interfering with a child's healthy sexual development, and increasing a child's risk of problematic sexual behavior against other children in an effort to experiment. I want to note that this last point is also confirmed by the Public Health Agency of Canada, which lists exposure to sexually explicit material as a contributing factor to sibling-on-sibling abuse. Madam Speaker, I have spoken much about the impact of viewing violent and degrading sexually explicit material, and now I want to take a moment to highlight how easily accessible it is. A new Canadian documentary on sexually explicit material that I did a screening of for a few weeks ago showed how simple it was for a 9-year-old to access violent online sexual material by using rather innocent search terms. In fact, pornography companies specifically label this material to make it easier to find or be exposed to. Another important factor of the accessibility is its cost. The majority of sexually explicit material is free. No credit card is needed, no verification is required, no child safety measures are in place. In fact, part of the reason this material is so accessible and unregulated is Parliament has not looked at the impact of sexually explicit material since 1985, before the invention of the Internet. The 1985 Fraser Committee report found that the pre-Internet 1985, sexually explicit material had already perpetrated lies about the aspects of women's humanity and denies the validity of their aspirations to be treated as full and equal citizens. Now, some might be wondering, if violent sexual content is so harmful, why aren't we seeing it in society? Madam Speaker, we are seeing it. Consider that as many as 1 in 6 girls and 1 in 12 boys are currently experiencing sexual abuse. And Dr. Peter Silverstone, co-author of the new study out of the University of Alberta, says, when all types of sexual abuse are combined, including exposure to pornography or other sexual material, the number of children sexually abused is as high as 1 in 3 girls and 1 in 6 boys. Madam Speaker, that's staggering. And it's shameful that we have done nothing about this for over 30 years. I believe that this issue cuts across political lines. The Prime Minister has stated there's issues around pornography and its prevalence now, and its accessibility, which is something that I'm really wrapping my head around as a father of kids who are approaching their teenage years. Ms. Sophie Gregoire Trudeau has also raised this concern by saying, the objectification of the female body, the normalization of pornography, and the rape language and culture is destroying the self-esteem of our girls and is an insult to the spirit of our boys. I particularly appreciate her concern about how this issue affects both boys and girls. I would also note that the former NDP MP, Judy Washa-Lisalis, and a Conservative MP, Joy Smith, have similarly highlighted that this is one of the top concerns for families across our nation. I'm also grateful that M47 has been jointly seconded by MPs from all 5 political parties in this Parliament. And that is not a common experience, and I want to extend my sincere thanks to each of these MPs who have officially extended their support. I would also like to thank the member from Mount Royal for his discussions and insights. He is concerned about civil liberty infringement. To him, I would make the analogy between the internet and our road system. In Canada, we have the freedom of movement. We have an extensive road system that is available to all Canadians. We may walk and ride a bike on the road anywhere in Canada, really without restriction. However, if you wish to use the roads for particular things, such as driving or transporting large items, you need a license or a permit. And there are also other things that are prohibited when it comes to road use. Speeding, racing are a couple examples. The internet is public domain, and we all need to be responsible with its use. If we could solve the issues of online sexual violence without passing a single new law, I would be overjoyed. My motion does not put forward any policy directives. We need to work together to end sexual violence everywhere. A good place to start is in the understanding what drives societal mindsets. Civil liberties are immensely important to me. I know that the member from Mount Royal and I have a desire to defend civil liberties, and we have this in common. I would also know that from his time as mayor of Côte-Saint-Luc, he and his council were viewed as one of the most innovative councils in Quebec. And so I reach out to the member from Mount Royal and his entire caucus to say work with us to ensure that civil liberties are maintained and that safety on the internet is a reality. Lastly, and certainly not least, this motion has garnered a strong movement of support from coast to coast to coast across a diverse array of over 40 organizations, from the Victoria Family Court and Youth Justice Committee in BC to the Newfoundland and Labrador Feminists and Allies to the Puktutut Inuit Women of Canada. This is an issue that many care about deeply. I'm grateful for the support of Crossroads Resource Centre and Women's Shelter, as well as the Caribou Child and Youth Centre that serve women and youth in my riding in Northern Alberta. Honourable colleagues, as parents and policymakers, we have a shared responsibility to see that young boys and girls grow up to develop positive attitudes on sexuality which foster dignity instead of objectification and affection instead of coercion. That is a Canada we all seek, and I hope that I have your support for M47. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
I want to thank the honourable member for bringing forth such an incredibly important topic. And I just want to ask him a question. Of course, the Status of Women Committee right now is doing a study on violence against young women and girls, which is including cybersexual violence and cyberbullying. Could the honourable member please explain how the Health Committee study would complement and add to that work, and in what ways that study would be different and be able to create a fuller understanding?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am aware that the Status of Women Committee is doing a study on similar grounds. However, I would point out that whereas the Status of Women Committee is looking at how does it happen, I would say that we already know that the internet is full of this. What kind of an impact is it having on the health of Canadians? And that is significantly different just in terms of scope. I specifically targeted the Health Committee to do a study on this because I don't think that it needs to be a justice issue. I didn't think it needs to be a Status of Women issue. And I think that there is also a vast array of impacts that happen to men as well as women and children. So that's why I would suggest that we need to look at the other health impacts that happen to the broad range of Canadians. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for bringing this issue forward because there is easier access and it's very difficult. I agree with my colleague. This is an issue that must be studied in committee. Since I like to take action and I like quick results, my question to my colleague is this: why did he not submit the motion directly to the Standing Committee on Health? That would have made it possible for us to act more quickly, much more quickly, to beginning the study, which in fact does concern a number of committees. But since his motion is addressed to the Standing Committee on Health, why did he not submit it to them directly or table it there?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say that this is an important issue that requires the attention of all Canadians. And to put it on the radar, one of the things that we were working on is to start a dialogue across the country with this motion. And so to put it at the Health Committee directly would not have sparked that discussion across the country. And so that is why I've done it this way.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech and for bringing up this very important topic. As Chair for Status of Women, I would also concur that we've heard lots of testimony where pornography is really a significant issue in the formative behaviors of both young girls and young women. And young men, sorry. And so my question for the member, though, is I noticed there was a date of July 2017 that the Health Committee would be required to report by, and I wonder if you could comment on that.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We did definitely put the July 2017 on the list. It was when I crafted the motion back nearly after I got elected there, nearly a year ago. I anticipated that July 2017 would be a lot of time for them to get it done. However, I figured I would be up for my first hour debate back in March already, and so that never happened. So I would be open to a friendly amendment on the date if so needed.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the excellent work he's done and the background research he's done on this issue. As a father and grandfather, I can tell you that this is a very troubling issue, and it should be troubling to all Canadians, and particularly parliamentarians. My question, Madam Speaker, is the motion instructs the committee to conduct a study. I'm wondering why my colleague would not have simply recommended a policy that we could adopt rather than going to the committee for study. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief answer from the member from Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did not put any particular policy in it because I felt that we need to work together in order to come up with solutions that work for everybody. And so I didn't want to make this a partisan issue, so I put together, said, hey, let's just do it from a committee level, and we should be all able to support whatever comes out of that. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do very much appreciate the motion that's been presented to us just a few minutes ago, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. And I believe what you'll find is that in Canada, that there are, and Canadians as a whole, can really appreciate and understand the severity of the issue in which is before us today. The member makes reference to individuals and groups that have been supportive of the motion. I would like to add to it that the government will, in fact, be supporting the motion, seeing the merit, understanding that this is an issue that is close to the hearts of many Canadians, and it doesn't matter which region of the country. I suspect you would be challenged to find any noteworthy organization that has spent any time in public issues that would actually oppose an emotion of this nature, given the need to get a better understanding of the severity of the problem and trying to come up with ways in which we can better deliver programs and services, at the very least get that better understanding. Mr. Speaker, when we take a look at the motion and what it is proposing to do, that it would require the Standing Committee on Health to conduct a study, thus gaining the knowledge on the understudied health effects of the growing problem of online sexual abuse, in particular against women and children. As has been pointed out, the Committee of Status of Women is also doing a study that's somewhat different than the one that the member is proposing, and therefore, as is indicated, that we do and are fairly comfortable in supporting the motion. It is also important that we recognize that the subject of the proposed study is consistent with the 2015 Speech from the Throne commitments to provide greater security for Canadians. In fact, Madam Speaker, you'll find that the government's agenda to develop and implement a federal strategy against gender-based violence, or the government's commitment to undertake an independent national inquiry into the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, the mandate letter of commitments to address gender-based violence, both from the Minister of Status of Women, Minister of Justice, Minister of Public Safety, and the President of Treasury Board. And it is, in fact, aligned with the Budget 2016's focus on building the evidence of base for policies, Madam Speaker. There is a good, and I would suggest to you an excellent way for us to look as legislators for policy options, and this is one of the things that will lead us down what I believe will be a good path, hopefully to try to come up with better understanding and better policy directions for the government. Through the national strategy of the protection of the children from sexual exploitation on the Internet, our government is, in fact, working to enhance the tools required for prevention, investigation, and persecution of those who prey on children, in particular, online. The government is investing in research and programs to prevent and respond to the trauma of family violence, including guidance for care providers, the essential services in communities. There is always room to do more, and as the Prime Minister himself has indicated, we can always do better, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. Motion M47 is a way to gain a deeper knowledge and understanding of the health effects of online violent and degrading sexually explicit material. Madam Speaker, the issue that we have before us is something that is not new. Having said that, every year there is more and more accessibility to the Internet. When I was first elected many years ago, the Internet did not exist. And if you take a look in terms of the laws that we have in place and the different programs, government programs and policies that were in place at the time, there was nothing that one could actually compare to. You could possibly cite issues within the criminal code, but they have fall short in terms of addressing the severity of this particular issue. I've had the opportunity to have many discussions, and some of the most touching discussions I've had was with law enforcement agencies that have had to deal with the issue of child exploitation through pornographic materials and other types of horrific acts that are so accessible through the Internet today. And it is very profound in terms of the way in which it has impacted society, and not for the betterment, Madam Speaker. The Internet has been a blessing in many different ways in terms of society as we continue to move forward, but there are and have been some drawbacks, some significant issues that have arisen that have really been to the detriment of society. I would ultimately argue the issue of child pornography and the information that is accessed through the internet, dealing with the abuse of women and young children, is totally and completely unacceptable. And we as legislatures need to do what we can to combat this, Madam Speaker. The violence that is taking place today in society can often be attributed to what has been witnessed, whether it is on the internet or on TV, Madam Speaker. And to say that as legislatures we play no role would be advocating our responsibilities in terms of trying to provide for a better society. I appreciate the member in his remarks made reference to the degree in which this is an industry that generates billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of viewers. It is an industry that is unfortunately far too healthy, Madam Speaker, and we need to look at ways in which we can prevent that industry not only from growing, Madam Speaker, because of the damage it has caused to society, but to look at ways in which we can put in some limitations that will protect the interests of society as a whole, in particular those that have been the victim of abuse, and whether it is of a sexual or other manner, Madam Speaker. There are, in fact, strong advocates, both in terms of organizations, in particular dealing with women's advocacy groups, to children advocacy groups. We need to recognize that victims are found in both genders. As the member made reference to our Prime Minister's wife or spouse, who has been a very strong advocate on the sensitivities of this issue and the need for, or the call for legislators to take action. In the resolution, we hear about, or the member makes reference of respecting other jurisdictions. And I would interpret that by recognizing that not only do we here in Ottawa have a role to play, but I would also argue that also not only Ottawa, but also provincial legislatures. I would suggest to you school divisions, municipal governments. In fact, many different stakeholders all have a role to play in this, Madam Speaker. But I would also suggest to you, in reading the motion and debating the issue today, and there will be a second hour of debate, and it will, I believe, ultimately go to committee, and there will be a study, is the importance that Canada as a nation, this government and this House of Commons all have a role to play. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, it is one of leadership also. That the things that are talked about inside this House and the studies that will come out of the standing committees, whether it's the Standing Committee on Health or the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, that the material that will be researched and the drawing of witnesses from across Canada to participate in ensuring that we can come up with some good, solid recommendations that will ultimately make a difference. I can appreciate that the member has put in a timeline of July of 2017. I believe that is a responsible timeline. I know there has been some that suggested it could be earlier. I have found that in the proceedings of standing committees, what we're doing here is we're providing a fairly clear direction and allowing for the Healthcare Standing Committee to do its work in a timely fashion. And I hope and trust, as many will on that committee and many of the presenters will generate the ideas that will hopefully assist us as legislatures to demonstrate that strong national leadership by bringing in some recommendations that will really make a difference, Madam Speaker. We owe that to our children. We owe it to our society to improve. The Internet is a super fantastic thing, but there are some issues that do need to be dealt with. This is just one of those issues, Madam Speaker, which I would suggest to you is one of the most significant issues that does need to be dealt with. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I have to admit I was a bit surprised when I read this motion but the New Democrats will support motion M47. That said, I would like to share some comments with the sponsor of the motion. First of all, I had a lot of questions about why the member chose to table this kind of motion in the House. I would have expected this type of motion to be presented directly at the Health Committee. But be that as it may, since the member for Peace River Westlock tabled this motion in the House, we have to discuss it. I recognize that this is a very important issue, but if he really cared about it, it might have been more effective to present it in committee so that we could have started studying it quicker. I even think this motion could be presented in multiple committees so that this topic could be studied in depth in order to adequately protect our children against this scourge. Parliament hasn't dealt with pornography in over 30 years, at a time when there was no internet. So it's necessary to take another look at this issue. So I acknowledge that we need up-to-date data on the effects of violent pornography. However, I'd like to see cooperative work, not just at the Health Committee, but among various committees, so that we can have a comprehensive perspective on the phenomenon and act concretely. My research revealed that a lot of problems related with pornography stem from the fact that people don't even agree on the meaning of the term.
The House of Commons website does not talk about pornography, but rather about obscenity, except for an amendment concerning child pornography. In 1988, the National Women's Status Advisory Council laid out the following definition of pornography. Pornography is deemed to be any printed, visual, auditive, or otherwise represented presentation, or part thereof, with a theme of violence, including, but not limited to, the depiction of submission or coercion, or lack of consent or denigration of any human being for the sexual gratification of another or others, and in which such behaviors can be taken to be advocated or endorsed. Despite the ambiguities that characterize the definition of pornography, many people believe that representations of acts of violence or debasement of women are clearly harmful and should be monitored, but opinions differ as to which strategy should be adopted. This should be a topic of study in committee. Still according to the website of the House of Commons, pornography causes two types of harm. First, theory would have it that there is a direct causal link between violent pornography and violence against women, so that such material can act as a trigger to aggression. Second, it is said that, in general, pornography contributes to myths about sexuality and about women that ultimately make violence and degradation more acceptable to society as a whole. According to this view, distinctions among types of pornography are invidious because such material constitutes a continuum. Consumers are desensitized or numbed by soft pornography, the wide distribution of which makes the allegedly more directly harmful hard pornography easier to accept and indeed encourages its production. The NDP recognizes that easy and easier access to violent and sexual content that people have thanks to internet can be a problem for our society. We have seen consequences on male sexuality, such as erectile dysfunction, which causes men to watch pornographic and violent videos. Also, women's self-esteem may be decreased because of viewing violent pornography. It has also been proven that individuals who watch such content are more likely to trivialize sexual violence. The NDP party is extremely concerned about the growing public accessibility of violent and extremely pornographic content that shows explicit scenes of degradation and sexual violence with a view to stimulating sexual feelings. Given the increasing numbers of consumers of violent pornography, there's a greater risk of trivializing this pornography because of its constant exposure thereto and even addiction to. And this underscores the danger of gradual normalization of this, which would see physical violence as being acceptable. We must take means to ensure that violent and sexually explicit content is not easily accessible to children, and so we need to put in measures in that regard. We believe that governing and controlling access to this type of content must be done on different levels and in using joint action. We want to protect our children from sexually explicit content that could have an impact on their health. My research, Madam Speaker, has shown me that all the studies on this subject are quite contradictory. For example, a study carried out by one of the most renowned researcher in this area, Professor Neil Malamuth of UCLA, is called Predicting Sexual Aggression, the Role of Pornography in the Context of General and Specific Risk Factors. This study concludes that high pornography consumption adds significantly to the prediction of sexual aggression. The relationship between frequent consumption of pornography and sexually aggressive behavior is especially high among those who are already strongly predisposed to sexual aggression. In other words, in that segment of the public with a high risk of committing sexual aggression, those people who frequently consume pornography are 4 times more likely to undertake this action than those who do not consume pornography. However, Contrepoint is a European study that does not make the same correlation. These researchers did not find a higher level of aggression among those who consume pornography. In my opinion, it is thus important that the committee shed light on this topic to find out who is right. I agree with the member proposing this motion. We must do everything we can to protect our children against the debasing effects of violent pornography on the internet. That is why we must ensure that the committee does a complete and exhaustive study and make solutions and recommendations to ensure that we, the parliamentarians, do what is right and necessary and that we can act and legislate for the well-being of all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise au débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's Monday morning and we're talking about sex in the House of Commons, so giddy up, here we are. The motion before us today asks the Standing Committee of Health to examine the public health effects of the ease of access and viewing of online violent and degrading sexually explicit material on children, women, and men. Any human behavior has its consequences, both positive and negative, and sex is no different, except that it's the most highly moralized behavior that we have, particularly when it comes to female sexuality. For essentially the entire history of our species, female sexuality has been something to be feared, sexual desire something to be suppressed, and only used for purposes of reproduction, ownership, or shows of masculinity. There have been 2 transformational changes in how we view sexuality that have happened in very, very recent history. First is the ability for women to manage their fertility. When legal and freely available, reproductive health options allow women to have access to them to bear some measure of control on if and when they bear children. This, in turn, has allowed women who have legal and a widely available access to these options to gain higher levels of education, to enter the workforce, and for our society as a whole to challenge deeply entrenched norms attached to how we're expected to behave based on the sex that we've been assigned with at birth. I highly doubt that I'd be standing here, an elected member of Parliament, giving a speech on sexuality in the legislative chamber of a G7 country if it wasn't for this fact. This has also allowed women to explore their sexuality without the inevitability of child-rearing. Talking about women as empowered sexual beings with desires is something that would scare the living daylights out of many as little as a generation ago, and it still drives policies and edicts written by religious police in other parts of the world. At the same time, we've been transformed by the connectedness that the internet has blessed us with. We can reach out to somebody around the world with a few flicks of our thumbs. We can collect and manipulate data sets that were incomprehensible as little as 20 years ago. We can understand and drive prosperity in ways that we only dared to dream about in the wildest science fiction movies. The advent of the internet, Wi-Fi, and smartphones has also brought pornography out of the shelves of stores with blotted out windows to on-demand, on your phone, right here, right now. And today's porn is not your grandfather's porn either. We know that extremely violent and degrading images have become mainstream. The tectonic collision of these truly transformational changes is why this motion has been brought forward to us today, and I strongly applaud my colleague for bringing it forward in a timely manner before the House. So as women have become more sexually empowered, the reality is that our laws have not kept pace with the speed and access to which violent and sexually degrading materials have become available online. As my colleague who's presenting this motion mentioned earlier this morning, it's been 30 years, well before global connectivity changed, since Canada has reviewed laws and health impact of these types of images. As legislators, we have an obligation to ensure our constituents are protected and safe. We as legislators need to better understand the needs of our community when it comes to the availability of these types of images, the impact that they have, what legislative gaps exist, and how we should address them. That's why this motion is so important and should be supported here today. Because we all have our unique sexual preferences, we need to resist the urge to move this debate to polar extremes, pearl clutching, or total disregard for the fact that violent and degrading sexual images do, in fact, have a significant impact on our community. For me, we as legislators need to address issues related to sexuality in the context of these principles. First, consent, with an understanding that sexual consent is something that should be enthusiastic and expressed by all partners. It can be withdrawn at any point in time, and that there are situations in which consent cannot be granted. 2, safety, that we embrace and celebrate the promotion of safe sexual health. And 3, pleasure and respect, that sex is something that should cause pleasure for all partners in the broad range of meanings and terms that we ascribe to that, and that partners engage in sex in the context of mutual respect. My colleague's motion will allow us to review the impact of violent and sexually degrading images on our ability to both protect our population in a sex-positive context, as well as a broad variety of other issues. Given that the government has committed to supporting this motion, some of the information that I'd be keen to hear during the course of this study are, first, the effect of violent and sexually degrading images on our ability to educate our children about safe sex, consent, and pleasure. When I was in Copenhagen earlier this year for the Women Deliver conference, I had the opportunity to meet with a group called the Pleasure Project. And their reason for existence is to ensure that when you're talking about safe sex and the promotion of safe sex, that it doesn't have to be this thing where it's like this clinical, this safe sex is bad. They want to talk about it as a sex-positive thing. So for me, when I look at the prevalence of degrading and sexually violent images on the internet, can those two principles coexist? I think that that's something that we should be talking about, especially when we look, and again, I know my colleague has respecting the jurisdiction of provincial legislatures in there, but when we have debates about sexual education, do we have the data that we need on that particular topic? The other concern that I would have that I'd love to look at is that these particular images essentially teach women that their only reason for existence in a sexual relationship is to be a vehicle of pleasure for a man in very violent and degrading situations. I'd like to know what this means in terms of feminist theory and how that actually affects women's rights in terms of the shaping of their sexual identities. And I also recognize that this example is given in the context of the gender binary. I'd like to know what these types of images mean in terms of fetishization and degradation of trans men and women. I think that we also should study, within the scope of this, the effect of this industry on the health and well-being of the actors in this industry. If any of you, if my colleagues in here find yourself, as I often do, at 11 o'clock at night, looking for something on Netflix, I encourage you all to watch a very difficult documentary called, I think it's called Hot Girls Wanted. And I know that some people in the pornography industry will say that it's not indicative. I was shocked to see at how young women are essentially lured into this industry and then used. So I would like to hear about how the industry actually brings actors into it, how they're treated, and whether or not this is something that is empowering for women, which I highly doubt. In fact, I would be very happy to argue against that, because I think it's actually very degrading and crazy that we haven't actually looked at the effect of the industry on the protection of women and girls. The other thing that I think we could study as part of this motion would be the ease and availability of these images on rise of violence against women. My colleagues who have spoken to this motion already here today have talked about how when these types of behaviors become normalized through the ease and availability of these types of images that we see today, that in fact there likely is a rise in violence against women. So to me, I'd be very interested in knowing about how the ease and acceptability of these images actually increase, if it does, and I'm sure it does, violence against women. And then what are the legislative gaps in terms, or programmatic gaps, that we as legislators have responsibility to deliver upon? I think it would also be very interesting to talk about the effect of these images on the development of sexual identity among all genders. As I mentioned earlier, I'll give an example. I have an acquaintance who teaches elementary school, and I had the opportunity to talk, just shoot the breeze with her about a year ago, and I said, well, you know, where are the kids at these days? And her response to me was, well, I didn't expect that I'd have to deal with talking about anal tearing with grade 6-year-old girls when I started my degree, or when I started teaching, because these girls think, A, that it's sexually acceptable because boys have grown up watching this, and B, that they can't get pregnant doing it that way, and C, that it's something that the boys want, so that they should do. I'll be honest with you, I never thought, like, I can't imagine being confronted with a girl of that age telling me that she had been engaging in those behaviors without any sort of context on what that means, because her partner had been looking at these types of images and it had been normalized within him. So my colleague from the NDP talked about the fact that there is a lot of different type of research that's out there, and there's not a lot of conclusiveness. But I think what I'm hearing today in the House is unanimity, that there's an understanding that this is a problem. It's a public health problem for this country, that a study would in fact be very beneficial in terms of informing us on what sorts of legislative gaps we should be addressing, as well as programming that could be delivered. And my hope, too, would be that the committee, once it finishes this, comes out with some concrete recommendation in terms of follow-up on further education. How much time do I have left? And I'm done. I'll close very quickly in saying, my colleague also said, why table it here instead of in committee? We've had other motions that have been presented in the House that have talked about assigning a study to a committee, and they've been accepted here. I think this is very important, and I strongly encourage all of my colleagues to support it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about motion M47, calling on the Standing Committee of Health to study the public health effects of accessing and viewing online violent and degrading sexually explicit material on children, women, and men. Introduced by our colleague, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock, motion M47 calls on the Standing Committee on Health to conduct a study on an issue that is growing in prevalence and something we do not yet understand enough, the public health implications. I would like to take a moment to share with you the reasons why I believe, my honourable colleagues, that is extremely important to support this motion. The availability and accessibility of violent and sexually degrading material online is increasing, as are the number of reports of child sexual abuse images in Canada. For example, in 2015, cybertip.ca, Canada's national tip line, established to report suspected cases of child sexual exploitation on the Internet, received 38,000 reports of child sexual abuses online. This was a dramatic increase of 342% over the numbers reported in 2011, and that was just 4 years earlier. Online sexual violence against children and women, or cyber violence, is becoming more prevalent. New technologies enable offenders to create and share child sexual abuse and sexual violence in an anonymous way, creating challenging conditions for investigation and victim identification. Those victimized as subjects of these images are largely women and children. In Canada, nearly 81% of child sexual abuse images on the internet in 2013 and 2014 were of girls, and 79% of whom were under the age of 12. High-profile public cases such as those of Amanda Todd and Ratia Parsons have raised public awareness of online sexual violence and degrading sexually explicit material and their health repercussions. But despite the growing prevalence of this material and the ease with which it can be distributed and accessed, we do not have good understanding of its public health implications. Studies suggest that there are long-term health consequences for victims and survivors of sexual abuse whose abuse was recorded and distributed. Studies also suggest that health consequences for people who access and view this material online. Emerging studies are showing that the mental health of youth and children is especially affected by viewing such material. In Canada, for example, a 2016 Centre of Addiction and Mental Health Studies draws a correlation between the rise of and use of social media and the decline of youth mental health, with girls being twice as likely as boys to experience psychological distress. Recent studies conducted in the United States of adolescent girls and boys suggest that viewing violent and sexually explicit online images, especially pornography, influences gender norms and attitudes, which can lead to violent sexual behavior. This emerging field of study suggests that accessing and viewing this material affects adolescents' social development, attachment, and interpersonal relationships. More study is needed to understand the impact on the adolescent brain. Adolescents may be disproportionately vulnerable to negative consequences of viewing sexually explicit material. Internet pornography addiction is emerging as an issue. Research suggests that accessing and viewing this material is linked to deficits in cognitive control and delayed maturation, including impulsivity and affective challenges during teenage years. The last major public study on sexually explicit material in Canada, and as stated by the members previously, was conducted over 30 years ago, in 1985, by the Fraser Committee. That committee reported to Parliament that sexually explicit material had negative impacts on women's equality. Today, the landscape has changed dramatically. Through the availability of technology, the internet, and social media, more extreme materials have become available to more and more people, causing even more harm. Addressing violence in any form requires the involvement of many sectors, and the health system has an important role to play in preventing and addressing violence. In his annual report on the state of public health in Canada 2016, a focus on family violence in Canada, Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Gregory Taylor, recognizes violence as a serious health issue that affects the physical and mental health of many Canadians. In his report, Dr. Taylor points out that the impacts of violence on health can be widespread and long-lasting. These impacts go way beyond physical injury to include a higher risk for mental health issues, premature death, and chronic diseases such as cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. In 2014, girls and women accounted for 7 of every 10 reported cases of family violence. Violence against women is an extremely important public health issue in Canada and globally, and there is growing international consensus on the important role of the health system in addressing this violence. Just this past spring in May 2016, Canada supported the World Health Organization's Global Plan of Action to strengthen the role of the health system in addressing interpersonal violence. The Global Plan of Action sets out roles for the health system in programming, leadership, service delivery, and providing information and evidence. Adoption of this plan by member states around the world demonstrates the shared understanding that violence against women and children in all its forms needs to be understood as a public health issue. While the provinces and territories are generally responsible for delivery of care in Canada, the Government of Canada has a leading role to play in addressing public health issues by developing and disseminating evidence and knowledge, providing national leadership, and promoting intergovernmental collaboration on health issues. For example, while the federal health portfolio does not have programs that address online violence, Health Canada, the Public Health Agency of Canada, and the Canadian Institute of Health Research focus on violence prevention through research, surveillance, and health promotion programs for survivors of family violence. Beyond the health portfolio, the committee's study could inform the government's agenda to develop and implement a federal strategy against gender-based violence. The government's commitment to undertake an independent national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and children, and several ministers' mandate letter commitments to address gender-based violence. Our government is committed to evidence-based policymaking, which means that policies and programming on public health issues should be continually be informed by the clear understanding of research and evidence. A study by the Standing Committee on Health would provide an opportunity to hear from experts, researchers, and advocates for those affected by online violence and degrading sexually explicit material. Understanding the health effects of accessing and viewing violent and degrading sexually explicit online material and physical and sexual violence in Canada would help to inform future government policy development in this area. The study would also present to parliamentarians and Canadians and give them an opportunity to learn more about a topic that is growing in prevalence, but for which the health implications remain unclear. I'm convinced that to support motion M47 is to move in the right direction, and I'm inspired by the work done on gender-based violence, not only by federal departments and organizations such as the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, but also to all the advocacy groups across this country, especially those in support of motion M47. In closing, I would just like to note that I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak on this extremely important issue, and I encourage all the honourable colleagues to support motion M47 as it aligns with the current federal direction on gender-based violence. It is an opportunity to shed light on an extremely important topic and its health implications, and I just once again want to thank the honourable member for bringing the extremely important motion to this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat resume. Honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, who will have only a couple of minutes before we move to our next stage. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given that I will have to split my speech in two parts, I will begin by talking about the health effects on young men of access to pornography, which has changed so much over the years. In the second part of my speech, I will come back to their view of sexuality and violence against women and girls. The availability of pornography, which is now so readily available, has meant that many young men have become dependent on pornography. Clinically speaking, there is a classic addiction profile, and that addiction has developed. People need to view pornography regularly and are seeking increasingly explicit content. That leads to changing neuron connections, synaptic connections, and association with violence becomes something that becomes sexually stimulating. That is a problem. We've also observed that an increasing number of young men have been developing erectile dysfunction in real life when they find themselves in a genuine sexual relationship, a real-life sexual relationship. They can't get an erection because they're not accustomed to it. They've been accustomed to being aroused by other kinds of material. For example, in a normal relationship, when they have that kind of problem, they will become increasingly turned off, as it were, from having genuine real-life relationships because of those erectile problems. Why, at 20 or 25, should a young man have erectile dysfunction problems? But rather than trying to deal with it one way, they will simply take refuge in more pornography and withdraw from real-life relationships. These issues have been documented and are being discussed. Do I have any time left, Madam Speaker, or will I continue later on? Thank you. Other problems that we are seeing are associated with their perception of sexuality and the impact that has. The content available on the internet goes much further than what we might have been able to see some 30 years ago. It's difficult to imagine how broad the range is and how much there is. There is pornography that promotes or shows behavior that's criminal, for example. A group rape scene, for example. So there is a problem regarding content, violent content that often portrays criminal acts. So, as a result, when we're discovering our sexuality and trying to understand what normal sexuality is, what's real and what isn't real, one becomes confused, particularly a teenager who may have never put that question to somebody who's close to him, teachers, for example, or others. Some provinces stopped sex education classes for a number of years. They're not in the curriculum anymore.
Donc, il y a des gens qui n'ont jamais eu la possibilité de poser ces questions-là ou d'en discuter dans un milieu qui leur donnait de l'information plus adéquate. Et les seules réponses qu'ils ont tenté de trouver pour essayer de déterminer qu'est-ce que la sexualité et comment ça se passe, la vie sexuelle, ben, ils l'ont découvert via ce qui était disponible sur Internet. Et avec le contenu qui est disponible sur Internet, on peut dire que dans la vaste majorité des relations de couple, ce qui est disponible sur Internet ne correspond absolument pas à ce qui se passe dans une vie sexuelle normale d'un couple. Donc, on vient avec une vision complètement distorsionnée.
Does absolutely not reflect what happens in a couple's normal life. I am told that there is no interpretation. Is that all right now? Is it coming through? Yes. What I was saying is that since the content on the internet provides a very distorted view of what sexuality means, young people might think that what they see on the internet does reflect real life and come to accept sexual behavior that is in fact utterly toxic. So very often the issue of sexual consent is not particularly clear. Sexual practices that are not safe are not reflected. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that I will have to continue in the second part of my speech. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue will have 4.5 minutes when this comes back before the House. The period provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and this is now at the bottom of the order paper. Orders of the day.
First, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Madam Speaker, I am proud to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act. Since being elected a little over a year ago, I have had many conversations with my constituents in Mississauga, Streetsville, ranging from security for seniors to things that concern the youth. However, one of the more consistent concerns that have been brought to my attention is what our government is doing to help working-class Canadians who are looking to retire. Many of my constituents have contacted my office and explained to me that even though they have been working hard their entire adult life, they are not confident that they can safely retire. And I know that my constituents are not the only Canadians who have such concerns. All across the country, middle-class Canadians are working harder than ever, yet they are deeply concerned that they do not have enough money saved for a stable retirement. More than 1/4 of Canadian families are nearing retirement, and each year, fewer and fewer Canadians have workplace pensions to fall back on. This leaves approximately 1.1 million families facing the intimidating risk of not having enough money saved to maintain their standard of living when they retire. These Canadians fear that because of this, they will have to work for longer than they planned and ultimately miss out on spending precious time with their families. As a result of this, a grandfather may not be able to take his grandchildren on a camping trip or may miss their sporting events because he could not get time off of work. A mother may have to cancel the road trip she was planning with her daughter for years because she was called in for a last-minute shift. Ultimately, many Canadians will miss out on many important moments. But it is not just families nearing retirement that are concerned with this issue. Over the past year, I have met with many young Canadians who are just finishing school and are about to enter the workforce, but are concerned that with fewer jobs offering workplace pension plans, they will find it difficult to save enough of their earnings for a stable retirement. It is no secret that Canadians are living longer lives. Although we should be grateful for this, longer life expectancies ultimately mean that the level of savings required to achieve a stable retirement is increased. With the population of my riding expecting to grow by 4% over the next 15 years and 6% over the next 25, there will only be more constituents with the same concerns if these issues are not addressed. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I am confident that this bill addresses the concerns of my constituents and many Canadians across the country. With all 9 Canada Pension Plan participating provinces confirming their support, I know I'm not the only person confident in this bill. Once it takes effect, Bill C-26 will increase the maximum Canada Pension Plan retirement benefit by roughly 50%. Currently, the maximum benefit is $13,110. After this enhancement, this number will increase by roughly $7,000 for a maximum benefit of $20,000. This bill will do 2 very crucial things. It will increase the amount of money Canadians will get from their pension from 1/4 of their earnings to 1/3. This means that a hardworking Canadian making $50,000 annually will receive $16,000 annually in retirement. This bill will also increase the maximum income range covered by the Canada Pension Plan by 14%, so that those who earn more will receive more in retirement. Now, we have heard from our colleagues that they are concerned that the cost of this bill will put a significant strain on taxpayers. To answer this, the government is ensuring that the changes in contributions will be phased in slowly over 7 years, which will give individuals and employers sufficient time to adjust to the minor increase. For low-income workers who may be concerned about the change in contributions, this legislation will provide an enhancement to the working income tax benefit, designed to provide additional benefits that will offset the incremental Canada Pension Plan contribution. Furthermore, it is important to note that contributions to the enhanced portion of the Canada Pension Plan will be deductible. Providing a tax deduction for new employee Canada Pension Plan contributions will avoid increasing the after-tax cost of savings for Canadians. For employers, employer contributions to the enhanced portion of the Canada Pension Plan will be deductible for income for tax purposes. For self-employed Canadians who contribute both to employer and employee share of the Canada Pension Plan, they will be able to deduct both the employee and employer share of contributions to the enhanced portion of the CPP. Now, Madam Speaker, this last week I visited many local high schools and spent time speaking to hundreds of students. And when discussing the proposed Canada Pension Plan enhancement, these young individuals overwhelmingly supported this legislation. They understood and supported the idea of small incremental increases in contributions in order to ensure a secure and stable pension. Madam Speaker, it is young people like the ones I met this last week who will be inheriting the policies and programs that we create today. The support of these young people should be a testament as to why all members in this House should support this bill. We, as members of Parliament, must think of them when debating pieces of legislation in this House. I am confident that this bill will have a positive impact on the future of young Canadians, which is why I am proud to be speaking to this bill today. During my campaign last year, I had many young volunteers helping me. When I was elected, I promised to be their advocate here in Ottawa. By standing here today to speak to this bill, a bill that will have a positive impact on their future, I know that I am fulfilling that promise. The positive impact that this bill can have is truly significant. This bill will ensure that every Canadian worker can retire with a safe and secure pension. Young Canadians entering the workforce will enter with confidence, knowing that legislation is in place to ensure that they will have enough saved for when the time comes for them to retire. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise. Questions and comments? Yes, it's Monday morning. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Government House Leader, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite for his speech. You know, I heard him talk about how he was going around to his constituents and heard there are some people with concerns, and we recognize there are some people with concerns, and we know who they are. They're elderly widows, they're people that are lower income, but you know, this program that's being proposed by the government does no benefit to anybody for the next 40 years, and Finance Canada has said it will have very detrimental effects in the next 30 years. And when it does come into effect, the benefit's only 8%. So why does the member think that this is such a good plan?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. That's a very pejorative interpretation of what this bill intends to do. As I mentioned, I spoke to many high school students, and if I was to tell them that we have an aging population which is going to need medical assistance and retire at once, but they would have to flip the bill or incur the cost of that, and actually that is what I put to them. They agreed that we should prepare for that situation right now. It's prudent for our government to put these parameters in place so that they won't have to incur that cost later on.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you very much. I guess as being said by the Honourable Member on the other side, and exactly what you sell is what you get. I mean, how you sell it, you sold it that way. I would sell it. I try to sell it.
I want to remind the member to address the comments and the questions to the chair.
I'm looking at him, but I'm speaking to you. Thank you. So, yes, I think the question is, and which is really the most critical point in this bill, is the effect on business. And businesses are going to take a tax on this, is going to make them lose jobs. We're going to lose jobs eventually, and it's going to be a levy on business operation. So can the Honourable Member comment on that?
Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. As he mentioned, as he sold this as a tax, the way we see it is this is an investment. This is an investment in Canadians who have worked very hard to create the country that we have and enjoy today. It's an investment in future Canadians so that they won't have to incur a larger cost, as I said, because we have an aging population. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech today in the House. My question really is about Canadians now that need that help, seniors now that can't afford to live, can't afford their medication, can't afford their rent because of unaffordable housing. This will not take place for 49 years. So my question to the member, as he mentioned, he cares about the people who in his community right now are suffering. My question is, what measures is the government taking to help seniors today in Canada?
Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I'd again like to thank my colleague for the question. It is the current situation that's the impetus for what we're doing with CPP, but we are reversing the OAS back to 65. We have increased the guaranteed income supplement and its eligibility as well. So we are taking actions to address the seniors that are retiring now, but at the same time, we're preparing the next generation to help take care of the seniors that will be retiring then as well.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to reiterate the fine words of my colleagues that have just given 3 excellent questions. But my question is more about, I heard the member say that he was enhancing the opportunities for youth as well. And how can you do that, Madam Speaker, when you're increasing taxes through a carbon tax and bringing about present taxes on them, as well as this tax of a Canada Pension Plan as well? It just doesn't add up to a prosperous future for the new generations, Madam Speaker, as well as our seniors.
Great question.
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville, a very brief answer, please.
Thank you for the question. I would just actually reiterate or paraphrase what one of the students said. And he asked why we would put our head in the sand and let them have to pay for not taking steps now. As you said, this is a tax. We see this as an investment, and a lot of the youth that I spoke to see it as an investment as well. Thank you.
Before we resume debate, and I noticed that there's been a couple of body language that shows that questioning how I'm actually selecting the speakers. I just want to remind that the Deputy Speaker did raise this in the House before the House rose, and basically when a specific party is raising is doing the speech, it will be left up to the other parties to answer the questions, unless nobody on that side, on the opposite side, who is not asking the question, who had not just done the speech. If there's nobody asking questions, then we will go back and forth on a rotating basis. So I just want to reiterate that. And then, so basically, time is generally afforded to the members of the parties who are not associated with the member who has just spoke, but not to the exclusion of that party. We will also be attentive to members who are particularly present during the day and paying attention to the debate to ensure that as many members as possible can participate. The final point that he gave was when we start the time for questions and comments, we will take note of the number of members who are rising to judge how we accord and allocate time for members. For example, if only 1 or 2 members stand up in the 5-minute period for questions and comments, we will certainly allow more time for those members accordingly. So, resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all of my colleagues who have contributed to this debate, not just today, but on other days. One of the things I like to do when I address an issue is always lay out the philosophical principle grounds as to why I'm addressing it and where my conclusions come from. One thing I've noted in this House over the years is members do a fairly excellent job of going through the details. But when we are in this House, we're not just speaking to other members explaining details. We're laying out our basic understanding to our constituents and to the broader Canadian public as to why we are voting for or against something. So I view it as always a very wise thing to lay out the basic principle as to why I will be voting on a particular piece of legislation in one particular way or another. And on this particular legislation, the CPP tax hike, as we as the Conservatives are noting, C26, the reason I'm particularly voting against it is what the government is doing is taking away freedom and choice from Canadians. Let's be fairly clear with what the government is doing by raising the CPP premiums. They're taking away people's choice. This is not some money that's coming away from somewhere else into people's accounts. It's not money falling from heaven like manna. It is people being forced to take the money, which they may very well need now, and being forced to delay it for some future benefit someday. And as the data and research shows, for Canadians of my age and younger, at a very, very poor rate of return. So let's go through the basic objections as to why the Liberal government CPP hike is bad for Canadians, gives them less freedom, and in the final analysis is not good for our economy or people's individual lives. The first point is one that I think should be thought of in this debate. Increases to the Canadian pension plan, hikes to the premiums, have not, over the long term, increased savings. The government is naturally going to argue, well, of course, this is forcing people to put money in the future, which they will get back from the CPP when they are retiring. But the empirical data that's been done and the research that's been done in the past, whenever we've hiked the rates on premiums of the Canadian pension plan, is that the number one place where Canadians tend to take the money from, when the government takes it from them forcefully, is from their savings. It is almost a 1-to-1 ratio. So what that means is every time there's a hike and the government requires more in contributions, be it directly from your paycheck where you see it or indirectly, though it still comes from you ultimately under the guise of taking it from your employer's contribution share, what do Canadians do? They put less money into mutual funds, they put less money into RSPs, and now with the introduction of the tax-free savings account, we will see less investment and less savings there. So what is happening is not that Canadians are getting a larger sum of money for their retirement. What is happening is the government is taking away options from Canadians, taking away flexibility, and putting it for them into a pension plan, which may or may not be of their best interest. I mean, Canadians are at different points and different times in their lives with different interests. I'm married. I have a 20-month-old daughter, and all members of the caucus who know me know I'm very proud of it. Me and my wife right now, rather than wanting to put more money toward our pension plans, we're looking to start a registered educational savings plan for our daughter, because we hope someday she will naturally grow up, graduate from high school, and go forward into further education. That is the priority for us. But when the government begins to engage in things like the CPP hike, they take away people's freedom to make those choices and instead decide for people, this is where your savings need to go. The issue with affordable housing right now in Vancouver and Toronto in particular, across the country, but in those two countries in particular, one of the greatest places where people save money is in their real estate. And it is very difficult for young people now to get a foot on the ladder. The argument is, well, this isn't great sums of money, but a dollar is a dollar, and every little bit makes it more difficult. And top it off with the government's changes to mortgage changes, they continue to make it more difficult for young people who want to get on the housing ladder. So the point is this. By taking away people's freedoms, the government does not increase and encourage more savings for retirement. It just changes the vehicle for how it is done. The second point is this. Now, it might actually have some benefit to Canadians if the rate of return was that much greater. But an interesting paper done by the Fraser Institute, they start to take and analyze, depending upon what year you were born, what your actual rate of return is in real value for the average Canadian. And for someone who was born after 1972 and later, it's barely over 2%. I'm 42 years old, born in 1974. So for me, this is an absolutely lousy rate of return retirement plan. Now, if you were of my grandpa's generation, and he was born before 1920, try and do the math in my head to exactly what year, this was an absolutely fabulous rate of return. It was incredible. He lived to be 92 years old, paid in for, I think, approximately 10 years, and it was amazing. But this is the thing. For young Canadians going forward, increases to the CPP, the Canadian Pension Plan, is not something that is great. It is a poor return on investment. So rather than putting money in, say, an index fund, a low-cost index fund or something like that, which historically has shown to have greater returns that one can control, if, say, someone unfortunately passes away early, their heirs or something like that, and having extra benefits, the government's plan here is instead providing weaker returns for younger Canadians. It's not helping people. Again, it's deciding for Canadians when they need to have their savings, now or later, and it's also giving to them at an inferior rate of return. So that is the second point that I think the government needs to note. And for what problem are they addressing? This is, again, something that needs to be dealt with. Sometimes when we discuss things in the nature of retirement, we talk about replacement income. Replacement income really isn't the issue when it comes to retirement income. The question is more of one of, is our Canadians living in poverty at a certain time of their life or not? Because I'm sure most NHL hockey players, when they quit playing in the NHL, aren't going to get a replacement income to retirement replacement income of 70% of their previous earnings. That's not the point. The question is, will their income drop to a point that they're in poverty? They have a choice, they have their bulk earning years, things move around. Now that's an extreme example. But this is a statistic I found earlier today. I think it's in the Conservative notes that here, but it's also available on the Fraser Institute's website. Only 3.7% of Canadian seniors live in poverty, whereas more than 10% of working-age Canadians 18 to 64. So if you're a young person trying to save money to put money into your education, which for many people is the best investment by far they will ever earn, this is going to be difficult for you. Again, the government is taking away people's flexibility, making decisions for them so that in the end they cannot have the best return for their investment and for their lives. So instead of concentrating on replacement income, our retirement policies from a federal government perspective should be zeroing in on people who have issues with low income. And those are almost completely people who have not contributed into the Canada Pension Plan because they have not worked over the years or have been self-employed and not able to save money. Now, with my time just about coming up here, I will leave a few more points to be discussed in questions and answers, particularly things about the cost of what CPP versus other low-cost options people have for savings. And again, what this comes down to is we lose our freedom. We lose our freedom when we let the government make decisions for us. So let me reiterate. This does not solve a problem. Not solve a problem of low-income seniors, which is the real problem in retirement. It gives poor rate of return for people who are viewing as investment, and it displaces savings from one portion of life to another portion of life by taking away people's freedoms. I will be voting against this legislation because it's bad policy. Bad policy for Canadians now, bad policy for Canadians in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I must say, I totally disagree with what the member is saying. And it demonstrates just how out of touch the Conservative Party is with what Canadians value and what Canadians want. Madam Speaker, this bill is a reflection on what I would argue is a historical agreement with the federal government working with other provincial and territorial governments, and have come to an agreement in recognizing that we want to think about future generations. It's about having a vision and saying that, look, we need to ensure that there's a working population today is going to have the funds that's going to allow them to buy the little extras when it comes time for retiring. You know, whether it's the New Democrats or the Greens inside this House, whether it's provincial governments of different stripes across this country, Madam Speaker, everyone except for the Conservatives seem to support what's happening. My question to the member is, why does he feel that the Conservative Party is so out of touch with what Canadians want to the degree that they're going to vote against this legislation?
And I anticipate that question was through me, right? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
The Conservative Party believes Canadians should decide what they want to do with their own money. They should have the freedom to do it. That's why we're the low-tax party, and we believe taxes should only be implemented for absolute necessities. The government and the NDP here in opposition seem to have an attitude that they know how to spend people's money better than people do themselves. There's a fundamental point of disagreement, and we debate it every election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. One of the things, Madam Speaker, that was mentioned was give people their choice. In the last 20 years, we have done nothing to the Canada Pension Plan, and that's why we're in this mess altogether. Hear, hear. Nothing has been done. So obviously, there was no money left for the people to save. There was no money left for people putting RRSPs.
but there is something there that they can look for in the future by investing in themselves as they're working and their life goes forward. I know the honourable member has said that, has quoted that let the people decide for himself, let the people decide that where they want their income to be, but there is no income. And we have to look after our future. And if we don't do it now, because we've already learned from our mistakes, we must do it for our Generation X. So can I ask the member why nothing has been done in the last 20 years where the system has failed, and yet he still opposes this bill going into the future?
Through me, no problem. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
You know, Madam Speaker, in the 1970s, 20-some% of seniors lived below the low-income cutoff line. That number has now dropped to 3.7%. As other members have pointed out to this House, the previous decade was the most successful in Canadian history for bringing people above the low-income cutoff line, the real poverty line. The best anti-poverty program in the world, by far, historically, is free enterprise. It's worked. We're talking about CPP, which is people's own money. Let people spend their money how they see fit.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Madam Speaker, it's clear that the Conservatives deny that there even is a retirement income crisis, and they claim that the government has not made a clear case for CPP enhancement. Well, Madam Speaker, the most recent figures show that 30% of single elderly women live in poverty. This was a decrease over the last 30 years in the number of Canadian workers covered by workplace pension plan, and this is significant. It's a huge decline that's continued, and it continued under the Conservative government. So the pension gap and the crisis of Canadians being able to save less for their retirement worsened considerably under the Stephen Harper government. Can my colleague explain to this House what lessons that party learned from those failures?
Member only has a very brief opportunity to reply. Saskatoon, the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Overall poverty rates among seniors dropped among the Conservatives. CPP deals with people who already have jobs paying in. What we need to do for low-income people is deal with the GIS, Guaranteed Income Supplement. CPP only affects people who are working and contribute over many years.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's take a moment here and talk about what pensions really look like. In Canada, there's a concept that if you go to work every day and you work hard, that one day you'll be able to retire with dignity. Canadians planning for retirement dream about what it will be like to finally not have to go to work every day and instead do things that they enjoy, spending more time with their family, traveling, volunteering. This is the dream of many Canadians. This legislation in Bill C-26 is a positive step forward in enhancing CPP benefits. This bill, when fully implemented, will increase the current levels of CPP at 25% up to 33%. Although this falls short of the NDP's long-standing proposal to double CPP benefits, Bill C-26 is a step in the right direction. It will improve retirement security for young Canadians today, and I want to give a huge thanks to the many organizations that have been working hard on this improvement for many years. Labour and retired persons organizations have long called for an expansion, and we congratulate them for their hard-fought win. New Democrats have also been long calling for dignity for our seniors. The very Canadians who built our beautiful country, many of whom are struggling in their later years under very limited incomes. We have consistently fought for increases in CPP, OAS, and GIS, and will continue to do so. The CPP is the best retirement pension deal available to Canadians. The fund is widely considered to be well managed. As of June 2016, the CPP Investment Board manages over $287.3 billion in investment assets for the Canada Pension Plan on behalf of 19 million Canadians, making it among the 10 largest sovereign wealth funds in the world. The CPP currently covers earnings up to a cap of $54,900, and for earnings up to this cap, it aims to replace 25% of income. Maximum pensions are at $1,092 per month or $13,100 per year. For many Canadians, this only covers their basic needs. The expanded CPP will be a new separate tier. This would be added on top of the existing CPP, doing two things: taking the replacement rate up to 33% and expanding the earnings cap to $82,700. While we see a welcomed increase in Bill C-26, New Democrats know that better is always possible, and the government could have went further with the percentage changes and still maintained a healthy CPP. The government could also have implemented the changes more quickly to help seniors right now. This bill could have been so much more for those who are struggling today. We need to see immediate action to help seniors and Canadians who won't see the benefits of these changes. Retirement security is in crisis in Canada. We have fewer workplace pensions than ever, with 6 in 10 Canadians having no workplace pension. This means that 60% of Canadians rely on CPP, OAS, GIS, and personal savings. Most people know that seniors don't have a lot of disposable income, and very few have significant savings to help. Many rely on their family to help supplement their needs and to provide them with security. Many are women who are widowed or don't have their own private pension to supplement them. I remember a conversation that I had with a widow in Amherstburg whose husband's workplace pension had been drastically slashed because the company, General Chemical, had left Canada, and they were now only paying a small portion of that promised pension to retirees. She was now talking about selling her house that she had lived in her whole life because she couldn't live on CPP, OAS, and GIS alone. There are many seniors in my riding who are struggling. We have a lack of affordable housing, rising costs of drugs, increased cost of food, gas, hydro, the list goes on and on. Seniors today are struggling, and there is so much that could be done today. The changes that are being proposed before us will not take place for 40 years. Those who will see the biggest benefit from the changes are millennials. And if you talk to millennials, you hear that they are often not even able to imagine a future that includes a workplace pension. They are struggling to find secure employment and are often working multiple jobs to patch together a living. They don't even think about retirement because they are so focused on working to find a job. My colleague from Churchill Kiwanuka-Aski recently brought her precarious work tour to Windsor, where we met with millennials to talk about their issues. Madam Speaker, I was crushed to hear a young woman talk about the fact that she never envisions herself having a family or owning a home because she can't find work. She is certainly not saving for retirement. Showing the need for CPP changes for the future generations is clear. And what an incredible difference we have in a generation. You know, it's a sad reflection on our society that 20 years ago, when I began working, I was able to find work easily in a unionized workplace that had a decent wage, a workplace pension that meant that I would retire with security and dignity. Today, these opportunities are few and far between. With the decline of workplace pensions, we are actually heading into a future where there will be no security in later life for Canadians. We often hear people talk about this concept of the Canadian dream. If you work hard for 30 years, you can retire with dignity. And I continually hear from the other side of this House that if Canadians just work hard enough, they too can join the middle class. This narrative is not only misleading, it's frankly insulting. Many Canadians work extremely hard every single day, but for so many reasons, they are not able to save enough for a decent standard of living now, let alone for retirement. They don't even think about trying to join the middle class. They're struggling to survive today. Madam Speaker, we go back a generation before that. My grandfather was on the bargaining team in his workplace after he came back from serving in the war. He worked at a place called Dominion Forge, and when they negotiated a retirement benefit for a 30-year and out contract, he became the first person to retire under that once the contract was signed. Today, we are losing these pensions at an alarming rate in Canada. Today, our workplaces are creating divisions between new hires and long-term employees. They are pitting working people against working people. This new tier of workers is asked to accept lower wages, smaller pensions, if any pension at all. We see this in workplaces right across Canada, and it's a trend that runs counter to the growing problem of retirement insecurity. Now, if we look at 20 years ago, when I started working, things were relatively good. You could go out, find a job with a high school diploma. Many jobs paid well. As I said, you could get a job with pension and benefits. You knew you could start a family. And today, this is just a dream for so many Canadians. Young people are struggling to find these good jobs, and as I said, they don't even imagine planning for retirement because they can't even find a job today. So, Madam Speaker, we know that we have a serious problem in our country with many seniors living in poverty today. While I'm pleased to see that Bill C-26 will address future generations, and certainly it will be necessary because, as I said, there are fewer and fewer of those young people today who are, first of all, have a job that they can put some type of personal savings away for, but second of all, have some form of workplace pension. But, Madam Speaker, what are we doing today for seniors in this country? We hear the government talk about the changes that they've made to the GIS. Madam Speaker, that is under $1,000 per year at the maximum that people are receiving. I can tell you that seniors in my riding who receive that bonus, who get that extra amount of money, have not been elevated out of poverty, are still suffering under the cost of medication, still cannot find affordable rent. And Madam Speaker, people in my riding, when they found out that that money was going to be coming to seniors today, many people in the community turned around and raised rent on our seniors. So they're not even seeing any benefit out of that. There is so much more that can be done today, and I look forward, Madam Speaker, to seeing what future initiatives will come forward in this House that will help the retired person and seniors of today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Government House Leader.
Speaker, allow me to explain what's happening for seniors today. In the last federal budget, we saw a commitment that's going to increase for the poorest, the most vulnerable of Canada's seniors, up to about $900 more annually. What we've done is we've dramatically increased the guaranteed income supplement. Another thing that this government had done within months of taking office, Madam Speaker, was to reverse the decision of the Stephen Harper government where it increased the age of retirement from 65 to 67 with reference to the OAS. This government has reversed that change. There's other things in which we have done, Madam Speaker, but my question to the member is, would she not agree that the three most fundamental social programs for our seniors that is in many ways perceived by our seniors themselves is our OAS, our CPP, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, all three of which have been dealt with by this government in its first year of governance. Would she not see that as a positive thing?
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, I think it's always a positive when we see an increase to programs to help seniors. The $900 that the member is speaking about is a far cry from a dramatic change for seniors. When you place this out over a year, this is a small amount to help seniors every month. Any amount of money is always welcome, but to say that this dramatically changes the lives of our most vulnerable seniors is implicitly false. That is not the truth. And if the member opposite, I'm sure, would talk to seniors in his own riding, he would certainly hear the exact same thing that I'm hearing, that money has now had this consequence of things being raised in the community so that the seniors are not even going to see the benefit out of that. There needs to be something more significant. And I can point in specific to the CPP that he references. Of course, going to 33% is positive, Madam Speaker, but what the member opposite is not admitting is that this is 49 years out. This does nothing for seniors today. And there has long been a call to have CPP benefits doubled, which could easily be done. This is a very healthy fund. It's very well managed in our country. It's actually viewed around the world as one of the best plans, but we can give back because there is money sitting inside there right now that is going to no good use. That money needs to be in the hands of seniors right now in Canada, and so there could be an increase beyond this 33%.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for her speech. She mentioned something about immediate action. Can she comment on the fact that there's no immediate action to help seniors in this bill?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do agree there is no immediate action inside of this bill. Seniors are struggling. Seniors right now can't bear the cost of medication, can't bear the cost of food. Seniors in my community are making difficult choices about whether they keep their lights on during certain times of the day, or whether they can potentially go on public transit to go somewhere, or get into their car if they can afford gas for that. The cost of living has gone up, and the CPP hasn't kept pace with that. And there's so much more that can be done for seniors right now. And one of the things the government can do is to stop the cuts to the transfer tax for health. This will have a direct impact on seniors in our communities, because if they're not able to access services, because the money isn't coming from the federal government to the provinces, our seniors are going to find themselves in more difficult situations. Madam Speaker, in my riding and in Windsor, they've made an attempt to cut services out of us locally and move them up the road to London, Ontario. We've pushed back against that. And if we see these cuts coming in healthcare, we're going to see more services being removed from our communities, and that would hurt seniors.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate what has been said, that this does not have an immediate positive effect for seniors. But this indeed does hurt seniors, and it appears that the government does not have a plan to take care of seniors. They've ignored seniors. Would the member agree?
A very brief answer from the member for Essex.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would agree that the government does not have a plan to address seniors now and today that are struggling in our communities.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-26 this afternoon, as there's no question that the suggested changes to the CPP will have significant impacts on Canadians and our economy. I've heard a repeating mantra from the government that people are struggling to save, and yet Canadians' retirement system is one of the most envied in the world. Poverty among seniors has dropped significantly in recent years, and Canadians are saving more for retirement today than ever before. Mr. Speaker, I agree that all Canadians should be able to retire with dignity. Those now retired, soon to retire, and our young Canadians who are just beginning their journey in the workforce and will, before they know it, be where our seniors are today. Despite these facts, there are definitely many seniors currently living in poverty, many working poor Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. These are the individuals government should be focusing on. Our government should be implementing ways to help these individuals help themselves and provide assistance when circumstances are such that retirement is difficult and basic needs of life are out of reach. The previous government expanded the guaranteed income supplement, and this government did the same, increasing it by 10% in its first budget. A very good decision that I applaud. When it comes to CPP contributions, I believe the approach in Bill C-26 will cause more harm than good. Why? Because it isn't specific when it could be, and so impacts Canadians who have their savings plans already established and growing, and negatively impacts Canadian businesses that actually fuel our economic growth. Our entrepreneurs, tradespeople, professionals, and laborers need to be successful. We should be targeting voluntary additional individual contributions to CPP, not mandating all Canadians to participate further in a program that is complementary to the savings they choose to make as individuals. Canadians should be able to manage their own money. If they want to make additional individual contributions to the CPP, that could be done. As a small business owner, I know that it would be an easy move to add a request on a TD1 indicating how much more an employee would like attributed to his or her CPP contributions above and beyond the minimum. Or they can also use TFSAs, RRSPs, employer pensions, and other means of providing for their own retirement. Small business owners are being penalized when they are forced to contribute more to CPP rather than invest those funds in their businesses or other means of fund growth. Instead of stimulating the economy,
They are being forced to contribute into a government program that takes away their right to manage their own investment and that income. As well, we know that CPP is unfair to single and divorced individuals. A constituent in my riding who is a certified financial planner for 20 years indicated to me that 15 to 20% of his clients fit this category. When they pass away, their estate receives a CPP death benefit of only $2,500 because they have no spouse to receive the survivor benefit. And yet, they have faithfully made their CPP contributions over the years, and in the case of the self-employed, made double contributions, which could have amounted to over $100,000 in the past, and in the future perhaps well over $200,000. Why would anyone wish to pay into a program that may never benefit them or their estate? This is unfair and a form of discrimination. If I personally came up with a new pension plan today that asked clients to contribute $2,500 to $5,000 per year over their lifetime, with the only guarantee on death before drawing CPP of $2,500, I'm quite certain the authorities would call such a plan criminal in nature. Another concern is that the offsetting tax credit that the Liberals are suggesting to balance the additional monthly contributions for the working poor would only apply to a maximum annual income of approximately $28,000 a year. For an individual, let alone a family, living on a monthly income of $2,400 a month before deductions, an increased CPP contribution will be a hardship they cannot afford. In 2013, the total household net worth of Canadians was $7.7 trillion, split almost equally between pension assets, real estate equity, and other assets. 83% of Canadian households are on track to maintain their current living standards in retirement, according to a study by McKinsey & Company. According to Statistics Canada, the share of Canadian seniors living on low income has dropped from 29% in 1970 to 3.7% today, among the lowest in the world. According to Finance Canada's analysis, higher CPP premiums will reduce employment, reduce GDP, reduce business investment, reduce disposable income, and reduce private savings by 7%. A paper released by the C.D. Howe Institute shows that the Liberal CPP plan will not benefit low-income workers. Their premiums will go up, but their net increase in retirement benefits will remain low, since higher CPP payments will be offset by clawbacks in the GIS benefits. 70% of employed Canadians oppose a CPP expansion if it means a wage freeze. Less than 20% of Canadians say they would opt to put more of their savings into the CPP, according to a survey by the CFIB. Clearly, low-income workers and the working poor should be the focus of this government's argument that people are struggling to save, and help those working hard to join the middle class through a voluntary CPP program instead of an all-encompassing program that benefits the well-employed who already have strong retirement pensions and plans where the CPP payments will be an added bonus. I now quote Fred Vatisse, Chief Actuary, Monod Chappelle, and co-author with the Minister of Finance of the Real Retirement in the Financial Post, June 5th. He said, "Whatever the reason might be to expand the CPP, it is not to eliminate poverty. The poverty rate amongst seniors is now as close to zero as we can get. Yes, a little over 5% of seniors today still have income below the poverty line," end quote. And Charles Lamon and Hugh McIntyre, Fraser Institute in the Financial Post as well on June 2nd, stated, "Instead of expending political energy on debating CPP expansion in the misguided belief that many middle and upper income Canadians are not saving enough for retirement, the focus of public debate should be on how best to help financially vulnerable seniors." Ive Thomas Dorval, CEO of CPQ, stated, "I'm worried about the new direction of Canada Pension Plan and their impact on the Canadian economy. If we want to encourage saving for retirement, a universal solution doesn't work, and on the contrary, is likely to have a negative impact on economic activity, jobs, and wages," end quote. Madam Speaker, what impacts Canadians' ability to save is a slow economy, a loss of confidence in our economy, loss of jobs, loss of incentives, increased taxes, all of which have a huge impact on young families' abilities to save. I received a call from Brian, a constituent in my riding, who was emotional and distraught as he told me that the impact of an increase in CPP premiums, coupled with a carbon tax on everything, means his wife will no longer be able to remain a stay-at-home mom the way she wants to be with their 2 small children. He was overwhelmed with the thought of his wife having no choice but to go to work, which will also increase their monthly cost of childcare, another vehicle, all the additional expenses of secondary income for their family. This government is calling on Canadians to contribute more to CPP, saying Canadians don't know how to save enough. And yet the Prime Minister has blown his modest deficit promise, borrowing 3 times more than he ever said he would. The Prime Minister has broken his promise to cut taxes for small business. The Prime Minister has broken his promise to make his tax plan revenue neutral. The Prime Minister has made children's sports, arts classes, student textbooks, and tools for tradespeople more expensive. The Prime Minister has taken away the universal childcare benefit, a plan that was easily implemented without a lot of red tape that helped families and lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Those who were higher income paid the benefit back in taxes, true. However, if that well-off family faced a downturn in the economy that ended their employment, like we are seeing in our resource sector right now, for example, they could keep that benefit. Under the Liberal Child Benefit, those families will have to wait until the next year to show their income loss before benefits are adjusted. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry. Some people truly are struggling to save. Absolutely. And that's why this government should be targeting voluntary additional income contributions to the CPP and focusing on helping those who are working hard to join the middle class and our seniors living in poverty right now, rather than blanketing all Canadians and all businesses which are growing the economy with a punitive program that limits their ability to save and invest. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's something in which I've emphasized in the past. And sometimes, as one colleague says, oh, not again, I can assure him that sometimes you have to repeat things a few times before it can sink in on the other side. And I can assure the other side, the Conservative Party, that they really have lost touch with Canadians in the manner in which they have chosen to vote on this particular piece of legislation. Because I'm sure if they were to work with not only Canadians individually, but if you take a look at the many different stakeholders, in particular the provinces, what we're debating today is a historical agreement that was achieved between provinces and territorial and the national government that recognized that we should be thinking about the future of workers here in Canada. And that's what this bill is all about. And my question to the member is, yes, so far this year we've seen increases to the guaranteed income supplement, and yes, we were able to reverse the Harper 67 to 65, but today what we're talking about is a bill that's going to see increases for pensions for future workers. Can the member indicate to the House why she feels that the Conservative Party in the House of Commons is the only group? You know, we have provinces of different stripes. We have the NDP and the Greens supporting this bill. Why does she believe the Conservative Party is voting against something that Canadians really want?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Madam Speaker, I guess I'm thankful for the question, although we've heard this question so many times and given such a solid answer to it, I think it's time to come up with another one. But the reality is that what our country needs, what my seniors recognize in my riding, which is one of the oldest demographics in the country, is that we need an economy that's working so that people have the money that they need to live their day-to-day lives and invest in their own futures. I'm saying go ahead. Let's offer this as an option to people who want to increase their CPP, but in my own riding, I guarantee, and if the individual would like to, Madam Speaker, talk to his own seniors in his own riding, they know that this in no way helps them right now. It does not help the working class that isn't earning enough to meet their daily needs right now. And that's the responsibility of our government, not to interfere with Canadians' choice of how they choose to save.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for her speech. Right now in Courtenay Alberni, we're seeing record numbers of seniors turning up at our food banks. They're showing up at the Port Alberni homeless shelter. Has never seen more seniors than in the last year alone. It's doubled. When I went door knocking during the campaign, I met seniors that couldn't afford to buy medicine. So when we talk about strategies so that we're not doing this 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the road and trying to mitigate this problem so we're not repeating ourselves or making it worse, we need to come up with a solution. And right now we're talking about increasing CPP so that people can have more in the future. It's an investment. It's not an expense. This is about saving for the future, and it's an investment for employers. I want to hear from the member. What proposals does she have to help those people that are showing up at the food bank, at the homeless shelter, that are showing up that can't buy their own medicine today? How are we going to help those seniors today, and how are we going to prevent this from happening 40, 50 years down the road?
Our member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. As we know, the number of seniors living in poverty has dramatically lowered to 3.7% of Canadians. Do they exist? Absolutely. And I'm very aware of that, as I said in my own writing as well, where people are suffering extensively. And those are the ones who are saying we need help right now, and we should always be available as a government to help those people to meet their needs on a day-to-day basis. When we look to the future, what this country needs more than anything is an economy that sustains and is so solid that we have opportunities to take care of our own futures. And we see that in these exact stats, that there are less and less seniors, 3.7%, that are living below the poverty line, and they have many different options for the way that they want to invest in their future. I'm one of those people who will be down the line, and believe me, it's important, as I say, for Canadians to save for their own futures, and we are doing a good job of that. We're one of the few around the world that is truly seen as a good approach to taking care of our own futures.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the second time I'm rising in this House to talk about CPP. Sometime back, in the early days when I came to this House, we talked about CPP increase to make sure that CPP would be there for future generations. Regretfully, we are back here today talking about the CPP. But, Madam Speaker, let me say this. This government's signature fiscal platform these days seems to be taxes, taxes, taxes. Carbon taxes on the road, Mr. Speaker. Now we have CPP tax coming on working class. And then, Madam Speaker, they took away ESAFA, again, getting more revenue. It's an indirect tax, Madam Speaker. So the government fiscal platform, they're going into deficit that, Madam Speaker, has no plan to go back to be balanced, which would mean that future taxes are coming too by this government here, this pending government here. We may even see a rise in GST. I wouldn't be surprised if this government tries to balance its books somewhere down the road, because that is what Canadians are going to be demanding, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, it is absolutely amazing when I go out there and listen to Canadians who are now becoming a little more concerned about the direction this government is taking. Madam Speaker, let's be very clear. First of all, we are talking of Canada Pension Plan. We're talking about seniors here. Indeed, we have two platforms for seniors, GIS and OAS, Madam Speaker. We should be looking at seeing how we can increase those to help poor seniors. There is a very interesting proposal coming out from my former colleague in the Senate, HoC, who's talking about a guaranteed income, minimum income, and he's proposing it out there, and it's going to be going on a trial basis. Now, that is something that is worth looking into the future to see if that is the way we should go to ensure that everybody has a guaranteed minimum income that would give them the income, take them out of poverty. But there's no question to the fact that we need to look into, our seniors out there. But then, Madam Speaker, my background also, my wife ran a small business. And one of the things I've said here many times, anything that we have to do with the government, it keeps rising. That is one cost a small business cannot control. because a small business can go and do a lot of other innovative things to control the expenses, but definitely cannot control an expense that is related to the government. We have here again CPP, when you raise CPP premiums, you're going to raise CPP premiums not also by the owners, but also by the workers, because it is a 50-50 contribution. Therefore, now we are taxing everybody out there. And most importantly, when I say today, in this environment of today, we can expect put more burden on small businesses who, without saying, everybody knows is the engine of economic growth. But no, we are now putting more burden on them, and it will become extremely difficult to see how small businesses are going to survive, because then the only other options left for them is to reduce their payroll, and payroll means reducing payroll means loss of jobs, for a lot of people. Speaker, there are innovative ways we have discussed in this House how we can tackle the retirement issue. One of the proposals that our government came down was the pooled retirement pension plan, giving the opportunity that those who do not have a defined pension plan like the government or big organization have the independent ability to join this pension plan so that they do have a pension when they retire. One of the best ways, Madam Speaker, to have people who are not in a defined pension plan to look and retire for their future. I do not see why not this government at all proposing that, putting that, which is already a law, which they can all join in, Madam Speaker, talking about it as being one of the strong vehicles for retirement pension. Minus, of course, the CPP, as has already been stated on many occasions, is one of the tools that is to provide that, but it is not the tool, Madam Speaker. Therefore, it becomes, why we want to go on this route here and then shackle businesses and workers and take money out of their pocket, Madam Speaker, when we have innovative ideas that are floating around in this country on how to address the retirement, that is for the retirement of our future younger generations and what is going on right now. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we should not come up with band-aid solutions here and say, okay, increase on one side, we'll give more money to seniors, but, we are going to raise CPP hikes and taxes, premiums out there, taxing all Canadians, Madam Speaker. Rather, it is far more advantageous, far more easier way to say, how we can raise the OAS, how we can raise the GIS. And let's not forget, Madam Speaker, we also have veterans. Veterans are also struggling, and we need to look at their pension as well, Madam Speaker. So the whole question would be that the whole retirement regime in this country, veterans, seniors, coming up, younger Canadians, is what is and how we can address that. And, I don't understand why this government is going to go on a band-aid solution to address our retirement needs, Madam Speaker. Let me say this on an economic front, Madam Speaker. When you are raising tax, this government's approach, we know they need to create jobs. In my provinces right now, jobless people are at 10%. We need to address what is going on there. But how do we address out there? We need to create an environment where people can go and open up business. Let me say what I tell to many of my constituents, and my colleague sitting next to me agrees, that, in Alberta, those who have lost their jobs in the oil patch, we are telling them, look at other opportunities. And one of the best opportunities is go open up a business. Go look at how you can open up a small business, and look how the ways and ways of innovative ways of going and looking into small businesses. But if we are going to put up these kind of barriers, CPP raises and this thing, that they find it is not profitable to open up a small business, then their chances of looking for a livelihood, their chances of looking for more jobs is gone, Madam Speaker. We need to create an environment where a private sector, economic sector is thriving. And to do that business, Madam Speaker, is very simple. It is to ensure that the economic climate exists for them to grow. Now, today the Prime Minister is talking about. Sorry, my apologies. My apologies. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Salsa.
I'm sorry. I got carried away. So I'm sorry. But as I'm saying, today they're going to talk about investment. They're going to set up this investment bank because they believe in investment into infrastructure is key. Let me remind every Canadian here, it was in 2008 that this government, the Conservative government, under Jim Flaherty and Stephen Harper, came out with this whole idea of spending into infrastructure to take us out of the recession. And we also did go into a short-term deficit, but we increased our spending into infrastructure, which is what took us out of the recession. This was done by G20 countries when George Bush did in Pennsylvania to come up with his plan to take the world economy out of recession. So we have a platform that we did it, and I'm glad today that infrastructure is what they're thinking of doing it in. So I'm sorry. Is my time up? Oh, wow. Maybe that's why I did.
So before we go to questions and comments, I just want to remind the member that what we've just experienced is the exact reason why we ask that you put your phones on silent mode. It may be funny at the time, but it's really not when we're talking about such serious legislation. So the questions and comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
The future calling, asking why the Conservatives weren't there for us in expanding CPP. So my question is very simple for the member from Calgary Forest Lawn. Does he believe that the CPP should be expanded to prepare for the future or abolished? Or does he really think that the way it is now is sustainable in the long term? Thank you, Minister.
Before we do that, I would just maybe ask the honourable member for Edmonton Manning maybe to take that phone out of the lobby for now. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you. As I stated, Madam Speaker, CPP is one of the vehicles of retirement. It is not the vehicle. This whole notion of abolishing it or doing nothing, no, it is one of the things, but it cannot be a burden on the businesses, and it cannot be a burden on workers. And that is what we should come up with, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we oppose this thing here. I stood in this House about 15, 16 years ago discussing the same issue about CPP's viability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and that nice dance music. It was very good, entertaining. Madam Speaker, I have heard from many, many organizations, retirees, labour groups, citizens of my own riding and across Canada, that they want improvements on the Canada Pension Plan. I also heard from them that they need improvements now for the existing pensioners now. So, as we've heard in this House, from some people that they think it's adequate of what they've done under the GIS, which I don't think is adequate, but the many organizations that are saying this have said the same thing in 2014 when the Conservatives had a consultation paper on target benefits pensions. The same people were saying improve the Canada Pension Plan. So I'm asking the member here, does he agree with these people that what Canadians are saying to improve this Canada Pension Plan, or does he feel that it's not necessary?
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, we had consultations out of which we came out with this pooled retirement pension plan to allow others to join into a pension plan. But Canadian pension plan is a unique pension plan. It was brought in to, Madam Speaker, to ensure that was one way of a retirement, not the way. The problem with Canada Pension Plan improvement anything is that the premiums are paid by the employers and the employee. and therefore it becomes, if it becomes, you put too much reliance on it, it becomes a hindrance to the expansion of the economy. It becomes a hindrance to the expansion of small business, which is the engine of the economy. So we need to come up with an innovative plan, and I've just did mention to the member here that there is a pool, there is an experiment going on now in Ontario, done by Senator HoC, to look at how we can have a fixed minimum income, Madam Speaker, which is one of the ways to look at it. So there are other options we should be exploring to see how we can provide a good inter-retirement benefits for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, you know, when we talk about, I want to thank the member first for his speech. Again, talking to those people in Courtenay Alberni, the seniors that are living in poverty that can't afford to buy their medicine, that are showing up at the food bank in record numbers and at homeless shelters in record numbers. The Conservatives are coming up with a number saying that 3% of seniors are living in poverty. They did a great job at tackling poverty, but in my riding, when you ask seniors if that's the case, that's not what we're hearing from people on the doorstep. That's not what we're seeing at the institutions that are supporting people in poverty. I want to hear from the member, you know, how we're going to help those people that are struggling in poverty, and I want him to explain what we did wrong for those people and how we're not going to repeat that mistake, because one thing I know about seniors, they care about the future. They care about the next generation, and they don't want this to happen to them too, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Brief answer from the member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, as I've stated time after time that there are different ways to look at it. Yes, there are seniors suffering. Nobody denies that. But there are ways to have a look at it to address these seniors who are facing this hardship. Not all seniors are facing hardships, but there are those who are facing hardships, and CPP openly would be addressing to all seniors out there. Let's now look at innovative ways to address those seniors who urgently need the help, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming. Honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to tell you a story today, a tale from history that may be somewhat unfamiliar to those on the other side of the aisle, but I assure them that it is true. Once upon a time, there was a country with a pioneer spirit. It grew from a small settlement in the Maritimes and the banks of St. Lawrence River and expanded until it stretched from sea to sea to sea. It was filled with proud people, immigrants and First Nations, people who believed there were no limit to what they could accomplish. They valued hard work and what they could achieve when they set their mind to it and worked together. They built a great nation, one that was to become the envy of the world. This nation was built not only on hard work, but on a common set of values. The people knew that one of the keys to success was planning for the future. They were careful with their money, saving a portion of their income for a rainy day and their retirement. They knew that they might be at some point face adversity and need to use that rainy day fund. They wanted at some point to be able to retire and enjoy well-earned retirement. So they put aside what they would need to deal with emergencies and a stable future. When they did this, they were showing personal responsibility, knowing that they could not and should not depend on someone else to make such financial decisions for them. The people who made Canada great understood that they controlled their own destinies. They passed those values of common sense thrift on from one generation to the next. They did not look to government to what they do for themselves. They knew that an individual is the person best suited to decide how to prepare for their own retirement. That is a part of personal responsibility. Madam Speaker, it seems that somewhere along the way, that idea of personal responsibility, that core Canadian value, has been lost by some in this country. There's a group of Canadians, let us call them liberals, who feel that individuals cannot be trusted to do what's in their own best interest. These so-called liberals feel it is their responsibility, indeed their right, to dictate to others when and how they save for their future. That is the true story we face with this bill. With this ill-considered attempt to raise premiums for Canada Pension Plan, this Liberal government distrusts the ability of Canadian people to plan for their own retirement. There is no other reason for this ill-conceived tax hike. That is that the member opposite like to pretend is not a tax on Canadians. They tell us that over the next 40 years, CPP retirement benefits will rise from an income replacement rate of 25% to 33% of employment earnings. To finance these benefits, the government will hike the CPP premium from 9.9% to 11.9%, which is about 20% increase, starting in 2019. In addition, the yearly maximum pensionable earnings will rise to $82,700 in 2025. Earnings between the current and future yearly maximum will be subject to an 8% premium. As a result, CPP premiums will rise by up to $2,200 per year per worker, split between the employer and the employee. Madam Speaker, I have met with business owners in my riding on many occasions since this plan was first introduced. Just last week, I was told that they were unanimous in their opposition to this plan. They feel that it is like the liberal carbon tax, will limit their ability to make a living as this government piles tax upon tax. This CPP tax hike will take money from the paychecks of hardworking Canadians, putting thousands of jobs at risk. Yet, it will do nothing to help the seniors who need it. If this government feels that there's a problem for seniors today not having sufficient retirement funds, why are they bringing in legislation supposedly helping a future generation 40 years from now? Where's the help for Canadian seniors today? Figures show that some households will be paying up to $2,200 more per year if this ill-planned scheme is implemented. This means that it will be harder for new graduates to pay off their student loans or buy their own first home. It will be harder for families to save for vacations or their children's post-secondary education, and it will be harder for companies to create jobs and give workers raises. Because make no mistake about it, Madam Speaker, not only will Canadian workers take home less on their paychecks, but Canadian businesses, too, are being taxed under this plan. If they have to give more money to the government, that means less that can be passed along to their employees. Canada's retirement system is already the envy of the world. Poverty among seniors has dropped significantly in recent years, and Canadians are saving more for retirement today than ever before. Conservatives believe in reasonable, evidence-based policies to help Canadians retire with dignity, which is why the previous government expanded the guaranteed income supplement. The Liberals clearly agree with this approach, since they increased the GIS by 10% in their first budget. But, Madam Speaker, that is different from this plan to force people to save by having the government take more money from their paychecks. It shows a Liberal lack of trust in the ability of Canadians to manage their own money responsibly. Liberals always believe they can do it better, that Canadian citizens cannot be trusted to handle their own finances. By contrast, the previous government helped Canadians save through tax-free saving accounts and opportunities to make voluntary contributions to the CPP. Conservatives believe Canadians should be able to manage their own money. And given the track record of this government, we believe Canadians cannot trust the Liberal government with their pensions. After all, they haven't been able to keep promises they made less than a year ago, let alone a decade from now. Who knows what their exercise will be in 40 years. Madam Speaker, Finance Canada's analysis shows that the higher CPP premium will hurt the economy. They will reduce employment, reduce GDP, reduce business investment, reduce disposable income, and reduce private savings. The Liberal government, when faced with that information, wants us to trust them and believe that what they are doing is for our own good. They don't seem to understand why we don't believe them. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, 70% of small business owners disagree with the Liberal notion that the proposed CPP increase is modest and would have a limited impact on their businesses. They know it is going to hurt. A paper released by the C.D. Howe Institute shows that the Liberal CPP plan will not benefit low-income workers. They will see their premiums go up, but their net increase in retirement benefits will remain low, since higher CPP payments will be offset by clawbacks in GIS benefits. Bill C-26, which will take money from the pockets of hardworking Canadians who are being given no choice in the matter. The benefits of this tax hike, they tell us, will happen at some point in the far future. If that means less money in Canadians' pocket and fewer jobs, business taxes are too high, well, I guess they expect us to thank them for that too. I have said it before, but it bears repeating. If this government was truly serious about helping Canadians save for retirement, it would reinstate the TFSA contribution levels set by the Conservative government. Treat Canadians like adults and let them choose how to save their money. Instead, what we have is Liberals know best. History has already shown us that isn't true. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
What's in their own best interest. Indeed, we believe the Canadians did what was in their own best interest when they elected a Liberal government to help us prepare the country for the future. On a longer-term outlook, 40 years from now, if that's what it takes, then just the next election cycle, expanding the CPP, increasing the GIS, restoring OAS eligibility to 65 years old, are all ways we are doing that. Not every Canadian has the means to save for their own retirement, and we're not so detached from reality to believe that hoping that people have money to save will make it so. Not everyone has money to manage. We as a society have a responsibility to do everything in our power and within our capacity to help our fellow citizens, and that's exactly what we are doing. So I asked the member for Edmonton Manning, does he believe the CPP program should exist at all? If so, how does he justify the cognitive dissonance of opposing this bill? If not, how will he now tell Canadians that he believes we should scrap the CPP? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I don't buy packages in life, and whether this will be eliminated for this to be working. Madam Speaker, the CPP exists for a reason, and it did a good job, and it's just to continue to do a good job. Expanding it at this time, and expand it at any time, with the rates proposed by the government, is going to impose taxes on businesses. And in that, as a result of that, we're going to lose jobs, we're going to lose opportunities, we're going to lose competitive edge as businesses, and all these results has not been regarded by the government in the calculation of proposing this bill. So this bill is going to hurt, more is going to benefit, and if 40 years from now, I'm not sure how many of us will be there to notice that and to witness it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for his speech, the member from Edmonton Manning. One thing I know the member and I have in common, that as a previous small business owner himself, and certainly myself, and after leading a Chamber of Commerce, we know that small business people care about their employees much more. They have a more intimate relationship than any other business sector. And as a result, they find it very important to invest in those people, in their employee, in their operations of business. Does the member not see this as an investment in those employees, in their future, to make sure that they've got a good retirement, that they're taking care of their employees? And the second question I quickly have for the member is, the Liberals made a promise to lower small business taxes from 11 to 9%, and I know the member talked about the broken promise that the Liberals made. If that promise had been honoured, would the member be supporting this bill to enhance CPP and invest in their employees and put that money into their employees where it belongs? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
For Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you for the honourable member of his question, and I always enjoy conversation as we both own businesses. If you're calling this investment, to be honest with you, it's a bad investment. It's a bad investment. It's going to hurt more. It's going to pay. And any business person, an investment person in the right mind will not do it. Because if it's going to hurt more, why doing it? Why taking about $2,200 away from each Canadian taxpayer? So if we can scale it down, we'll be probably somewhere between $22 and $30 billion a year. That's a huge amount of money. and I don't see the investment happening in the long run. The government has to lower business tax to give businesses the opportunities. Yes, that has to be done, but that doesn't mean that we should take a wrong investment in return for that. So we do something good and we do something bad on the other side. It doesn't work that way and it should not be that way.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning. I recall, in the context of the work that the Electoral Reform Committee is doing right now, that the period in which Canada laid down our social safety net, Canada Pension Plan, unemployment insurance, our health care plan, was the very productive era of the minority government of former Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson. I support expanding Canada Pension Plan, and I think that the money in the hands of our seniors to avoid poverty in later years gets spent locally. Does the honourable member from the Conservative Party have any economic studies that suggest that there will not be a very strong economic stimulus locally when we ensure seniors are not in poverty?
A very brief answer from the member for Edmonton Manning.
Yeah, I'll answer as a business owner. I'll answer as I know economy and business somehow. This is wrong investment. I assure her that. I work the numbers, and I'll be happy to work with the honourable member, the leader of the Green Party, on this at some point.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to be here today, and as we've heard earlier this morning, this is a bill that deals with the expansion of the CPP for Canadians, and this has been a long discussion. It's been something that's been discussed at the provincial level. There were other alternatives that were suggested by our government, and then when this government came in, they have been treating this as one of the primary pieces of legislation that they're interested in. I guess it really comes down to a debate between ideologies, Madam Speaker, between those who really see that the government should be the one that is managing Canadians, that they're managing taxpayers' money, that the government is one who has the capacity to force Canadians into limited options when it comes to their retirements, or those who believe that people should have the choice of how they're investing their retirement income, and that they should be able to manage their own money. And of course, on this side of the House, we believe that Canadians have enough of a sense of responsibility that they can manage that money. The Conservatives have taken a position over the years that we believe that people have that capacity, that ability to do that, and we've walked the walk. We've walked the walk both on our tax policies, we've walked it on our positions on pension reform as well. I'm just going to go through a few of the things that we've done in terms, when we were in government, in terms of tax benefits, just to point out that we've been consistent. We've increased the amount when we're in government that Canadians can earn tax-free. We believe that Canadians should be able to keep their money. They should be able to make those choices about how they want to spend that. Consistent with that, we cut the lowest personal income tax rate to 15%, giving particularly those who are low-income Canadians an opportunity to be tax-free. We cut the GST from 7% to 5%. That's a tax cut that impacted everyone across this country. And my colleague from Saanich Gulf Island was just asking about seniors and whether they spend their money locally. And we believe they do spend their money locally, but certainly these tax cuts that our government provided to Canadians across the board made it more possible for seniors to be able to live out their lives with keeping more of their own money. We did things for families as well. The family tax cut was an important part of our government's policies, and we created and enhanced the monthly universal child care benefit. Now, there's a whole other section a whole other area of improvements that we made for pensioners and seniors as well. We did things like improve the rules for the registered retirement income funds to allow seniors to be able to change the way that they were removing their money from those investment funds. We increased the age credit amount by $2,000 and doubled to $2,000 the maximum amount of income that was eligible for the pension income credit. Introduced pension income splitting, which was a big deal for pensioners across the country. When we talked to Canadians about this, they were very thankful for that, and actually they wanted us to extend that to others as well, which we were doing. This government has decided that's not important to them. But I think the single most important thing that we probably introduced were the tax-free savings accounts, and it was interesting how quickly Canadians took to those. In fact, they were introduced in 2009-10 year, and by 2013, nearly 11 million individuals in Canada had a TFSA, and the total value of assets that were held in them at that time was nearly $20 billion. So, Madam Speaker, I think that's a pretty significant initiative, and it's one that obviously Canadians welcomed. They were willing to put their money into it, and everywhere that I went, talking to people, they were very happy with that. It was individuals with annual incomes of less than $80,000 accounted for more than 80% of those accounts, and 3/4 of those assets by the end of 2013. So those were not in spite of what the other parties have said about TFSAs, not just for wealthy people. There were a lot of people on lower incomes. There were a lot of seniors, actually, that were maxing out their TFSAs because they believed this was a very good retirement vehicle for them. So by the end of 2013, about 2 million people had contributed the maximum amount to their TFSAs, and 49% of those, 46% rather, of those individuals were seniors. So it's really interesting, the reality of TFSAs compared to the illusion that the other parties were trying to create about them. And over 70% of those folks who had maxed out their TFSAs were over 55%. So if we're here to talk about seniors and protecting seniors, that was a real way to do that, and it was something that was going to be done in real time. The changes that we're talking about today that the Liberals are proposing are not going to impact those folks who are middle-aged or seniors. It's going to take decades for this supposed benefit that the Liberals are bringing in to really impact the people who are going to be taking advantage of those extra CPP benefits. The number of other things that I mentioned, we did pension income splitting. We raised the pension income credit for older people as well. We raised the guaranteed income supplement so that pensioners could make up to $3,500 from that. And certainly that age-to-age limit on the RSP to RIF conversion was an important thing. That brings us today to this bill. Bill C-26 is an omnibus piece of legislation that is going to implement an agreement that was reached in June 20th, 2016 between the provinces and the federal government. And Quebec, I guess we've noted before, does not participate directly in this, but they do have their own plan. As a result of this legislation, CPP premiums are going to rise for workers. They're going to rise for employers as well, and they're going to rise up to $2,200 per worker, which will be split between the workers and the employers. And obviously, that has an impact on employers and employers' capacity to hire workers as well. So there's going to be an impact there. The tax hike is going to take money right directly from the paychecks of hardworking Canadians, and we're talking here at least $100 a month, and that would probably increase as time goes on. It puts thousands of jobs at risk. We've had discussions on another area, especially in the provinces, which is the raising of minimum wages and the threat that puts onto low-income jobs. Well, this is just one more of those threats that employers have to deal with in trying to hire people, trying to keep them at work. And certainly this isn't a time in Canada when we should be deliberately putting jobs at risk, because this isn't a strong, stable economy that we're dealing with right now. It certainly isn't the economy that we had 2 years ago in Canada. And it's unfortunate because it seems like every choice that this government is making puts Canadians more and more at risk, and their jobs more and more at risk as well. So if households are going to have to pay up to $2,200 per year out of their salaries, it means it's obviously things like graduate students or students in post-secondary education are going to have a much more difficult time to pay off their student loans. Families will have a challenge even on things like vacations, going and just enjoying themselves together. They probably have a harder time funding that post-secondary education that their children are going to be taking up as well. And certainly, as we mentioned, it'll be harder for companies to create the jobs and give workers raises. And it's interesting, 70% of small and medium-sized enterprises see this as a significant impact on their business. So people are paying attention to it, and the ones that are understand that this does have an impact on them. And 90% of those small business owners say they would certainly like to be consulted more by this government. They don't feel like they've had a chance to have their say. They don't feel like they've been listened to. And that seems to be a topic I'm hearing across this country, that this government just is not capable of listening to people in spite of the multi-million consultations that they seem to be having across the country. It doesn't seem like they're talking to the average Canadian, because average Canadians certainly don't feel like they're being heard. This is just one more issue where that shows its face. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, this is going to take 40 years to be fully implemented. So none of the new benefits at all will be going to the seniors, people who are presently seniors. And in our question and answer questions we've heard, the questions focus on present-day seniors and whether they're low income or they've got medium incomes or whatever. But the reality is these changes that we're talking about in Bill C-26 have nothing to do with people who are seniors right now, because they will not experience any of the benefits from them. That is quite a contrast, as I pointed out, to the tax-free savings accounts and the fact that people were able to manage their own money, put them into those vehicles, they're able to invest them as they choose, and then they were able to benefit from that. We believe that our system has been the envy of people around the world. One of the reasons people have been envious of it is because there has been some choice within that system. And we believe on this side of the House that does not hurt Canadians to have more choice, that because they are saving more for retirement than they ever have before, that it really is necessary that they do have those choices. And I'm sorry to see, Madam Speaker, that my time is already winding up, but we're just concerned. This bill that the Liberals are introducing and pushing through here, we know it will reduce employment, we know it will impact GDP, we know that it's going to reduce business investment, it's going to reduce disposable income for Canadians, and over the long run, it's predicted that it will reduce private savings by up to 7%. So we just think it's unfortunate that this means that more money is going to be taken from the pockets of Canadian workers. That obviously affects them directly. It will put jobs at jeopardy, and it will do nothing to impact today's seniors, because it's going to take 40 years for it to be fully implemented.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, listening to Conservative after Conservative after Conservative speak on this piece of legislation, I begin to better understand why Stephen Harper and the Conservative government resisted at all costs whenever a province or a Canadian raised the issue of the importance of the CPP. Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party has indeed lost touch with what Canadians really value. The CPP is one of those fundamental social programs that Canadians truly believe in. Only the Conservative Party, as a political entity, seems to oppose the CPP. My question to the Conservative Party and to the member is, would the member kindly explain to Canadians why it is that the Conservatives continue to resist any progressive move towards enhancing the CPP, especially when you get provinces from all regions of the country saying this is good legislation? Why are the Conservatives standing alone?
I just want to remind the members that when someone is speaking, we allow them that respect that we would want for ourselves when we are speaking in the House. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, fortunately for the member opposite, he doesn't usually have to worry about people interrupting him, because it seems like the higher the volume and the more the hyperbole he goes into, the more accurate he thinks he is. And obviously nobody in this House opposes the CPP. That's just ridiculous. And if he's going to take that kind of position, then he ends up getting in a situation where people don't actually treat what he has to say seriously. So he needs to consider that. This is exaggerated rhetoric, doesn't do anything, but the reality is the changes that the Liberals are making do not affect our seniors, the people who are seniors right now. They stand over there and they say, we're concerned about seniors, we want to have some impact on seniors. Things like the tax-free savings accounts, the choices that we were giving them actually did have an impact for them, and they were very happy to have that. They have rolled that back. They've cut the limits back to half, and certainly we support CPP. There was never a move to do anything negatively to CPP. We just believe that Canadians need as many options as they can have for their retirement savings.
Before we go to the next question, I just want to remind the members here as well that we don't chastise other members because of their passion when they're asking questions either. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, he has mentioned, the member has mentioned about the actual cost that it talks about small and medium-sized business that it's going to introduce. And he mentions that it's about $2,200, if I understood him correctly. That's the maximum contribution, and that is to get the maximum benefit. But most of those small and medium-sized businesses do not pay that type of money that would actually cost them that type of maximum premium. Okay. So can I ask the member, has he done a cost analysis of what the average price would be, the average cost to the small and medium-sized business, instead of exaggerating about what the maximum is going to be? Thank you.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, it's unfortunate he's chastising me. I wasn't exaggerating anything because the reality is that the pensionable earnings are set at 9.9% of an employee's levels right now, and they're going to go to 12%. So he's right. The maximum is that it's going to go $2,200 is the maximum. But the reality is every single employee in this country is going to pay more because of this legislation. Every single employer in this country is going to pay more because of this change in CPP. So we believe that that's not a good choice for Canadians to be making, that they should have some other choices that they can do. And we know that we're at odds with this government because they believe that they can help dictate to Canadians what it is that they think is best for them. We believe people are best making their own choices, managing their own money, and that they will best save for their own retirements when they do that.
We have time for a very brief questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask the member, one of the concerns that I've had expressed to me from my constituents is that while the government is taking away an additional $1,000 or $2,200 when you factor in the employer contribution and supposedly setting it aside for retirement, if an individual passes away before they're able to access that benefit, that money does not get passed on to their heirs. It's just simply been an additional $1,000 a year taken away from them. So I want to talk about, can you contrast that to some of the other retirement savings vehicles and how this will eliminate the ability for some Canadians to save and not be able to pass that?
The member for Cypress Hills Grassland, a very, very brief answer, please.
Well, certainly, Madam Speaker, we believe that it's important that families can support each other in their retirement incomes or retirement savings, and so we believe in those vehicles that allow people to do that. It's obvious the other side has a real problem with that.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I am pleased to participate in this debate on the amendment to Bill C-26. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to speak on C-26 at second reading and will readily admit that my position on this ill-conceived bill has not changed. In fact, after spending a week in my riding, I am more convinced than ever that this bill needs to be scrapped. I had the privilege of meeting with many constituents and holding a series of roundtables with members from the Chambers of Commerce, from the communities of Rosetown, Martinsville, and Warman and Humboldt, just to name a few. Without fail, everyone spoke to what the impact of the CPP premiums increase will be on their businesses. Their responses were unanimous. This tax hike will hurt their business both indirectly and directly. Every single attendee said that they will have to consider this payroll increase when they budget for staffing next year, and that overall employee compensation will be affected. Since this bill was introduced, I've been hearing a lot of conceptually wrong statements and value judgments from the members on the other side. For starters, C-26 is not going to create new money for today's retirees or for low-income Canadians nearing retirement. This bill will increase CPP premiums from 9.9% to 12% and will increase the benefits that people receive once they retire by the amount of the increase. The increases in benefits are only made possible due to the increased contributions that workers and their employers are being forced to make today. The CPP is a contribution program. The benefits received once a contributor retires are equal to what they contributed to the program, plus whatever investment returns the CPP investment fund realized. The CPP is not an income redistribution program. It was never designed to be. It does not support low-income seniors. Quite simply, what you put in is what you hopefully will get out, plus interest. That's why retired Canadians or folks who are nearing retirement will see no change to the benefits they can expect to receive. The Liberals claim they are raising the CPP premium because my children's generation is not saving enough for their retirement. Undoubtedly, there are some Canadians who are not saving enough, but this is not a universal problem. This CPP increase will end up costing an individual more than if the Liberals increased the sales tax from 5% to 7%, which, given the fact that Canada is in the midst of the largest year-over-year peacetime increase in federal government spending, is becoming more and more likely. When the CPP was first created in 1965, the contribution rate was set at 3.6%. Over time, governments have increased this rate by 3.5 times to the 12% being proposed by this government. Because CPP contributions are made as a percentage of income up to a maximum each year, there is no need to increase contribution levels to account for inflation. The CPP Investment Board returns are sufficient to ensure that the fund grows at a faster rate than inflation. The Chief Actuary reviews the solvency of the CPP fund every 3 years, and the last report indicated that the program was fully funded for the next 75 years. Therefore, this increase in the contribution rate is not being done to ensure the fiscal health of the plan. Of course, Canadians deserve to retire with the peace of mind that their retirement is fully funded. But that doesn't give the government free rein to collect a growing part of every Canadian's income. The CPP was never designed to be the only pillar of retirement. It was designed to be one of many. Also, young Canadians are faced with many expenses like their first home, their first car, and starting a family. Should retirement income be considered more important than having 2% more of one's after-tax income to pay for today's necessities? It is absolutely reasonable for many young families to want to keep more of their income at a time when their living expenses are at their highest. With this CPP tax hike, this Liberal government is actually discouraging young people from saving by taking the small amount that they might have been able to put into a TFSA or an RRSP and taxing it away. We have heard the Liberals say that because of the child care benefit, they now have carte blanche to increase the taxes of families. But it makes no sense to give some money back to families and then tax it again. All that ends up happening is the government forcefully becoming more and more involved in the day-to-day lives of Canadians. I believe the CPP is important, but how much further can the contribution rate really be increased? What if, according to this government, in the future, Canadians are still not putting enough aside to maintain their standard of living? How much more should contribution rates be increased? Will we see an increase to 14%, 16%, or maybe even 18%? What is the limit, Madam Speaker? I'm confident that Lester B. Pearson never envisioned that the combined contribution rates for the CPP would grow to 12%, and that government would seek to take over retirement planning for Canadians. But that's the road this Prime Minister and his Finance Minister are taking Canadians down. Beyond the basic problem that this is a tax hike, when businesses and employees can least afford it, it's also contributing to an endless feedback loop. When the government gets more involved in managing retirements, the less people will feel the need to save for their own retirement, and then government will once again feel the need to get involved in forcing Canadians to save more, and on it goes. For my colleagues on the other side, here's another reason to consider this a tax hike. If you die before you are eligible to claim CPP benefits, the benefits that were accrued will not flow to your partner or your dependents. Unlike other retirement saving options, CPP contributions are not money that you or your beneficiaries will necessarily get back. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we trust Canadians with the money they have earned. We believe they should keep their hard-earned money and make the decisions on how to save and invest for their future, not the government. That's why I'll be voting in support of this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to ask the member to clarify something, I guess. She mentioned that when a person who pays into the CPP plan through payroll deductions, if they pass away, the benefit is lost. I'd like her to explain that, because it's not lost. Either she doesn't know the difference or she's trying to mislead the House. The benefit is turned over. I receive a CPP benefit for that very reason. It's called a survivor benefit. You get 50% of what the owner of the plan was entitled to. So could the member please clarify that?
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for the question. And of course, we know that that there is a death benefit that is paid out to the family. It's in the amount of $2,500. But when the member raises that there is a benefit that is paid to perhaps the surviving spouse, what we're talking about is the ability to receive 100% back of what you have paid into, and the opportunity to make that decision for yourself. And that's what we on this side of the House are speaking to when we talk about a Canadian's right to choose how they will invest their hard-earned money.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island.
You know, I asked the honourable member, when we changed this, when it was proposed by the previous government under Prime Minister Harper to change the age of retirement, we talk about the expectations of the taxpayers and the workers. For all those years that people have been looking forward to retiring at 65, there was no consultation before that, and I know it was history now, but I asked the honourable member if it troubled her at the time that there was a unilateral decision to postpone the CPP benefits that Canadians had had a right to expect at 65.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And of course, in the last Parliament, I was part of the party that was governing and that made that decision. Of course, at the time, we were taking a look at what was sustainable for seniors. And of course, we know that this current government has opted to roll that back. But no, I think what we did in the previous Parliament was done in order to ensure the sustainability of the program. And again, what we're speaking to today is the opportunity for Canadians to make the choice to determine how they will invest their hard-earned money to ensure that they can afford the standard of living that they choose to. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Oh, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I'm going to ask the member, in Courtenay Alberni, when I go to the doorstep and I'm meeting seniors, they're telling me that it wasn't enough, that we haven't collected enough, and people haven't had an opportunity to save enough for the cost of living, the increased cost of living. People have told me that they can't afford to buy medicine, to pay for their much-needed medicine. They can't. We're seeing record amounts of seniors at our food banks, in homeless shelters. I'm going to ask the member if she thinks that how are we going to mitigate this happening in the future, and if we don't invest in CPP. And I see CPP and I see our investment in our pension fund as an investment, exactly that. Not as an expense, not as a cost. When you're an employer of a small business, someone who's been an employer of a small business, I see investing in matching in CPP, and I see investing in EI to make sure that employers get benefits when they're unemployed, that people have savings for their future, and that they can retire in dignity. And we know that's not happening today. And I know Conservatives are telling us that less than 3% of people are living in poverty that are seniors. Well, that's not what we're hearing from people on the doorstep. We know that 30% of single female women are living in poverty that are above 65. So I want the member to come up with some solutions, some real solutions, so we don't end up here again.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll make my answer very short. I know the member has asked this question earlier in terms of the seniors that he spoke to when he went door to door, but because we know that the long phase-in period of C26 will do nothing to support those very people that he was talking to today. This will not be something that anybody benefits from for 40 years. And so I'm not sure why he is making the connection to C26 to the things that he was hearing from seniors on the doorstep today.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mrs. Philpott, moved that Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act, being now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Ms. Gladue, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act because it, A, will take more money from hardworking Canadians, B, will put thousands of jobs at risk, and C, will do nothing to help seniors in need. Mr. McCauley, seconded by Mr. McCauley Edmonton West, seconded by Mr. Lukiski, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding after the words seniors in need the following, and D, will impede Canadians' ability to save for the future. The questions on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment? All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Calling the members.
Mr. Speaker, I request that the recorded division on the sub-amendment to the second reading of Bill C-26 be deferred until the expiry of the time provided for oral questions tomorrow, November 15th, 2016.
Mr. Speaker, I request that you further defer the vote to the end of government orders tomorrow, November 15th, 2016.
Therefore, the vote is deferred until the end of government orders tomorrow. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, Leonard Cohen's deep voice will no longer be heard. Montreal, Quebec, and the whole world are in mourning. Cohen, the Montrealer, Cohen, the Quebecer, was the Cohen of the world. Leonard Cohen's deep voice will be heard no more, but his words, Mr. Speaker, his words will continue to illuminate our nights and be beside us as we experience our joys and our griefs. Just listen to Sisters of Mercy, So Long Marianne, Waiting for a Miracle, Famous Blue Raincoat, Hallelujah, and so many others, and you're transported to a deeper, sweeter, and more fundamental world. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer my condolences to the family, to his loved ones, and to all those who loved him. We will all miss this man who, in his own way, tried to remain free.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the amazing contributions of Surrey youth to the broader community. Over the past few months, I have had the privilege to meet many of these young people, whether they are involved with the organizations like Kids Play under the leadership of Cal Desange, Kiran Toor, and Arjun Pullar, or they are volunteering locally through their elementary and high schools, or are applying to different youth councils, pushing for issues and advancing social causes. They are making an impact. I want to commend the youth of Surrey and encourage them to continue to make the community a better place for all. Their efforts through the leadership of individuals such as Cal, Arjun, and Kiran are recognized and very much appreciated by the residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillé, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, today I'm proud to highlight the work of the Organising Committee and volunteers involved in the 13th Christmas at Home in Rivière-du-Loup event. At the start of each November, Rivière-du-Loup becomes the world capital of Christmas. It has many Christmas markets with over 60 stalls in the heart of the city, a long parade of themed floats, and a firework display, as well as many shows. The city also boasts, or the area, I should say, also boasts many markets to encourage people to source locally. They've been held in Saint-Philippe-de-Néry, Sainte-Hélène, and Saint-Apolline-de-Batten. In November, they'll be in Saint-Denis-de-la-Bouteillerie, then La Pocatière, and then December in Kamouraska. Mr. Speaker, the riding of Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup is the place to celebrate the spirit of the holiday season. Congratulations to all the volunteers involved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the end of World War II, West Vancouver approached the community to say, what are your ideas for commemorating and creating a war memorial? Groups formed, and the winning submission read, quote, a public library exemplifies the spirit and meaning of free democratic institutions. Its shelves are open to writers of all opinions. It is free from political influence. Its services are available to all classes of society and all economic, racial, and religious groups. One of the first acts of the totalitarian states was to purge the libraries of all volumes expressing enlightened democratic principles. As a memorial to our fallen, we submit that a public library is uniquely suitable. On November 11, 1950, the doors of the West Vancouver Memorial Library opened, a living monument and everlasting commemoration to veterans. On behalf of librarians, library boards, friends of the library, and citizens across the country, we will remember them.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, today marks World Diabetes Day. November the 14th is a significant date. It marks Frederick Banting's birthday, the Canadian who co-discovered insulin and changed the world for so many. In my riding of North Island, Powell River, and across Canada, some people with diabetes are forced to make hard decisions about their illness based on financial considerations. Financial support can be the critical factor that may prevent the development of potentially disabling complications. Some of my constituents and their children with type 1 diabetes may be eligible for the disability tax credit, and this can make a big difference. Sadly, there are still some discrepancies on how they are applied across Canada, and this needs to be fixed. I am proud to have organized disability tax credit workshops in my riding. It is so rewarding to see constituents get meaningful results. I look forward to offering these workshops once again in the new year. Thank you.
Honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, a wonderful remembrance event took place in my riding of Oakville last week, the 15th Annual Veterans Appreciation Luncheon. The luncheon was started by Kristen Courtney, whose father fought in the Normandy invasion and was on Juno Beach on D-Day. It began with 8 local veterans. 15 years later, this luncheon, still organized by Kristen, seated 720 people and included veterans from 42 long-term care centres from as far away as Toronto and Fort Erie. Kristen says this is a labor of love. It is an honor to personally thank our veterans, to bring them together and allow them to have the comradeship in arms they may not have the rest of the year. This year I was honored to attend as Member of Parliament, lay a wreath, and to bring greetings from the Minister of Veteran Affairs. Working with Kristen, I will be sponsoring an e-petition, Veteran with a capital V, so our veterans can be addressed appropriately. Thank you, Kristen, for your remarkable labor of love to our veterans.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, today marks World Diabetes Day, a global event created to raise awareness of the diabetes epidemic, which now affects over 415 million adults and their families around the world. 11 million Canadians live with diabetes or prediabetes, and another Canadian is diagnosed every 3 minutes. World Diabetes Day became an official United Nations World Health Day as governments recognize that diabetes, a non-infectious disease, poses a serious threat to world health. World Diabetes Day is celebrated every year on November 14th. The day was chosen because it marks the birthday of Canadian Sir Frederick Banting, along with Charles Best, is credited with the discovery of insulin in 1921. This day is also symbolized by a blue circle, the global circle of diabetes, and signifies the unity of the global diabetes community. I ask all Canadians to join me in the fight against diabetes and make every effort to foster a healthy Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, the culinary industry is an important growing sector in Nova Scotia and in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Ironworks Distillery in Lunenburg won the award for Culinary Ambassador of the Year at the Taste of Nova Scotia Awards. This recognition not only tips its hats to its innovative and high-quality products, but also to helping businesses work in commitment to helping other Nova Scotian businesses succeed. Another Lunenburger, Amy Funk, won Server of the Year for her work at Lincoln Street Food. Hell Bay Brewing Company in Liverpool and Boxing Rock Brewing Company in Shelburne were both winners this month at the Atlantic Beer Awards. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to invite any of my colleagues in the House to South Shore St. Margaret's anytime to indulge in the great food and drink we have to offer. Please join me in congratulating these businesses and all small businesses who work hard to show the world that Nova Scotia and Canada has to offer. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Last week, Canada and the world lost renowned poet, songwriter, and artist Leonard Cohen. He began his music career to expand the audience for his poetry and evoked a broad range of emotions from his audience. His arrival as an artist happened together with Canada's centennial. Although he had already headed south in search of success elusive here, we think of him as part of the vibrant cultural scene in Montreal at that time, as all eyes were on Expo 67. Cohen became part of the emotional embrace that captured what Canada was about: proud, dynamic, a history of strength through diverse backgrounds, and a country taking its place as a global leader in so many ways. Leonard Cohen possessed a rare ability to draw inspiration from the flaws of humanity. The very unconventional singing voice he possessed represented the underdog and gave a sense that his words spoke to the unique experience and extraordinary potential of the ordinary person. Let's not talk of love or chains and things we can't untie. Your eyes are soft with sorrow. Hey, that's no way to say goodbye.
Honourable member for Yukon.
You all know that early last week there was a momentous election with a changing of the guard. I'm sure you'll all join me in heartfelt congratulations to the new Premier-elect of the Yukon, Sandy Silver, and his colleagues in the new majority Liberal government. This is remarkable. In the last sitting of the Yukon legislature, Premier Silver held the only Liberal seat. I believe this was partly a result of his remarkable team of knowledgeable candidates, his ongoing campaign for respect and decorum in the legislature, and his commitment to building a strong economy while protecting our environment. The opposition parties have elected experienced members of the legislature, which bodes well for a very productive session given Premier Silver's commitment to taking good ideas from all parties. Congratulations to all who put their names forward, win or lose, to improve our Yukon community. It is a very immense sacrifice for which all of us Yukoners are truly grateful.
A member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, as a proud city planner of nearly 25 years, I'm delighted to report to this House that on November 8th, the globe celebrated World Planning Day. Did you know that city planners devote themselves to building sustainable, livable, healthy, and resilient communities where people live, work, and play? No wonder, then, that city planning earned this #2 slot in Canadian Business Magazine's Best 100 Jobs in Canada list in 2016. And with shifting global populations, the specter of climate change and sea level rise, and alarming trends in public health and equitable housing, the work of planners has never been more important. Here in Canada, groups like the Council for Canadian Urbanism and the Canadian Institute of Planners are leading this charge every day. So, Mr. Speaker, allow me to congratulate my fellow city planners across the nation for their invaluable contributions to our Canadian communities. They are building a better Canada every day.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, on 22nd of August 2015, one of my oldest friends and former roommate died on the corner of Saint-Denis and Jean Talon in Montreal. His name was Bernard Carignan. He was 27. He was a man of integrity and tolerance. He was a brother, he was a friend, and he was a hero. His life was brought to an abrupt end when a car door opened negligently as he was riding his bicycle, but his death could have been prevented with a very simple technique. It's called the Dutch reach. Rather than opening the door with your left hand, you use your right hand, and that forces you to look in the mirror and to see if there's a cyclist coming up behind you.
Here in Canada, 7,500 cyclists are seriously injured or killed in this country. And some of these accidents are preventable through a simple technique called the Dutch reach. Easy. Instead of opening the door to your vehicle with your left hand, you use your right hand, which forces you to look in the mirror to see if a cyclist is coming your way. So I encourage all Canadians and all members to practice all winter long so that when the summer comes in this land, from coast to coast to coast, we do the Dutch reach.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians, I extend our deepest condolences to the people of New Zealand who over the weekend were victimized by yet another devastating earthquake. This earthquake registered a 7.8 on the Richter scale and has triggered landslides and destroyed roads. At least 2 people were killed. Strong aftershocks continue to shake the country, rattling nerves and leaving people in a state of fear. Canada and New Zealand have a historic relationship based on mutual respect and shared values. New Zealand is an important, like-minded partner for Canada on any number of issues, particularly with respect to trade, security, and defence. For this and many other reasons, Canada must and should extend any and all assistance to New Zealand in the aftermath of this disaster. I know I speak for all parliamentarians when I say we wish a speedy recovery to those injured by this earthquake and condolences to the families of those who were lost. I want to thank the first responders for their tireless efforts to help those in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, this Saturday I was at the Dorsey and Met Synagogue in my riding. At the end of the service, the rabbi pulled out his guitar and we all sang Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen. The song brought tears to my eyes because I knew the same scene was being repeated in churches and in synagogues and in gatherings across Canada and across the world. Because his music unites us all.
With over 14 studio albums made during his 50-year musical career, it's his poetry and his unique voice that we will remember. He was a talented author and published many books of poetry as well as novels.
Although he became a citizen of the world in many places, he was always a very proud Canadian and a quintessential Montrealer. I know all members of this House will join me in offering their sincere sympathies to the family and friends of Leonard Cohen.
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address an issue that may affect other rail communities like mine. Transcona's new Plessis underpass opened on October 31st, 2015, making the daily commute easier for many people. But for residents of Mission Gardens, the new underpass has had significant unforeseen costs. CN has used the underpass as a means to extend the operational area of its Transcona yards and is now building and staging trains behind the homes in Mission Gardens. Some residents have been in the area for 40 years and are for the first time experiencing diesel fumes in their living room, sleep deprivation from the noise, and damage to their homes from train vibrations. Community residents are facing the prospect of having to fight for their homes against experienced, well-resourced CN lawyers. When there's a big power imbalance between 2 groups with competing interests, government should step in to make it fair. I urge the government to require that CN restrict the reach of its yards to the east side of Plessis Road instead of forcing the residents of Mission Gardens to play David to CN's Goliath.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Today in 1469, with the advent of Guru Nanak, the radiance of knowledge pierced through this world. Nanak, the founder of Sikh way of life, decreed that truth is good. However, greater still is truthful living. In the 15th century, he proclaimed, "Why disrespect women, from whom even the kings are born, thereby claiming equal rights for women." With knowledge from the divine, he guided the world to accept diversity and look beyond the differences. He opposed the caste system and the other divisions among society. He started the system of langar, a free kitchen based entirely on contributions that serve over 1 million free meals daily in India alone. Guru Nanak's teachings remains available to the world through the eternal holy book, Shri Guru Granth Sahib. I offer greetings to all Canadians on this most auspicious occasion. Thank you.
Honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Dear colleagues, this week is the International Week of Entrepreneurship. We all know that entrepreneurs and small businesses are the cornerstone of our economy and contribute to creating jobs for Canadians from coast to coast.
Fostering a confident nation of innovators to support the growth of small business in Canada. I'm very proud to stand today to recognize the work of Futurepreneur Canada. Futurepreneur Canada is a not-for-profit that encourages entrepreneurship by providing young Canadians with financing and mentorship. They'll be hosting some 300 activities taking place across the country, from coast to coast to coast. They'll be connecting entrepreneurs with potential collaborators, mentors, and investors. Mr. Speaker, I'm personally looking forward to attending a few Global Entrepreneurship Week activities here in Ottawa, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's decision to impose a carbon tax that will drive up the cost of home heating, of gas at the pump, and even groceries was always a bad idea, but now it's even worse. The Americans have now taken a carbon tax off the table, which will give the U.S. a significant competitive advantage over Canadian businesses doing global work. Why doesn't the Prime Minister understand that if he moves forward with his carbon tax, he's setting us up for failure and Canadian jobs will be lost?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, we're taking actions that Canadians demand with respect to a transition to a low-carbon economy that will stimulate growth, provide access to new markets, and create jobs. With respect to what the member said in terms of the United States policy, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said Canada has no closer friend, partner, and ally than the United States, and we look forward to working with the new administration on global energy challenges and the environment.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the U.S. is our greatest ally and our largest customer, but they're also our biggest competitor. And now that the Americans are not moving ahead with the carbon tax, the Prime Minister's carbon tax has become a liability for Canadian businesses. The Prime Minister must accept that this is a new economic reality in North America. Will the Prime Minister back down from his carbon tax, or is he comfortable losing Canadian jobs to the United States?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to have ratified the Paris Accord. We're proud that our Minister of Environment and Climate Change is at COP22 in Morocco now. We also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that putting a price on pollution is good for the Canadian economy. It will create jobs here in Canada. It's what Canadians expect us to do. And we look forward to working with the provinces and international partners to ensure that we have the most robust carbon pricing system in place.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, before getting elected, the Prime Minister said he supported the Keystone XL pipeline, and now the new President-elect has stated his support for the Keystone pipeline as well. Can the Prime Minister assure Canadians, particularly those who could actually get a job if this project goes ahead, that he's moving as fast as possible to move Keystone pipeline ahead?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's relationship with the United States, as I said a moment ago, is one of the most important bilateral relationships in the world. We'll continue to work with all of our continental partners to build a North American energy partnership for generations to come. Specific to the project mentioned by the member, it's the company that will decide whether or not to reapply for a U.S. presidential permit. The Canadian portion of the pipeline, as she knows, was approved in 2010, and we look forward to working, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, since forming government, the Prime Minister has ignored unemployed energy workers, but now this opportunity has presented itself. If he champions the Keystone XL pipeline, which he said before the election that he supported, it could create thousands of jobs. Will the Prime Minister move quickly to lend his public support to this pipeline, or will he continue to leave these unemployed energy workers wondering about their jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Mr. Speaker, our government looks forward to working with the incoming administration on energy and many other related matters. We believe in developing a system that has the confidence of Canadians to bring resources to market in a sustainable way. The United States has its own process by which it determines whether energy projects serve their national interest. The proponent, in this case the company, will work with the incoming administration, and we look forward, Mr. Speaker, to working with that administration as well.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, NAFTA is our most important trade arrangement. It's worth thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in investment for Canada. We know that the new President-elect has concerns with NAFTA, but they're about Mexico, not Canada. But before he was even asked, our Prime Minister threw NAFTA back on the negotiating table and put our most important trade agreement at risk. Canada is now in a weaker position, and all this has done is create more uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister jumping the gun to open up NAFTA with the Americans?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we look forward to working very closely with the President-elect, his administration, and with the United States Congress in the years ahead, including on issues like investment, international peace, security, and trade. Our trading relationship with the United States is very important, Mr. Speaker, and we'll have the interests of Canadians in mind all the way through.
The member for Vancouver East.
Nearly 4 decades ago, Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau introduced reforms to the Canada Pension Plan to ensure women are not penalized for time taken out of the workforce to raise kids. But after styling himself as a feminist, this Prime Minister chose not to include this important gender equality provision in their new CPP enhancement bill. Will the government commit to fixing this oversight to ensure that women are not penalized when it comes to new CPP benefits?
The Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also thank my colleagues for making it possible to say how proud we are in this House to be able to participate in this very important debate, a historic agreement on enhancing the CPP, which is going to take thousands of Canadians out of poverty in the short term and hundreds of thousands of seniors out of income vulnerability in the longer term. And I look forward, Mr. Speaker, as we all do, I think, to listening to the views of all members of this House.
The Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe the Minister won't commit to solving this problem. Women get 13% less in CPP benefits on average. The situation is unacceptable and will only get worse if the bill isn't amended. In addition to costing women hundreds of dollars every year, this reinforces inequality of the sexes. Will this government undertake to work with us to improve retirement security for all Canadian women? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to say how proud we are here. I think we all agree that we're taking part in a historic process to improve the CPP, and I'm taking part in the debate myself, and I'm glad to see that the opposition and members opposite have other points of view to further improve the CPP.
Mr. Speaker, after the Trade Minister ignored opposition to the TPP by both presidential candidates, U.S. officials have now confirmed the deal is dead. Yeah. Meanwhile, the Trade Minister has failed to get a deal on softwood lumber. The President-elect has also said he will renegotiate NAFTA. The minister's top priority must be to protect Canadian jobs. With things changing so quickly, will the minister stand up for Canadians and fight to remove investor-state provisions that have cost Canada billions?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a trading nation and we are a trading government. But when it comes to the TPP, our promise was to consult Canadians. It's what we are doing. Recently, the Parliamentary Secretary of Trade held consultations on the TPP in the Northwest Territories. The Trade Committees continues to hear from interested Canadians across the country. I'm proud of the work we are doing, listening to Canadians on this important issue with our Trade Minister.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, the U.S. election brings significant uncertainty. In my riding and all across the country, workers and families are concerned about the fact that there may be no softwood lumber deal with the U.S. We're talking job losses, we're talking plant closures. This government has not reached a deal, has no plan B, and isn't offering the industry any loan guarantees. With a new administration in the U.S. and even greater uncertainty, and with higher duties fast approaching, is the government going to take any concrete steps before it's too late, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, but in fact, The deal expired under the previous government, and as the Prime Minister said, we are anxious to work with the new administration in the U.S. Meanwhile, we're working with the current administration to reach a softwood lumber deal, and we will continue working on those negotiations with producers in the provinces and territories. We're doing good work. We're going to keep working hard to try to reach a deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to remind the Minister of Foreign Affairs that it's already been 1 year that they've been in office and they've done nothing about softwood. Mr. Speaker, the issue of softwood requires leadership from this government. There's tens of thousands of jobs at stake, especially in regions, not in the big cities, in the regions. And we know how contemptuous this government is of the regions. When is this government going to show some leadership and negotiate a deal that will be beneficial to the entire industry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his question. We're working very, very hard at multiple levels to reach a softwood lumber deal. The Minister is in contact with her counterparts. We're working hard. We continue to consult. I myself was in the Gaspé area last week to listen, to hear the concerns of producers and workers in that industry. We're going to keep up the effort to reach a deal that's good for Canada.
Louis Saint Laurent.
Honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. The other thing that Canadians are very concerned about, particularly in the regions, is dairy, because under NAFTA or CETA, the producers are concerned that compensation is falling short of what was expected. And there was nothing in the throne speech or in the budget about farmers. I see a member opposite. He knows what I'm talking about, because they've done nothing for farmers. When are they going to take responsibility and do some work for Canadian farmers? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
And I think if my honourable colleague was listening last Thursday, we indicated what we were going to do for dairy farmers, just starting what we're going to do. We inherited a lot of problems from the previous government in the dairy industry, and we intend to fix it. But last Thursday, Mr. Speaker, we made a announcement of $350 million, $250 million to innovate the dairy industry itself, and $100 million to make sure the dairy processors are on the cutting edge. What we're going to make sure here, Mr. Speaker, this government is going to make sure that supply management in the dairy sector remains strong for many generations to come.
A member for Carleton.
President-elect Trump would love a carbon tax for Canada. Why wouldn't he? Higher energy costs in this country will mean more factories and jobs will move to his country. We've already lost 58,000 good blue-collar jobs in Canada since this Prime Minister came to office a year ago, mostly because of high electricity prices. Why are the Liberals making matters worse by taxing away good blue-collar jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has stated, Canada has no closer friend, partner, or ally than the United States, and we look forward to working closely with President-elect Trump, his administration, and the United States Congress over the coming years. On climate, Canada has ratified the Paris Agreement and is committed to its implementation. We will continue to move forward with the international community on climate change and clean growth, and with the provinces and territories to develop a pan-Canadian strategy.
For Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal carbon tax will create good-paying, blue-collar American jobs. U.S. competitors will have a huge advantage. Here at home, there are 58,000 fewer people employed in goods-producing sectors. These are miners, they are loggers, they are rig workers, they are factory workers. This new carbon tax will mean even more of them will lose their jobs to competitors south of the border. Why is this government so determined to send Canadian jobs south?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that putting a price on carbon pollution will improve our response to economic challenges, will create good middle-class jobs here in Canada going forward, and will demonstrate the kind of leadership that the entire world is looking for on climate action. We are taking real action on climate change because, as Canadians understand, a strong economy and environmental sustainability go hand-in-hand.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that President-elect Trump is not going to impose a carbon tax. Canadian farmers have led the way to responsible environmental stewardship, but this Liberal Prime Minister insists he's going to force a carbon tax on them anyway. Canada's agricultural sector is in danger of being put at a massive competitive disadvantage. The last thing farmers and rural Canadians need is a tax that increases the cost of everything and makes us uncompetitive. When will the Liberals stop their carbon taxation fixation?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. As he's well aware, our government is committed to creating a cleaner environment and an innovative economy. Under the carbon pricing commitment made by our government, provinces can decide how to establish a carbon pricing system. We are proud to be a government that recognizes an important driver of growth in the agricultural sector is science and research, and we continue to support science and research.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the U.S. is Canada's most important export location. The Liberal carbon tax is nothing but a money-grabbing scheme that will shackle Canadian agriculture and the economy while doing nothing for the environment. The U.S. President-elect knows this. That's why he's not implementing a carbon tax in the United States. Why is the Prime Minister bringing in a carbon tax that will kill the Canadian farmer's ability to remain competitive?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
My honourable colleague is well aware with the actions of this government, the agricultural sector will remain competitive and more competitive. We are interested in agricultural research, clean technology, helping farmers better address climate change, improve their efficiencies, and become more competitive. And that's exactly what will happen with the investments from this government, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The Liberals keep breaking their election promises. Their compensation package for dairy farmers for losses due to CETA falls far short. Not only is it only for 5 years, it only covers half the losses farmers will suffer. What's more, farmers will have to pay for access to compensation. I can see why they're disappointed. Why all the consultations if the government doesn't listen to what farmers are asking for and what they need?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and I know of her concern. But the fact of the matter is we did consult and we did listen, and this is why this package is in place. I was very pleased to announce for this government a $350 million package. $250 million will make our dairy farmers more innovative. $100 million will make sure that our processing sector is on the cutting edge. We're going to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that supply management remains strong. We said we would, and we're putting our money where our mouth is.
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, today 8 cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister are appealing to some of the world's wealthiest investors. But these investors didn't amass trillions of dollars by giving money away for infrastructure projects. They will be looking for a big return on their investment. For Canadians, this means user fees and privatization of our public infrastructure. Why is this government pursuing a massive sell-off of our infrastructure to foreign investors? And why did the Liberals fail to mention this during the campaign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we were elected on a commitment to create the largest infrastructure program in Canadian history, and that's what we're doing. We're working with the provinces, territories, municipalities, and private sector, and the Infrastructure Bank is one of the tools we'll be using to build more infrastructure. So there won't be less, there will be more.
For Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, when Barack Obama said no to the Keystone XL pipeline, a project which would help get Canadian energy workers back to work, the Prime Minister, who claimed he was for the project, did nothing to fight for it. He was happy to see it die. Well, it turns out it's not dead yet. President-elect Trump has promised to approve Keystone XL within 100 days of taking office. Will the Prime Minister get off the sidelines, get back in the game, and finally start fighting for this job-creating project?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's relationship with the United States always has been and always will be one of the country's most important ones. We will continue to work with our continental partners to build a North American energy partnership that will benefit all countries for years and generations to come. Specific to this project, the company will decide whether or not to reapply for a U.S. presidential permit, as the Canadian portion, as the member well knows, of the pipeline was approved in 2010. Our government looks forward to working with the incoming administration on this and other projects.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister took everyone and their dog to Washington for a lavish party with Barack Obama, he forgot to invite the Natural Resource Minister to fight for Keystone XL. I guess there wasn't room in the delegation, what with all the Liberal bagmen and his family members going and filling all the spots. But now that President-elect Trump is promising to approve Keystone XL, will the Natural Resource Minister be our guest and head down to Washington to fight for Keystone and finally do something for out-of-work energy workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes in developing resources sustainably through a process that carries the confidence of Canadians. The United States indeed has its own process by which they determine whether energy products serve their national interests. The proponent, or the company in this case, must work with the incoming administration to get their project approved. We look forward to working with the incoming administration on building a North American energy partnership that will benefit both countries for years to come. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I had the opportunity to meet with dozens of my constituents who have been impacted by the economic downturn in Alberta. Again and again, two issues came up. They are very worried about a federally imposed carbon tax, and we need pipelines built to get Albertans back to work. The U.S. President-elect has said he will not support a carbon tax, but he will support construction of new pipelines. Can the Liberals commit to keeping Canada competitive, to keeping Albertans working, and ensure that Keystone XL is approved?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, one of our core responsibilities as government is to help to get our natural resources to market sustainably. The only way to do that is restore trust in the way we evaluate our major resource projects. During the 2015 election, we committed to modernizing the National Energy Board, and Mr. Speaker, we have just appointed a panel that will do just that. In January, we announced our interim strategy reviewing major resource projects to ensure meaningful consultations with Indigenous people and nearby communities, and a clear assessment of potential greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, despite hundreds of thousands of Canadians being out of work, their response is a punishing new carbon tax and holding back approvals of job-creating pipeline projects. Food banks and social services in my constituency are seeing a record number of families looking to them for help. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government stop appointing committees and start showing some leadership by saying no to an economy-killing carbon tax and yes to job-creating pipelines?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member should know that many of the largest employers in Canada have pointed out that putting a price on carbon pollution is not political, it's just good business. It'll give Canada an edge in building a clean growth economy and make Canadian businesses more innovative and more competitive. That's why nearly 30 of the largest Canadian companies have come out strongly and actively in support of price on carbon pollution. They include companies like Suncor, companies like Enbridge, companies like Shell. They know that pricing pollution will bring new jobs and economic growth for middle-class Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we learned that the Minister of Foreign Affairs blocks exports of weapons to Thailand because of concerns linked to human rights. But in the meantime, the exports of military equipment to Saudi Arabia continues despite its even worse human rights record and its role in the war in Yemen. This government is refusing to create a parliamentary committee to study Canadians' sales of arms abroad. When will we be entitled to transparency on this crucial file? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, the three parties in this House have committed to respecting these arms sales to Saudi Arabia, but this can be banned if they are used in the wrong way. Now, Mr. Speaker, we use rigor in all cases, and we are also part of the Arms Trade Treaty. We will be evaluating this treaty, and I look forward to this report to ensure more rigor and transparency in arms exports abroad.
The summit of the 22nd United Nations Climate Change Conference begins today in Marrakesh. But there are many worrying signs that the international community may not be able to prevent catastrophic climate change. The Liberals have adopted Stephen Harper's weak emission reduction targets, and now the election of Donald Trump threatens to dismantle the entire Paris Agreement. What will this government do to protect the Paris Agreement? And when will this government commit to strong targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions?
Honourable Parliament for Secretary for Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change is at COP22 right now to work constructively with the international community on the task of implementing the agreement that was achieved in Paris. Canada is a strong supporter of that agreement. We have worked tirelessly since that time with provinces and territories to begin the process of developing a plan in Canada, which we will bring forward later this year to ensure that Canada is doing its part to address climate change as part of the global community.
Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, CETA is excellent news for Canadian agriculture. This will open up to us the largest market in the world for our farmers. This government understands the importance of creating new export opportunities while protecting our domestic interests. Before this CETA agreement comes into force, can the Minister of Agriculture tell us about how we are keeping our dairy industry competitive while also allowing dairy producers to innovate and augment their efficiency? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank my honourable colleague from Shefford for his question and help. CETA will provide additional exports for agriculture up to $1.5 billion per year. As I indicated, last Thursday I was able to announce on behalf of the government a $350 million package, $250 million to make sure our dairy farmers are innovative, $100 million to make sure our processing sector is on the cutting edge. With these kind of announcements, Mr. Speaker, it shows that this government will make sure that supply management and the dairy industry survive.
The member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister insensitively announced on Remembrance Day a 3-year deployment of Canadian troops to a number of unspecified African countries. The Minister said these missions, all of them, have the level of risk where peacekeepers have been hurt. They have been killed. Mr. Speaker, in Mali alone, 106 UN peacekeepers have been killed by terrorists. Why would the Defence Minister choose to announce he is sending our troops to dangerous UN-led African missions on Remembrance Day?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work that our Canadian forces members have done throughout history, whether it's in United peacekeeping missions or whether it's in combat missions abroad, whether it's in World War I or World War II. We can be very proud of the work they've done in reducing conflict, and be very proud of the work that our men and women will be doing in support of United Nations operations and in reducing conflict around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, which was Remembrance Day, the Minister confirmed that he was sending Canadian troops for a 3-year deployment to Africa. It is shameful to divert Remembrance Day to make such an announcement, and it shows a lack of respect for our veterans. All we know about this mission is how long it will be and that it will be dangerous. Hundreds of peacekeepers have died to protect peace that doesn't exist. We don't know where our soldiers will be deployed, with whom they're going to work, and what the rules of engagement will be. When will the Liberals finally be transparent with Canadians?
Well, Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as we announced back in August, our government's intention to send up to 600 troops, $450 million over a 3-year period. We can be very proud of their work. We had, on the ceremony that I attended, former members who were proudly wearing their blue berets as well, who have proudly served on previous missions. And we will be sending our members on missions to reduce conflict, and they are very proud of that work. But we'll make sure that they have the robust mandate, robust rules of engagement, and the appropriate equipment for them to carry out their mission. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker.
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on Remembrance Day, we should be remembering our veterans and those that have fallen, not announcing new missions. Last month, the Chief of Defence Staff, General Vance, said in the Daily Gleaner newspaper there is no African mission. Then on Remembrance Day, the Defence Minister shamefully announced via the Toronto Star that there was going to be not just one mission, but many African missions. But then the Defence Minister's press secretary said that the minister got, and I quote, got a little bit ahead of where we are as a government. So when it comes to the deployment of Canadian soldiers, who's calling the shots here? Is it the Chief of Defence Staff? Is it the Defence Minister? Or is it the Defence Minister's press secretary?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I make it very clear. When it comes to sending our troops into harm's way, I do my due diligence to making sure that we have the right information. By going into theater, whether it's been Iraq, whether it's been into NATO, and whether it's going to be into any type of African mission as well. We announced in August our intention for a 3-year commitment up to $450 million, up to sending 600 troops. And we're going to make sure that we do have the right information before we make an appropriate decision. And then I look forward to sharing this with Canadians as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint Charles. Mr. Speaker, the 3-year mission is only one of the options on the table, according to the Minister's press secretary concerning the African mission. What are the other options? We don't know. We know nothing about this mission. And yet they're going to send our soldiers into the most dangerous theaters of operations in the world. Could the government be as generous with this House as it is with the media and share with us what the other options on the table are?
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, well, I look forward to sharing all this information with the House and to Canadians. Looking at reducing conflict around the world is extremely important. To do this, we have to do this right. We have to make sure that not just a military option. It takes a whole of government approach looking at diplomacy, development, and we need to make sure that we get the facts. And once we I'll put all the facts together, we will make an appropriate announcement for it. But rest assured, we do need to reduce conflict in the world so we don't have to send our troops into harm's way constantly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, too many victims of sexual assault and sexual harassment in our armed forces have been refused benefits for their PTSD. After having gone through hell, these victims have 2 very simple requests of this government. First, publish online the services that are available. Second, screen all members of the Canadian Forces and tell them what assistance is available. Will the government listen to these simple requests?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her concern about Canadian Forces personnel and veterans. And we have work to do. And I'm really glad, I'm pleased to see the addition of It's Just 700, which is a military sexual trauma group, advocacy group, be added to the Minister of Veterans Affairs advisory groups because we need to hear their voice. And that is the first time we are opening that door because there needs to be a dialogue, and we are committed to providing the kind of support that is needed. Thank you.
The member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the reality of sexual trauma in the military is public knowledge. Canadians know sexual assault is wrong, no matter where it's done and no matter who does it. The women and men who have suffered while serving this country are asking for 2 simple measures. Post online what help and services are available, screen all exiting Canadian Forces members for post-traumatic stress, and inform them of the available assistance for military sexual trauma. Will this government implement these simple requests?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to the Honourable Member. Thank you for asking this question, because these are important questions that we all need to share. And right now we have a website that is up and operating. Those lists of services are there. We know that we need to improve our outreach and the availability and accessibility to the website, and that is exactly what we are working on. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, Charmaine Stick is a courageous band member from the Onion Lake Cree Nation. When she heard about financial trouble with the bands, she demanded answers from her leadership. They refused. She went on a 13-day hunger strike. She's now going to court to force the disclosure of salaries, expenses, and financial statements. Does the Indigenous Affairs Minister realize that by failing to enforce the Financial Transparency Act, she is complicit in hiding this information? Why is the minister forcing band members to go to court for basic information?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Everyone, including First Nations governments, want increased transparency and accountability. However, we will only achieve this by working in full partnership with First Nations leadership and organizations. With regards to the specific situation, I've asked my department to look into it and report back to me.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in Onion Lake is about to get worse. Charmaine reports that the leadership stopped development of dozens of new housing units, claiming there was no money. But how would they know? They don't have access to basic information. They haven't seen the books. This paternalistic approach of the minister is deplorable. The community members deserve to be empowered and know what's going on with their money. When will the minister enforce the Transparency Act and provide basic information that all other Canadians enjoy?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I do believe that there is additional information in that case that the member ought to know. I will be happy to have that conversation with the member privately, because I think that it is hugely important that we understand what is put in place is very important in terms of transparency and accountability, and we develop a system that works for all bands.
Order. Order. Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's excuses to shut down the Vegreville Immigration Office don't add up. He claims there's a strong business case, but there was no cost analysis, and that there will be a net gain of jobs, but the hundreds of immediate and spin-off job losses will devastate the town and region. He claims everyone will get a job in Edmonton, but only permanent full-time employees will be covered. More than half won't. Will the minister immediately reverse this edict and keep these rural jobs in Vegreville?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we do share the concerns of the people of Vegreville, but it has to be understood that this government inherited a completely broken immigration system, so our priority has to be to improve service, to reduce processing time, and to spend taxpayers' money wisely. In making the move from Vegreville to Edmonton, we are in fact increasing the total number of jobs in Alberta. And all of the employees in Vegreville, permanent and temporary, will be offered jobs in Edmonton. And this is something, Mr. Speaker, that has to be done for the efficiency of...
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of a Muslim community that has too often in the past not been part of the discussion when it comes to designing a national security framework. We are proud Canadians who want to keep the country we love safe and free. Can the Minister of Public Safety please tell the House how he is ensuring that all communities are involved in the current national security review?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our national security consultations must be open and inclusive, and they are. I have met with Muslim Canadian organizations personally, and my parliamentary secretary met just last week with the South Asian community in the members' riding of Scarborough Centre. That process will continue. Meanwhile, our online consultation has attracted more than 10,000 submissions. Canada is strengthened by its diversity, and it's in partnership with all Canadians that we are working to keep our country safe and equally safeguard the rights and freedoms that we all hold dear.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, against the advice of the Public Service, the Prime Minister lifted the visa requirement for Mexico, and he did this without taking any steps to prevent a new rush of false asylum claims, as Canada experienced before the visa requirement was put in place. Last week, his officials once again warned him that Canada might see a huge spike in false asylum claims, yet he remains committed to a rushed lifting of this requirement. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's first priority on this issue should be safeguarding the integrity of Canada's immigration system, but it clearly is not. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, this visa lift was brought about to strengthen our ties on a continental basis. It is well known that with the visa lifted, there will be enhanced tourism traffic coming from Mexico, which will create many jobs and much income in the Canadian economy. We are monitoring the situation, of course, very closely, but this project stands to bring major jobs and benefits to this country.
The member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous Liberal government shelved pay equity legislation in 2005, and this Liberal government has further delayed it to late 2018. It's just not good enough. Women have waited 40 years and should not have to wait even longer. We are calling on this government to table proactive federal pay equity legislation by December 2016. The Prime Minister has already indicated that it's 2016 and that gender parity is overdue. So what are they waiting for?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pay equity is an important issue for this government, and we are taking action. Equal pay for work of equal value is a human right, and we're very proud to be bringing forward pay equity after 12 years of inaction. Pay equity between men and women and the fair treatment of all workers in the workplace, regardless of gender, is critical for creating growth and a thriving middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, in North we have a high need for investment to supply suitable and affordable housing. I would like to ask the Minister about the consultations he's doing on national housing strategy, and more specifically, if there will be a northern housing strategy.
The Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from the Northwest Territories for his important work on behalf of his constituents. Our national housing strategy will cover the entire housing continuum and consider different regional needs, including the important needs of northern communities. Roundtables and focus groups have been organized in the North to give a strong voice to our northern communities. We are reviewing the important input received from the consultations and will release the highlights on November 22nd, which happens to be National Housing Day.
Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, the Health Minister has announced that she is going to repeal the right of Canadians to have a say in the location of heroin injection sites. This means law enforcement, families, and different levels of government will no longer be consulted before sites are approved in their very own communities. Now, we're beginning to see a trend, Mr. Speaker. Liberals only consult when they know they're going to get answers that they want. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is this. If the minister is so sure that communities want these sites in their backyard, why won't she guarantee them the right to say no?
Right. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to protecting the health and safety of all Canadians through evidence-based policy. The evidence is absolutely clear. Harm reduction is an important part of a comprehensive approach to drug control. The Minister of Health has directed the department that there should be no unnecessary barriers for communities who want to open supervised consumption sites, and we have also directed the department to review all options to assist with opioid crisis up to and including amendments to C2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, we are proud of our cheese producers because these add to the distinctive personalities of our regions. But Canada has negotiated more open markets to the tune of some 18,000 tons of foreign cheeses, most of which will be specialty cheeses. We're going to be inundated with foreign cheese, and our producers are getting peanuts to find something else to sell. Will the government finally realize the importance of cheese producers in Quebec and compensate them appropriately?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and as I indicated a number of times in the House today, that we were going to make sure that our processing sector is innovative and ready to deal with CETA when it comes into power. Not to indicate that CETA it's a very important trade deal. It'll give the agricultural sector up to $1.5 billion in export potential. But we will also make sure that our processors are innovative enough to supply the quality cheeses that will be available for export. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, The same government that promised to solve the diet-filtered milk problem is still laughing at us. Once again, they are attacking the heart of the Quebec agriculture industry to the profit of the West. We account for a large percentage of dairy products, in something like 40%. Why are they sacrificing this to free trade? They're allowing Quebec dairy producers to go out of business. Is that a Canadian value?
We indicated a number of times in the House today this and showed it by where we put our money. This government I made an announcement on behalf of the government last Thursday of $350 million to make sure that the dairy farmers and processors were in an innovative situation so they can deal and make sure that the supply management system supplies for many generations. We consulted with the farmers and processors, and now we implemented a program that will make sure the supply management system lasts for a long time in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers might think they're masters of their own destiny, but bad news is the federal government wants to remind us that that's not the case. Now, Ottawa wants to oppose on Mascouche a new recreational aerodrome, which is against Quebec law and has no economic benefits. What about social license? Will the Minister of Transport finally listen to the opposition of the concerned citizens of Mascouche, Terrebonne, the MMC, the UAP, and the National Assembly? Or will Ottawa once again decide in our stead unilaterally? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
For the safety and security of our transportation network are the Minister of Transport's priorities. Last March, wanting to ensure that the implementation of a new aerodrome at Mascouche was secure and in the public interest, the Minister issued a ministerial order to prevent the implementation of such an aerodrome until a public consultation was conducted by the aerodrome proponent. Following its evaluation, Transport Canada was satisfied with the conclusions contained in the proponent's report of the consultation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Ivica Dacic, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Serbia. This will conclude question period for today. I encourage members to take their conversations into the hallways, into the lobbies. Order. Perhaps the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the President of the Treasury Board, thank you very much. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de document, l'honorable ministre du Développement.
The Honourable Member for International Development and La Francophonie. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and subject to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in Countries Affected by Drought and/or Desertification, particularly in Africa. It was signed in Paris on October 14th, 2016. An explanatory note accompanies the treaty.
Straight to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 55 petitions.
Merci beaucoup. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Report de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present a petition signed by a number of Canadian citizens drawing the attention of the House to the dramatic demographic shift in Canada. Today, there are more seniors in Canada than youth under 15. 1 in 6 Canadians is a senior, and in 14 years, 1 in 4 Canadians will be a senior. Therefore, your petitioners are calling on Parliament to appoint a Minister for Seniors and to develop a national strategy for seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Speaker, I have the honour to present a petition in both official language from hundreds of members of Canada's wine producers asking that the government remove the decades-old interim cellared in Canada exemption from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency requirement. This is very important in terms of promoting Canada's brand of quality internationally, and this petition has been supported by small and large producers alike and has seen support across party lines for this particular change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege and honour today to present a petition from citizens of Canada, many from my riding of Don Valley West, calling upon the Government of Canada to create within the existing Sunnybrook Veterans Facility a centre for excellence for veterans care, including specialization in both physical and mental health, the latter including research and treatment for traumatic stress disorder and related issues for Canadian veterans, members of the Canadian Armed Forces, RCMP, and first responders. This is the work of many citizens, and I'm proud to be part of this and to present it today.
The Drummond.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to rise in the House to present dozens of petitions to ask for mandatory labelling of genetically modified foods. Petitioners have been asking for such labelling for a long time, but now with Health Canada's approval of genetically modified salmon for sale, they are even more concerned about having genetically modified organisms properly labelled so that people know what they're eating and can eat what they want.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here today from residents of Burnaby and across the Lower Mainland who are opposed to the construction of Kinder Morgan's new bitumen-based export-only crude oil pipeline from Edmonton to Burnaby. The petitioners say that this pipeline is a danger to our local environment and in fact it's just a bad deal for British Columbia. So I know the government has been pushing for this pipeline, but I urge them to consider this petition before they make their final decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are continuing to receive petitions in support of Bill C-245, which I introduced to establish a poverty reduction strategy. I'm therefore very proud to table yet again petitions in support of C-245, a bill that will be voted on in second reading at the end of this month.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first is from residents throughout my riding as well as into Vancouver, calling for the action of this Parliament to revise the criminal code to recognize that crimes against animals should be treated as more than crimes against property, and to strengthen the language to close loopholes that allow abusers to escape penalty. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, and I would, if I could trust, well, I won't get into the reasons. I think it's important to look at animal cruelty issues, is that those who would abuse animals are also known by the police to later abuse other people. But moving to the second petition, Mr. Speaker, this petition is an e-petition focusing on the crisis globally of the extinction of shark species and asking the Parliament of Canada to act to limit the importation and sale of species of sharks and to put a reasonable limit on the amount of sharks that can be imported to Canada.
Goma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Speaker, I rise in this House on behalf of citizens of Sault Ste. Marie that have asked that I table petitions so that they can be heard on the issue of the Algoma passenger train, which hasn't been operating for a year. 75% of the properties are within a rail line, proximity of a rail line, and now their properties are inaccessible. There's no alternate ways except for industrial roads that are not maintained, so therefore they're not safe. And they talk about the economic downturn that the Algoma district has occurred since then. They would like they also indicate about the impact this has had on First Nations and access to their traditional territories. And the undersigned asked that to put the Algoma passenger train, that the Ministry of Transport put the Algoma passenger train back in service in order to ensure the mission of Transport Canada to serve the public interest through promotion of a safe and secure, efficient and environmentally responsible transportation system in Canada. And that is quoted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 491, question 494, question 495, question 499, question 506, question 511, question 512, question 517, and question 518. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if a revised response to question Q412 and the supplementary responses to questions Q381, question 390, question 394, question 396, question 397, question 407, question 412, question 414, question 416, question 417, question 419, question 420, question 422, question 424, question 425, question 427, question 439, question 440, question 444, question 446, question 453, question 461, question 464, question 466, question 467, question 470, question 471, question 475, question 479, question 482, originally tabled on November the 4th, 2016, as well as the questions numbered question 492, question 493, question 4962, question 498, questions 500 to question 505, question 507 to question 510, question 513 to question 516, and question 519 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, if I may, ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
What was the 23rd one? Just kidding. Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Comments, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-29, Budget Implementation Act 2016, number 2, and on the amendment of Monsieur Deltel.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Start the debate today on C-29, and I'd like to, rather than getting into the technical tax elements of it, I'd like to go on about my riding constituency. As people know, that when I spoke before on the budget, how delighted I was at the number of things that were put in for the North, unparalleled number of things that put in for my constituents, and I couldn't even get it in a 10-minute speech last time, and my colleagues were asking me what was left for their ridings, but nevertheless, I'm very happy what was received in my riding, and I'll start first of all with the huge increase to the Northern allowance from $16.50 a day to $22 a day, a maximum, and this is a huge emphasis on the people of the North. You can see our Northern strategy is based, and you'll see throughout my speech, is based on helping the people of the North in a very high cost living area where poverty could easily occur. And this is the type of support we need. And this was wonderfully received, of course, by the people of the North. Our two biggest sectors are mining and tourism. And so mining is the biggest gross territorial product, basically, since the gold rush, and tourism the biggest private sector employer. In mining, we've continued in the budget the mineral exploration tax credit and the flow-through share regime. And these are very important, especially for exploration companies. There may be only one or two hard rock mines operating, and that's a limited number of employees. And those mines have a product that they can get loans against, get financing against, whereas exploration companies really have no credit. They don't have buildings, they don't have product. Very hard for them to get financing. So the METC and the flow-through share regime is very important for them. And I'd certainly like to thank the Minister of Natural Resources and for lobbying for this, and for the Finance Minister for putting it in place. On the tourism sector, my riding has the highest percentage of our gross territorial product related to tourism of any province or territory, so that a cut to tourism marketing in Canada would hurt my riding more than anywhere else. So that's why I'm delighted with the $50 million increase to that this year. On infrastructure, once again, as everyone knows, the government plan to have the largest amount of infrastructure in history is music to the ears in our riding. First of all, the Building Canada plan that was in place to go from 2014 to 2024. We've, of course, kept it, and we've accelerated it. So we accelerated the approvals, and we added some categories, such as recreation was very important to my communities. They really wanted to build recreation facilities out of that fund, and now they can. At the same time, phase 2 of the new infrastructure funding is going on, and we've already announced for the next 3 years the entire amount of money for that, projects for most of my communities, a lot of them built based on water, wastewater improvements, very important infrastructure. When phase 2 starts, and again, the minister's done extensive consultation on this, we'll be able to get more money for our transit. We do have a transit system in Whitehorse. It's already received money. The Green Infrastructure Fund is very forward-thinking. Of course, in the north, the climate change, as I've been saying this for a couple of decades, and everyone I think knows it now, is affecting the north more than anywhere else in the world. And so it was very perceptive of the budget to allow funds to be spent exactly on mitigation and for preparing infrastructure to withstand the effects of climate change. And you can just see in the foundations of our building under melting permafrost or our highways the effects this is having and how welcome that will be. Other things that coming up is in the social infrastructure. I visited some of the daycares that would like to expand their number of seats, and that will be very welcome. The housing, of course, affordable housing. I've been on the Anti-Poverty Coalition for years. The housing money, the housing national housing plan, the infrastructure bank. We hope that will work. I'll talk about that a bit later. But like the Ada Bank in Alaska, very, very successful in an economy like ours. And finally, I'd like to talk about the the just recently announced $2 billion for rural and north for roads and bridges and green and interest and internet connections. And this is a really important signal to, it came up earlier in the day today about the regions, how important they are. The opposition brought it up, and this is a massive signal, biggest amount of money for the region. So for all those reasons, I'm very excited about the budget and its initiatives, but I don't want to let the finance minister off that easy. I want to now morph into our wishes for the next budget, and based on consultations I've had in the riding, and some of these things are already can be funded under the various programs that I have just mentioned. First of all, homelessness and the national housing strategy is very important to the people that input to me on the upcoming budget. And affordable housing for employers, they hire people, they can come to the north, and then the people can't find affordable housing and have to leave again. So it's very important for employers. The suggestion of the electrification of transport routes, so they can use electric vehicles. Of course, in the cities, they can plug in and recharge, but for instance, along the Alaska Highway, we could have that all electrified. Another suggestion, which happens to be also eligible, already announced, is a retrofit of old buildings and higher standards for new buildings. Renewable energy, of course. Sorry, I have a bit of a chest cold. People in my riding really want to invest in that, and of course that is a big part of the government's plan. Also, storage mechanisms. There's a way of storing energy in off-peak hours, and certainly that's eligible, and there are keen proponents of that in my riding. Also, local food production in the north, rather than shipping things thousands of miles. Funding for social enterprises. Redundant fiber is very important for us. The Yukon has one internet line cable going in, and every time a backhoe hits it and cuts the line, it shuts everything down. So we would like to make a loop through the Dempster Highway through Inuvik, and in fact, part of the Nunavut and Northwest Territories, they're also their access through our hub or only have one route, and this would put redundancy for a lot of people in the north, so they could have more similar access than we have, and these will be eligible under these new infrastructure programs, and I hope they're funding, including we have one area where a hydro line needs to be replaced. It could go to several mines who would otherwise use LNG, and they would then contribute to greenhouse gases. The IT sector is flourishing in the north now, because you don't need to transport heavy things. It's all over the lines, so we certainly appreciate the support for that. We want the mining supports that I talked about earlier to continue, the tourism marketing supports, supports for incubators that the businesses, once they've got started, in many ways they've got a record, they can get financing, they've got partners, but when they're first starting up, the cost for the mentoring, for the cheap infrastructure, for just getting going is a very hard part in the life cycle of a small business, and we'd like to support that. There's room to support IRAP. It's been an incredible program for the last 3 decades at least, and it's very instrumental for innovation. We'd like to continue with that. We'd like to, I've said about 20 years ago, we need research in the north, by the north, and for the north. We have a great research up there. We'd like that to continue. And Yukon College has a plan with the other three northern colleges, which I'll end on this, Mr. Speaker, to take people from those adults who may be not illiterate to the next stage, to upgrading to the next stage. It's about $56 million, I think, for the 3 colleges, cover half of northern Canada, and that would be a great project to fund in the new budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech and for talking about investments in mitigating the impact of climate change in particular. Right now, heavy rainfall has led to a state of emergency at the Sishat First Nation in Port Alberni, and these flood warnings are expected to continue throughout the coming week. We know that climate change has moved from future threat to present danger. Extreme weather events such as floods are increasing in frequency and in severity. And the PBO predicts that storms, hurricanes, and floods linked to climate change will cost the Federal Disaster Fund $900 million annually over the coming 5 years. That compares to an average of just $54 million a year for the period from 1970 to 1994. So the Disaster Financial Assistance Program operated by Public Safety Canada is heavily underfunded. So I want to ask the member if he supports increased funding to mitigate climate change, to invest in a national flood strategy, so we have a plan, so we can budget and preempt a lot of the costs that are going to be impacted by flooding in our communities.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, and that's an excellent question. I think the member's preaching to the converted on this side. He might talk to his colleagues a bit to the right, but I've, for a long time, have been supporting investment in mitigation because, as I said earlier, it's hurting us more than anyone else. So this type of funding, I'm certainly in support of. In fact, even internationally, I actually tabled a bill about 8 years ago that would add to those people who lost their country because of this type of country, had no place to live, their homes were inundated, to make them eligible category under immigration or refugees. So I certainly sympathize. Certainly support the direction the member is suggesting. I don't know the technical details, but thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when I think of the budget implementation bill, I think there's a lot of things that we could actually be talking about. One of the big policy announcements that were made early on upon taking governance was the idea of having that extra tax on Canada's wealthiest, 1%, and at the same time produce a tax benefit for Canada's middle class. And this is something in which I think that all, and I would expect all members of this House to actually support. But unfortunately, that is not the case. But I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in terms of just how important it was to provide that tax break to Canada's middle class.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question because it allows me to say something else, not answer his question. But of course, as I said, I didn't have time to get in a couple of other things from the budget that were so exciting for us that were pan-Canadian. First of all, of course, is the middle tax credit that goes to so many people in the North. It helps us more than anyone else because the cost of living is so much higher. But also the extra money that we provided for students. I got into Parliament, one of the reasons is to fight poverty. So the students, the low-income students, the increased money for them, the increase for the poorest of seniors in the OAS supplement, the money for women's shelters, and the increase for services for veterans. So all the categories of people and the housing strategy and the poverty work. So all the money for the people that really need it is very important to me.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. I'm just wondering, the BIA won't index the new Canada Child Benefit to inflation until 2020, and the member spoke about his role in wanting to reduce poverty. So I'm wondering whether or not he can comment on that and if we would agree and urge the government to actually index it so that it wouldn't fall behind with respect to inflation.
The honourable member for Yukon in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you, and thanks for the cough drops. And yeah, the child benefit is sea change in Canada, huge. It's the biggest thing for my riding, actually. Thousands of dollars new for parents, and I think it went way ahead. That would have covered indexing for a few years, but it's the sooner indexing comes in, the better for me. I'm happy when the government does put it in.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for the muted applause from my colleagues to the right here. I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this event, and what it does is it gives me an opportunity to talk about a town hall we had a week ago today. The town hall was at the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, UTSC, and it was hosted by the 6 Scarborough MPs, the member from Scarborough Southwest, member from Scarborough Centre, member from Scarborough Agincourt, member from Scarborough North, and the member from Scarborough Rouge Park, and myself, member from Scarborough Guildwood. And it was a really good event, Mr. Speaker. It was an opportunity to invite the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance to talk about this very subject that we are discussing here today. And as you can appreciate, this is a budget that is of great interest to the people of Scarborough. In particular, Scarborough is, as you know, the eastern cornerstone, if you will, of the GTA. It has 600,000-700,000 people, and of course it's very ably represented by all of its MPs. So what the big message out of this entire opportunity, Mr. Speaker, was transit, transit, transit. And the reason that it's transit, transit, transit is that this is a severely underserviced area in the greater GTA. The very location where we were having this town hall, as I said, was UTSC. UTSC is a community of scholars. At this point, it's 13,000 students, Mr. Speaker, of both a mix of graduate and undergraduate. It's going up to 15,000 in a couple of years, and yet its only transit is by access by TTC buses. And that is a very poor way of getting that kind of a volume of number of people onto the campus, on and off the campus on a daily basis. Principal Kidd introduced the evening by talking about this particular need, but the larger needs of the campus as well, particularly with respect to infrastructure. But he made the point, Mr. Speaker, or maybe I made the point for him thereafter, was that UTSC is home to the top scholars at the University of Toronto for the last 4 years running. So think about that, Mr. Speaker. This is a suburban campus out in the easternmost part of the GTA, and it is the the home to in the last 4 years, the top scholars at the University of Toronto. And that gives you a feel for the quality of the education that you would receive on a campus like that. But, Mr. Speaker, in addition to UTSC, there is also Centennial College, which again would probably have double the numbers when you add part-time and full-time students at Centennial College. So we're talking in the order of 40,000+ students coming and going from the eastern GTA in Scarborough at 2 of the top schools in not only Ontario but in all of Canada. Centennial College has received quite a number of awards recently for its the quality of its scholarship and its job training. So the point of the principal and the point of many of the people who came to the event, and I would say the point of all of us in Scarborough, was that transit, transit, transit is the #1 ask. And that is entirely consistent, Mr. Speaker, with the direction that this government is going, because this budget provides for the consensus that the governments need to invest not only to boost economic growth in the short term, but to set the stage for long-term growth as well. And that, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister are doing today. They are talking to some of the most savvy investors in the world and inviting them to give Canada a real look. And I would say that in giving Canada a real look in potential investments in all kinds of infrastructure projects, that we may actually be able to free up some serious amount of money so that we can make the investments that are necessary to address what I would describe and what others have described as a infrastructure deficit. So, Mr. Speaker, the beauty of having a town hall such as that is that you actually get to hear from what the people want. You know, the worst thing in politics, and I know because you're a very successful politician, Mr. Speaker, that 90% of politics is just showing up, listening to what people want. And when you can have a useful and constructive dialogue, such as we had last Monday night, you can then respond in a way that deals with fiscal realities, but also deals with the needs and wants of Canadians. And I would say that that's why that town hall in particular, which was well attended, was very successful, that we heard from a variety of interests. And naturally, because we're on a university campus, the interests of students is of considerable concern. They particularly appreciated some of the relief that has been given to students in the last budget. Naturally, and not surprisingly, they're looking for more. But nevertheless, when you hear what they have to say and you hear and they hear about other competing needs, they realize that the government has a bit of a balancing act in order to stay fiscally sustainable, but simultaneously that they may also be able to meet many needs right across the spectrum. We're rather fortunate, Mr. Speaker, as a nation, that we have some fiscal capacities. I would say that the discipline from the Chrétien-Martin years has stood us well and in good stead, that we actually drove down the actual amount of the national debt. We got our debt to GDP ratios down to levels that were sustainable. And because of the work of Prime Ministers Martin and Chrétien, we are able to actually contemplate investments in the future. I would like to say the same would be true of Mr. Harper's government, but I would just take note, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative government added $150 billion to the national debt. I wouldn't say that totally constrains our fiscal capacities. I think it does have some constraint on our fiscal capacities. One wishes that some of the decisions around revenue depression and expenditures had been made differently, but we are where we are, and it still is a position that's relatively good, and I would say exceedingly good compared to many other nations. Hence the sales job, if you will, by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance gets a lot easier when you can say, well, our debt to GDP ratio runs around 30% on an annual basis. We're on a track to maintain or reduce that slightly. That enables those who would be investing literally billions and billions of dollars in our country to have some confidence that the fiscal management of our nation is in good hands. So, Mr. Speaker, the final point I wanted to make is with respect to many middle-class Canadians feeling that they are, in fact, working a lot harder. And this speaks to a kind of an alienation that we've seen reflected in other countries, but we're not immune from it. And that is the distribution of the wealth that's in this country. And there is a feeling of concern that some people are doing exceedingly well, referred to as the 1%, and sometimes as the 1% of the 1%. And, Mr. Speaker, may I say that in the efforts on the part of the government in the last budget and in this budget implementation bill to address that concern, there is a need to have some redistribution of wealth so that all Canadians feel that they have a stake in this nation. You've seen populist uprising, shall we say, Mr. Speaker, in a whole variety of nations. And a lot of that is driven by the fact that some people feel that they are getting left behind. Fairly, unfairly, rationally, or otherwise, that's the feeling. And I think that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance addressed that somewhat in the last budget, and as I say, none of us are immune from that sense of alienation. So thank you for your time and attention, Mr. Speaker, and look forward to questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments. He mentioned the good management of the Martin Chrétien years, but I need to remind him, Mr. Speaker, that was done by simply cutting $25 billion from transfer to the provinces and municipalities, and the municipalities are still suffering from those cuts. But later on in his speech, he said that the fiscal management of this government is in good hands. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering how he can actually say that when we realize that the interest costs alone between today and 2020 are rising by $15 billion per year. The interest cost per year that we'll pay on our deficit will be $15 billion higher in 2020 than it is today. And yet he can say the fiscal management is in good hands. I wonder if he could square that circle for me. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague has been here for quite a while, and he would know that when Prime Minister Chrétien and then Finance Minister Martin took over from the previous Conservative administration, he would know that the New York Times had designated Canada as an honorary member of the third world based upon its debt-to-GDP ratio, which was approaching, if not north, of 70%. So, Mr. Speaker, there was something that had to be done. Something major had to be done. And so there were, in fact, some fiscal discipline imposed upon all levels of government. I would take note now, Mr. Speaker, that the relationship between the federal government and municipalities has substantially improved, and primarily because we are now in a fiscal situation where we can. Now, just on the interest cost, Mr. Speaker, it's a conservative doublethink. To prattle on about how they think that they are great fiscal managers when out of the 10 budgets they presented, 8 were deficit budgets and 1 was the biggest deficit budget in the history of our nation. And they pretend that they know something about fiscal responsibility. Added $150 billion to the national debt, Mr. Speaker, where the rest of us are all paying for that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that my colleague, when he was mentioning that he thought politics was only 90% showing up, I hope that he misspoke, because I can tell you clearly that the people that elected me from Essex to be in this House expect more than just showing up. And if that's what the Liberal government represents, then I think that the member opposite will have some questions to be answered in his own writing. But what I'd like to talk about is he mentioned setting the stage, and that is true. But this government is setting the stage for privatization, something they have no mandate to do, something they were not elected to do. And there is a danger in this, Mr. Speaker. Certainly as we face trade deals like CETA coming forward, the TPP, the potential of reopening NAFTA, there's a danger in privatizing things that are in the public sphere because of investor-state challenges that can be brought against us for doing so. In these trade agreements, there are clauses called ratchet and standstill that determine things that can be brought back and forth between public and private. And so there's a real danger that once it's privatized, these deals will make it nearly impossible for us to bring things public again. Does the member understand that this is a threat to Canadian democracy?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I just take note, Mr. Speaker, that I've enjoyed some success in this place. I've gone through 7 elections, and I'm here in my 19th year. And so when I offer the honourable colleague some advice, it's gratuitous. I appreciate. Maybe it's not worth. It's worth what you paid for it. But I just take note that Canadians like to be talked to. I mean, the strange concept is talk to us. Now, we're reasonable people, by and large. They are. Return the telephone calls, answer the letters, etc. And when I say 90% of the game is showing up at the events, I think that's actually fairly good advice. So that I'd gratuitously offer it to the honourable member. As to trade deals, I have yet in 19 years to actually see a trade deal that the NDP could endorse. So there's kind of South Korea. Son of a gun. There we are. We nailed one. I appreciate the clarification from the honourable member. And as to privatization, Mr. Speaker, there's good privatization and there's bad privatization. The bad privatization, I'll give you an illustration on when I say transit. The 407, handled by the Conservative government of Ontario, that was a bad privatization. It was a good privatization under the previous NDP government.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to speak to Bill C-29 and to talk about some of the budgetary provisions therein. And I would also like to raise a few points and put things in perspective with regard to my riding. C-29 contains no indexation for the Canada Child Benefit. So we believe that there's going to be a loss of some $5,500 for families between now and 2020. So we're talking about low-income families. If we consider the increase in the cost of living, they're going to lose about $500 over the next 4 years. So I think that it's quite sad that the government didn't even think about the fact that the cost of living increases and did not provide for the indexing of the Canada Child Benefit. I find that sad. Another thing with regard to the Canada Child Benefit, well, they talk about lifting children out of poverty, but what they don't explain is that to be entitled to the Canada Child Benefit, people have to have an up-to-date tax file, and everyone in the family has to have an up-to-date tax file. Otherwise, the benefit is blocked. And what that means in practice is that often there are services only during the tax season, and these people can help you with your tax return, but not if it's been delayed for 4 years. So every week, there are a number of people who come to my office and have not received the Canada Child Benefit, and they have not received it for months or even years because they are unable to settle their tax situation with the CRA. Sometimes they are asked for papers, they are asked to prove that their children live with them, and in the case of shared custody and so forth, it can be very, very complicated because when we're talking about a child who is only 2 or 3, if they don't go to daycare, well, there's not really much proof to say that the child does live with you. And if we also consider that the tax file between the spouses must be settled, and if the former spouse does not receive child support, well, then can this person communicate quickly with the CRA to settle the situation? Often not. So it makes for very complicated situations. And it means that some people are deprived of the Canada Child Benefit for a very long time. Some people have come to my office and we've helped them fix their problem with the Canada Child Benefit, with child benefits, and they haven't received for years. And sometimes we're talking about $19,000 or $20,000 in back payments that could have been used when they needed it. So these people often don't think about turning to their member of parliament. Before, there used to be a customer service counter in Rouyn-Noranda in my riding, and now it's closed. There is no more direct service for customers. The office is there, the counter is there, but you will not be served if you go there in person. So people they don't know where to turn. Often these are people with financial difficulties. Sometimes they are less educated, and therefore they cannot sort out their situation to ensure that they receive the benefits that they are entitled to. This bill doesn't do anything for the tax system, which is extremely complicated for a vast majority of people. How many people, for example, are entitled to certain tax rebates and they don't get them because they don't know they're entitled thereto, and they don't have the means to pay people to prepare their tax return. So they do their best, but every year they lose out on money that they are entitled to, especially when these people are poor. So it goes back to the government simply because these people don't know that they are entitled to the amounts in question. And this bill does nothing to rectify that. So yes, child benefits can help lift people out of poverty, but they have to be able to receive them. The money has to get to them. And if the CRA does not offer the services to help these people access this money, well, then it's a vicious circle because they'll never get the help they need. In addition, for example, the CRA asks for clarifications about children. Imagine that there are 4 children and the eldest does not have the same father as the other children. So if there's something that is not the same between the 2 spouses, the CRA does not block just the child benefits for the eldest. It blocks the benefits for all 4 children so that they can make everything equal. And these calculations are often done in July. So if there's a problem, they will block the file in July, just before the children go back to school. Just when parents have to pay money for school supplies and new clothing. That's when the CRA blocks all of the family benefits. And often, since these services are not accessible, when people try to make a phone call and they're on hold for 3 or 4 hours, they have to call back 3 or 4 times. People get discouraged, and so it takes a number of months before their situation can be solved, can be settled, and often these family benefits represent over 50% of their income. Now, what I also want to mention is the infrastructure bank, which is actually a privatization bank. We're talking about $15 billion that was planned for public infrastructure projects. Now that money is going to be put into a bank that will try to attract foreign investment to fund infrastructure projects. Now, it's clear when people try to attract foreign investors, it's because the government wants a return on its investment. They want to have money in return for what they invest. And concretely, how can one ensure a return on investment for roads or other infrastructure like water treatment systems? Well, it's by imposing surtaxes, tolls, and user fees. Nowhere during the Liberal election campaign was it mentioned that that our public infrastructure system was going to be privatized to allow for the rebuilding of our infrastructure. And in addition, we're talking about projects and programs that are conceived for large cities. What are the chances that I might someday be able to attract a foreign investor to invest in a village in the north of Abitibi-Témiscamingue? Mr. Speaker, the chances are very slim. What is going to happen is that rural regions and small municipalities will bear the brunt of this. They will be completely left out in the cold by this government's infrastructure program. And it's a surprise because privatization was never, ever mentioned. And in the meantime, those municipalities will try to continue fighting to find solutions for their crumbling infrastructure. And often the needs are extremely pressing because Abitibi-Témiscamingue was settled mostly in the villages. So that means that infrastructure was built all at the same time, and it all needs to be replaced at the same time, and that is now. So I've got municipalities in my riding that have 5 or 6 bridges to be replaced in one single village, and they simply don't have the means for that. What are they going to say to people? Listen, just move away. We don't have the means to pay for your bridges because the government is trying to privatize infrastructure, and it will only invest in large Canadian cities. The government is completely forgetting that some people just do live in small towns. People in rural regions contribute greatly to the Canadian economy, and they ensure that there are resources available for large companies in large cities. And if we don't support them, then we're simply killing the Canadian economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be happy to take your questions. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Spadina for York.
The concerns that were raised about small towns not having the borrowing capacity to participate in the infrastructure program is exactly the reason why the campaign promise was fulfilled, and that we moved to create an infrastructure bank that would give smaller communities in groups access to world markets to borrow to do things like water plants, which cost an extraordinary amount of money, and small towns quite often don't have the capacity to build. It's not a program for privatization. It's specifically designed to give smaller communities access to world capital. If this happens, would the member opposite not agree that the capacity to build cleaner water plants might deliver clean water to smaller communities at a rate that they can now afford, as opposed to previously, where they would have no access, as even her own admission is, no access to world capital because they're too small?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would invite my colleague to leave his region and to take to the road and travel. He might see that sometimes 2 small towns are 40 or 50 kilometers apart. They can't get together to build a water filtration plant. Just the pipeline would cost more than building a second plant. Yes, sometimes cities and towns can come together, for example, to purchase snow clearing equipment, but sometimes it's impossible, and that notion of what the Liberal government is doing won't help them at all. It's as if the government doesn't understand what these municipalities are experiencing on the ground. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that one of my colleagues had brought up was in regards to his last comments on this particular budget, where we have seen a significant amount of redistribution of wealth, if I can put it that way. We had a substantial increase in taxes for Canada's wealthiest. We had a substantial decrease in taxes for Canada's middle class. We've had a substantial increase in terms of the Canada Child Benefit Program. We've had a substantial increase in the guaranteed income supplement for seniors, and not to mention the benefits, the significant benefits given to our students. The question that I have for the member is, given the fact that the NDP are voting against the budget implementation bills, what they're saying is that they're in opposition to the budget. Can the member tell the House if she is aware of any budget prior to this one that actually provided so much redistribution of Canada's wealth, where in fact the greatest benefactor is in fact the middle class, or those aspiring to be a part of the middle class, and in many ways some of the most vulnerable people in our society, where we are literally lifting thousands of seniors and children out of poverty?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Honourable Member talks about tax cuts for the middle class, but over 50% of people in my riding aren't even earning enough to be called middle class, and they don't get a penny in tax cuts. Let's take my household. My husband isn't entitled to anything because he doesn't earn $40,000 and can't be counted among the middle class. but I, who earn much more, am entitled to the full tax cut. So I think that having sidestepped the problem, we had suggested that they do not apply the tax cut to the second tier, but to the first tier, the first tax bracket, so that the poorest people in society would be entitled to the tax cut. But they refuse to do that. I don't think they realize that many people don't make as much as 40,000. Resuming debate.
For Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak about C26. I firstly want to thank all colleagues who have stepped in to speak on this issue. In my speech, I intend to discuss how this bill is focused on the long term. I would like to start by simply reminding the House of the stark difference in our approach. The previous government spent a decade seeing the provinces as hurdles or opponents. Negotiation was done one by one, negotiation through division. Our approach is different, collaborative. Our Prime Minister and the Cabinet in our government have been working with the provinces as partners. Earlier this year, Canada's finance ministers reached an historic agreement to make meaningful changes to the CPP. That is what a collaborative approach looks like. First and foremost, we believe every Canadian deserves a secure and dignified retirement after a lifetime of hard work. Today, middle-class Canadians are working harder than ever, but many are worried. They are worried that they will not put away enough money for their retirement. I think about my 3 kids in their early 20s. They are all in school. They are hardworking and brilliant people. They did their homework. They got good grades. They got into post-secondary with few challenges because of their work ethic and thirst for knowledge. Even so, many of their generation and friends of theirs are in the tough place. They are not saving now because they have to think about paying down their student debt, paying for their car repair, or saving for their first home. Let alone the cost of wedding these days. There are a lot of big expenses.
Excuse me, on a point of order, yes? The honourable member for
Calgary Signal Hill. Mr. Speaker, I believe we're on Bill C-29, not 26. The member speaking on a previous bill that was before this House.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. Often what happens in the House, members bring up different areas and make a roundabout way back to the topic at hand. So I will allow for the honourable member to keep going. She's only 8 minutes. She has 8 minutes left in her speech. I think it's appropriate that she be given a chance to show how she's going to relate it back to the topic at hand. Thank you.
Let alone the cost of wedding these days. There are a lot of big expenses looming in the face of young people these days. I'm proud of the work our government has done to help kids with the repayment of students' loans. That makes a real difference for students once they graduate. However, there is still significant work to be done to get young people saving for the future. It needs to be a part of the system. They need to have that money start going into reliable, secure place where it will be there for them once they need it. Financial experts have been saying for years how financial literacy is so important for young people. I would also like to commend the Ontario government for making financial literacy a part of the high school curriculum, as well as congratulate the Ontario Young Liberals on their work to put that forward. Each year, fewer and fewer Canadians have workplace pension to fall back on. The private sector needs to do their part to support a strong pension system as well. Senior receiving CPP put that money back into the economy and into the brands and businesses in the communities. We all must do our part, public and private, to make Canada a prosperous place for everyone. Make meaningful changes to the CPP that will allow Canadians to retire with more money in their pockets. We have been talking about the baby boomers and the generational shift underway for decades. We always knew this massive portion of the population would retire, and we knew that we would have to take action to make the system sustainable for them and their children too. This bill addresses those on their way to retirement by doing more to ensure they have dignity, security, and stability. The more than 1/4 of Canadians' families nearing retirement, 1.1 million families who are facing a drop in their standard of living will be able to retire in dignity as a result of this enhancement. The revisions in C26 are designed to help Canadians in every step of their lives, our grandparents, parents, and children. The deal will boost how much each Canadian will get from their pension from 1/4 of their earning now and fully 1/3 to make sure these changes are affordable. We'll phase them in slowly over 7 years from 2019 to 2025 so that the impact is small and gradual. When I was going door to door in Brampton South in the last election, I met many seniors. I met seniors who were concerned about themselves and more concerned for their family's future. They wanted to know if their grandchild would have the chance to go through life with the same security that was there for them. That is why this bill is important to me. When we talk about evidence-based and long-term growth, I think of the effects for Canadians tomorrow and the 5 years from now. In both these scenarios, Canadians will be better off. At the core of our plan has been investment. Investment in the future is what past generations did when they built transport corridors that move countless goods and people every day. Investment in the future is what donors of universities and colleagues have done for decades. It is about giving back so others can follow. Investment in the future is what our government did in the post-war years after World War II in building up a system that is invented around the world. In Brampton, while most of my constituents were born in Canada, there are those of us who were not. And we came to Canada with our eyes on the system of compassion and mutual support. That is why investing in the Canada Pension Plan matters today more than ever. And we cannot wait, as some of my colleagues across the aisle might suggest. In past generations had thought to wait and save their pennies instead of investing them in the Canada around us today. We would be less well off. Every Canadian deserves a secure and dignified retirement after a lifetime of hard work. Through this enhancement, we have taken a powerful step to help make that happen. This investment is in people of Canada and the public system that makes us more equal and more united. That is why I'll be voting for C26, and I encourage all my colleagues from all parties to do so as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary, Signal Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but ask the member who is speaking if she's going to be voting for Bill C-29, because that's actually what we're debating.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my colleague. It is related to budget, even though it's Bill C-26, but it is related to budget, and so I will answer according to that. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague when she's talking about the importance of Canada's pension programs. In those pension programs, we're talking about the CPP, which she spoke so well on, but we also have the Guaranteed Income Supplement. And as she knows, the Government of Canada is substantially increasing the Guaranteed Income Supplement, and the government also reduced the age of retirement from 67 to 65 in terms of just allowing people to retire earlier, something that the Conservatives raised from 65 to 67. Given her obvious interest in terms of the pension issue, I'm wondering if she could just provide some comment in regards to how important all three of those pension programs are, the OAS, the GIS, and the CPP, in which she's provided comment on.
Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for this elaboration question. And as we know, this is Canada Pension Plan, and it is also effect on the same effect as Bill 29. And the Canada Pension Plan, through its payment beneficiaries who are hardworking Canadians, which was over 45 billion last year, will allow the demand to increase. And it also a big impact on small businesses. Small businesses will grow. If small businesses grow, our economy will grow. So, of course, it impact on our economy if our economy is lavish, and then Canadian lives are also going to be lavish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering, when the member ran in the last election for the Liberal Party and there were big promises made about investing in public infrastructure, was she aware at the time that $15 billion of that money was actually going to be used as a pool to attract foreign investment that would then partially or wholly own that important public infrastructure that they had run on a promise to build? And if she was aware of that, where in the Liberal platform was that written down? Perhaps she could enlighten the other members of this House.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, for that. I thank my colleague for that questions. Yes, Liberal Party has a big platform, and we did the promises, and we are almost fulfilling all the promises, like what we step by step, and also the CPP is like. Today, like I know I talk about the CPP is a universal system, one that is available to everyone who works. Need to be invest in that investment, so our people can retire in a dignified life. The CPP Invest Board is very strong, and its management ensured that the funds and Canadian dependence on their retirement were secure. And this is a type of investment that is required to be collective retirement future. That is why we did promise in our campaign. That's what we are going to fulfill that promise. This is also one of the promise we did back in the campaign. Thank you, Mr.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Signal Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will try and get the debate this afternoon back onto the bill that we're supposed to be debating, which is the Budget Implementation Act, C-29. This is about the third or fourth time now that I've had the opportunity to speak on this budget since it was introduced by the Finance Minister in the spring. And Mr. Speaker, it doesn't get any better when I speak on it as we go forward. It just seems to be, the financial situation just seems to be getting worse. In fact, we're debating a budget implementation bill that has already been effectively ripped apart by the Minister's economic statement here a couple of weeks ago. It's a budget that we all know has failed to create the jobs and the growth that was promised by the government when the Finance Minister stood up in this House and said, well, you know, that modest little deficit that was promised in that election campaign, we're going to balloon that up to some $30 billion, and we're not going to give any indication of when we can balance the budget again. And, you know, I think I'll save the Deputy Government House Leader from asking the question about, which he always asks when we make these relevant points, is that, well, didn't the Conservatives run a deficit at one point in time? And I say, yes, the Conservative government did, because we were dealing with the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. But the difference, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that the Conservative government in its time had a plan to get back to a balanced budget. This government has shown us no plan to get back to a balanced budget, despite the fact that it was left with a balanced budget when this government took office. Now, they'll try to maintain. In fact, I haven't heard too much lately about the government saying that they didn't have a balanced budget a surplus when they took over. Haven't heard that lately from the member from Vaughan. All I've heard him this afternoon talk about is the infrastructure platform, the infrastructure bank that was in the platform, the election platform. There was nothing mentioned in the election platform about the infrastructure bank. Not a word about it, Mr. Speaker. So when these members stand up here and start talking about they're just fulfilling the election promise, well, we all know that that's not the case. Now, you know, one of the problems that this particular budget has failed to address is what it was actually set out to do. It was set out to go deeply into debt so that we could create jobs. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it was just about 2 weeks ago when the September-October Stats Canada job numbers came out. And, you know, if you just look at the top line, it looked pretty good. It was talking about 44,000 net jobs created. But then some liberal math kicks in, Mr. Speaker, because those 44,000 jobs were actually only they were 67,000 were part-time. They're actually lost. The country actually lost 23,000 full-time jobs. And you know where that was most hit was what this government continues to talk about, the so-called middle class, Mr. Speaker, because working men between the age of 25 and 54 have suffered 63,000 position losses since this government took office a year ago, Mr. Speaker. That's shameful, because exactly why this government says it's going into debt, it is not fulfilling that promise, Mr. Speaker. So there's no plan to get out of debt. There's no indication that what this government is doing by going into debt is actually working. Now, we hear a lot about infrastructure. The budget was supposed to create all these infrastructure projects, and I've asked the Minister of Finance when he appeared before the Finance Committee, because there was a Bloomberg report that's out of some 860 projects that have been approved. There was only one that has actually broken ground. And Mr. Speaker, I know the infrastructure minister on the week, our constituency break last week, was running around the country spending other people's money, and because I saw he was in Edmonton announcing a $30 million flood mitigation program. Well, I guess we'll see how many jobs that flood mitigation program creates. It's ironic that it happened to be in Mill Woods, which I think if you check is the riding that this particular infrastructure minister represents. So not only is he spending taxpayers' money to redo his office, he's also taking the taxpayers' money and spending it in his own backyard. It reminds me a little bit about the move that the immigration minister has done, closing down the office in Vegreville, which happens to be, by the way, a conservative-held riding and has been since the beginning of time, but moves it into a riding in centre of Edmonton, where a Liberal member happens to represent today. Now, he'll be a one-term member, Mr. Speaker, because this is just another effort to try and shore up their shaky ground in Alberta, because Albertans are not going to be fooled again by this particular government, Mr. Speaker. Now, you know, this infrastructure minister, instead of running around the country handing out checks that we as taxpayers are actually footing the bill for, should be spending some time convincing his cabinet colleagues that there are other ways to create jobs in this country. And it's one simple word, it's called pipelines, Mr. Speaker. You know, if this Minister of Infrastructure were to convince his cabinet colleagues that, all of the studies have been done around Kinder Morgan, everybody has recommended that the Kinder Morgan pipeline should be approved, and yet it's this cabinet that is sitting on that decision. If cabinet said tomorrow that it would approve the pipeline of Kinder Morgan, that would create thousands of jobs, not only on construction of the pipeline, Mr. Speaker, but it would create jobs in Alberta where there'd be a sense of revitalization, and many of those full-time positions that the Liberals have lost over the last year are in Alberta in that particular industry. They could also get the process underway for the Energy East pipeline, Mr. Speaker. We all know that that's a project that, despite some of the musings about our friends from Quebec who sit next to us here that shake their head and smile when my colleague from Calgary Shepherd is talking about jobs lost in the industry, and Energy East could save some of those jobs, Mr. Speaker. That is a project that absolutely needs to go ahead, and the process to get it approved has to move quickly. And then, of course, now we're left with the much more improved possibility of Keystone being approved by the new president when he takes office in the United States. Now, I know the Liberals worship the outgoing president, and we saw that here in the House when he was here, but I think you're going to see a lot of the things that Liberal President of the United States implemented in the last few years, although it's hard to actually come up with too many accomplishments in the last 8 years, but whatever they were, I think you're going to see undone pretty quickly. So I'll just conclude my remarks, Mr. Speaker, with a couple of comments. As I said, our government left this Liberal government with a surplus. They're not even denying that anymore, Mr. Speaker. This is a budget that is out of date before we've even passed it through the House. The Finance Minister has acknowledged that in his economic update. And the election campaign promise that was talking about modest deficits has now ballooned into a runaway budget deficit. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move, and it's seconded by my colleague from Brandon Souris, that the amendment that we're debating be amended by adding after the words exemplified by the following: a stagnant economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, we have an amendment coming up. Very good. We have a sub-amendment to the amendment, moved by Mr. Liepert, seconded by Mr. McGuire, that the amendments be amended by adding after the words exemplified by the following: a stagnant economy. Seems in order. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague across the aisle for his remarks. He spent a considerable time talking about the legacy that his party left. Just on that same note, the last time the Liberal government was in power for a sustained period was between the years 1996 and 2005. During that period, not a single trade deficit. During that same period, 9 straight surpluses. During that same period after 2005, leaving the Conservative opposition with a record $13 billion surplus, completely eradicated within 2 years on the basis of a program of austerity and cuts, and that was 2 years before the Great Recession hit. Now, Canadians rejected that in 2015, thankfully. They rejected trickle-down economics, which don't work. And the way we're going to get ourselves out of debt is by investing in the middle class. So
excuse me. No. I'm the honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence. I'm having a hard time. I'm getting some buzzing on my left ear. I was wondering if the honourable members can maybe keep it down while the honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill actually answers the question, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you go back and look at the record, Mr. Speaker, of the previous Liberal government, how that government ended up balancing the budget was on the backs of the provinces. If you look at the transfer payments, every year transfer payments to the province went down. I know that for a fact because I was a minister in a provincial government in Alberta during that time, and they were cutting back transfer payments to the provinces on an annual basis. When the Conservatives took over, the Conservative government reinstated those transfer payments. Look what's happening with the healthcare transfer payments right now, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing it happening all over again. So it's one thing to balance the budget on the backs of the provinces. It's another thing to balance the budget by watching your spending. And that's exactly what the Conservative government did when they left these guys with a balanced budget a year ago.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the member, and I want to thank him for his comments. My political career began in local government, and during the 1990s, the Liberal government at that time did the same thing, that they cut transfer payments, $30 billion to local government and the provinces. And what happened then, instead of the federal government doing its fair share, the local government had to actually increase the taxes. So the federal government didn't directly, but indirectly caused this massive tax increase across Canada in the 90s. Now, I've also heard recently, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians are saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, it isn't going to happen again. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government of this day now has fooled the Canadians, and they are doing the same thing that they did in the 1990s. And I'd ask the member to comment on that. Is this another fool me twice?
Honourable member for Calgary, Signal Hill.
Well, I could obviously my answer to the other member's question was along the same lines as my colleagues. But I think the other thing that the member alludes to is fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, and you'll pay the price. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing that, if you recall, prior to our government taking office, we had one of the largest scandals ever in government under the Chrétien Martin government. It was called the Quebec issue. And I think what you're seeing now with all of these fundraisers that the Kathleen Wynne Liberal advisors now advising this government is the same kind of scandal that's going to bring this government down 3 years from now, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very, very brief question. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
I would just ask the members of the House who keep standing and saying that the infrastructure bank wasn't part of our campaign platform to please go online. It's still there. Read the section on affordable housing. And I would ask them to reflect on the words, we will fund this with the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. And I'm wondering if that's good enough for them to admit that it was actually in our platform.
For Calgary, Signal Hill, in 35 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, if it was in part of the platform, quite frankly, I haven't spent any time looking at the Liberal platform because most of it is no longer relevant anyway, Mr. Speaker. But if that was part of their election platform, why did they go and appoint this advisory committee that they now are giving all the credit for when they had it in their platform originally? I challenge that member on that comment, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise today and speak on the importance of Bill C-29, which seeks to implement key provisions of Budget 2016. It was 7 months ago to the day that I rose in this place to address honourable members about the important impact that our budget would have on Canadians. Today, I'm grateful to use the opportunity as a midterm checkup, if you will, to look back at what has been accomplished, how our budget has benefited my riding of St. Catharines, and in fact all of Canada, and how it will continue to bring Canadians the real change we promised just over a year ago. As I noted in my remarks on April 14th this year, the shifting world economy resulted in much of our heavy local manufacturing industry, many jobs lost. Plants closed, thousands lost their jobs, many more were forced to find new employment at significantly lower wages. These were unfortunate years that I do not wish for us to see a return to. I also noted that there was light at the end of the tunnel. Little did I know at the time, Mr. Speaker, that our progressive and forward-looking budget would have such a positive impact of my riding and, in fact, for Canada. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by discussing the centrepiece of our plan, the Canada Child Benefit. Mr. Speaker, I can't understate the significance and drastic impact that this benefit has had on families in St. Catharines. St. Catharines is a perfect example of a middle-class community and a lot of individuals who are struggling. And it's a community that when we talk about the stagnating growth of the middle class, my community is an example of that. With the loss of jobs, we now look forward to regrowth. The Canada Child Benefit provides 9 out of 10 families, and that's across the country. I believe that number to be higher in Niagara, with significant and much-needed assistance. It's a story I've told in this House before, but the first time I had an opportunity to rise in this place, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that 25% of the children in my riding live below the poverty line. And I received a call later that day, Mr. Speaker, from a poverty advocate who thanked me for speaking on the issue of child poverty, but mentioned that number was a very conservative figure, and that the number was probably closer to 1/3. In such a wealthy country, to have 1/3 of the children in my community living below the poverty line is unimaginable, Mr. Speaker. It's the Canada Child Benefit seeks, and independent analysis shows that it will lift 300,000 children out of poverty, a 40% reduction. This really hit home again, Mr. Speaker, in July, when my wife and I welcomed our first child. I should mention his name for the record of answer, Ethan. Welcomed him to the world. Thank you. It really put into perspective the type of community that I wanted to see for Ethan. Becoming a father strengthened my resolve to ensure that we do everything that we can so that each child in Niagara and across Canada has the same opportunities as my son. As I mentioned, we said the CCB would raise 300,000 children out of poverty, and I think we are safe to say that we're well on our commitment, or well on our way to delivering on that commitment. Getting families the financial assistance they need to get by is important, but more important is the need to provide jobs so that these families can continue to thrive. I'm proud of the work we have accomplished so far. Our commitment to building an innovative and forward-looking economy is at the root of the success. The Minister of Innovation, Supply and Economic Development has been diligently working to ensure that we continue to invest in key sectors of our economy so that we deliver on our promises made in Budget 2016. The previous government spent 10 years focusing on natural resources, despite the loss of manufacturing jobs in Ontario, especially in southern Ontario. The telltale signs were ominous, and a shift was occurring not only in Niagara but across Canada and throughout the world. And I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, of the commitment this government has made. One of the first announcements my colleague from Niagara Centre and I were able to make was the creation of a foreign trade zone in Niagara. That was followed shortly thereafter by an announcement, an incredible announcement for Niagara, the construction of a new factory. And that hasn't happened in quite some time. General Electric announced the plans to build a $260 million facility in Welland, Ontario, creating over 220 jobs, plus all of the incredible construction jobs that will happen over the next 2 years. That's policy that has led to concrete action, Mr. Speaker, and that will lead to significant benefits across the Niagara region. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, in focusing on an innovative economy, I'm proud that the Minister has also allocated funds to post-secondary institutions. The Niagara region and St. Catharines is home to Brock University and Niagara College. Both are renowned post-secondary institutions that draw students from across Canada and around the world. Niagara College is seen as a leader in advanced manufacturing, boasting thousands of square feet in lab space to train students in a hands-on environment. These labs also provide services to local small and medium-sized enterprises, giving them access to research and development labs, as well as allowing them to access the brightest minds of today and tomorrow. This gives students essential first-hand experience in the rapidly changing workforce and is a draw for business both in Canada and across the world. Not far away, and within sight of my house, Mr. Speaker, is Brock University, which boasts a world-class biomedical incubator. It houses research and lab space and places students and researchers on the cutting edge of innovation. Like Niagara College, Brock leverages these labs and its students to help businesses across Ontario and Canada solve the problems of tomorrow. And I was proud with the member for Niagara Centre to be with the Minister of Innovation, Supply and Economic Development to announce $22 million for these two institutions to continue forward on their plan for innovation. Also, as part of that, we were excited to see for Brock University was improvements to their cogeneration facility, which will reduce greenhouse gases. So not only investing in innovation at Brock University, but investing in a greener future for residents of Niagara and Ontario. Again, Mr. Speaker, though the federal government committed $22 million to this project, it's a $64 million project that will, again, get the skilled trades to work, get construction workers back to work in Niagara, which is so desperately needed. Another incredible aspect of our commitment to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is our $20 billion investment to public transit. Niagara is a great place to live, Mr. Speaker, but there are 12 municipalities within the Niagara Peninsula, plus a regional government. And within that, there are 8 transit commissions. Now, Mr. Speaker, think about it. If you're a student at Brock or Niagara College, which I just mentioned, and you're looking to get around from one community to another, it can be a difficult experience. It's very difficult, and I've spoken to student union presidents at Brock and Niagara College who tell me the challenges of trying to negotiate with so many different transit authorities. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have to get better in Niagara, and I'm proud that the government has committed $20 billion so that we can come up with a plan to integrate our transit in Niagara. It is a key focus. I've heard far too often from individuals trying to escape the cycle of poverty. How do you get to a job if you live in St. Catharines, but your job's in Niagara Falls? How do you get there if the bus runs infrequently? How do you make it to a shift if the bus only runs at limited periods of time? We want to help people, and not only does improved public transit help make for a greener economy, a brighter future, but it helps individuals and will help individuals break that cycle of poverty, which is oh so important. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we have a government that deeply cares about our veterans and respects the service and sacrifice our active and former military personnel make. We have a government that is willing to invest in them when we've seen that, Mr. Speaker, opening up those 9 veterans offices that were closed by the previous government and showing our commitment for our sacred obligation. Mr. Speaker, this has been an incredible year, an incredible opportunity, and I thank the people of St. Catharines for that opportunity. There's a lot of work that is left to be done to improve the lives in St. Catharines and across the country, but this is an incredible start, and I'm looking forward to a brighter future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the honourable member for Provencher.
And thank you to my colleague across the way for his presentation on Bill C-29 Budget Implementation Act. I want to reference something that was mentioned by some earlier speakers about this infrastructure bank that is part of the commitment of this budget, $15 billion plus another $20 billion of debt. They want to put it in the bank to fund this bank for a total of about $35 billion. Today, the Prime Minister is in Toronto meeting with lots of institutional investors, and he's trying to attract them to invest $180 billion in Canada's crumbling infrastructure. I don't argue whether that money is needed. We do have lots of infrastructure that needs upgrading, but by attracting private money to the tune of $180 billion, they're going to want a premium of 7 to 8% on that money. And currently, our Canada savings bond rate is at 1%. Municipal debentures, the 20-year debenture can be had for 3%. So even, if we would increase our Canada savings bond rates up to 3%, the difference between 3% and what those institutional investors will want of 7 to 8% is 4 or 5% on $180 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's between $7 and $9 billion of money that it's going to cost Canadians extra every single year to fund these infrastructure projects, and that's not included in your budget. So what are Canadians supposed to think of that extra $7 or $9 billion price tag that you're putting onto this?
I'm sure the honourable member didn't mean my budget. He meant it threw me over to the government. Yes, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend on the other side for the question. He brought up the fact that the Prime Minister is meeting with investors, and I want to take this opportunity to highlight the work not only the Prime Minister but many members of the Cabinet have done over the past years. I already mentioned General Electric, and even though provincial and municipal leaders put in a lot of work on the subject, the Prime Minister did meet with the head of General Electric to ensure and fight for a Canadian location which is going to directly benefit Niagara and all of Canada. We've heard positive announcements after meetings and consultations with Thomson Reuters, General Motors, Amazon. So it's been an incredibly successful opportunity, and I look forward to seeing what the results of this meeting with investors are in Toronto.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. You know, Bill C-29 fails on a number of levels. First of all, the broken promise to small businesses, reducing taxes from 11% to 9%, nothing for daycare, nothing in terms of capping credit card fees. But I want to talk specifically about privatization of infrastructure. By definition, the private sector is going to expect a return on their investment, which is going to lead to fees for use of public infrastructure. And I'd like to hear from the member, how does having fees on public infrastructure help middle-class families and those working to become middle-class and those families living in poverty?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have seen from previous governments, and we can learn from that of privatizations gone wrong. But, Mr. Speaker, this is an excellent opportunity to attract investment for projects that need funding from the private sector. There are certain institutions. I'll give you an example: a hockey arena, Mr. Speaker. Individuals pay fees. So if we can bring in for a private sector investor, there are fees paid whether to a municipality or partially to the private sector as well. Public-private partnerships are a reality of our current system, and it's important that the government works with the private sector to invest this so we have lasting commitment and lasting change to our municipalities to fix our crumbling infrastructure across the board.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
One of the areas where the Infrastructure Bank is mentioned specifically is in the affordable housing section of our platform, out well before the budget, at least a year ahead of that. And it talks about using private sector investments to drive forward public housing projects, like Regent Park in Toronto, where people pay a user fee. It's called rent, and that's how it's financed, in part by the people who use it. I was wondering if the member had any other ideas of how the Infrastructure Bank could further infrastructure, especially in smaller municipalities that might not have the capital capacity to participate, as the economic downturn has hurt some smaller communities in this country.
Member for St. Catharines, in 35 seconds or less, please.
35 seconds, a very difficult question, but I'll just echo what my colleague mentioned in terms of affordable housing. In Niagara, we're facing a crunch, as so many other communities have seen. Right now, individuals looking for a single-bedroom unit are waiting upwards of 7 years. So if the Infrastructure Bank can assist with that, as the honourable member said, I'm looking forward to seeing the benefits and helping individuals in a riding who need that help. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here this afternoon and speak about this bill. There's been lots of talk in this House during this debate about pipelines as it connects to the budget, as it connects to C-29, this Budget Implementation Act. And I'd like to continue this line of discussion, Mr. Speaker. I want to call the House's attention to a statement made by the Natural Resources Minister recently in the Globe and Mail, where he said that the federal government will not require full, prior, and informed consent from First Nations when the government decides whether or not to allow Kinder Morgan to build a new crude oil pipeline through British Columbia. Shameful. And that's really important, Mr. Speaker, that the minister says he does not require full, prior, and informed consent from First Nations, because it's essentially breaking a pact, and it's going to lead to a lot of trouble, Mr. Speaker. This minister is adopting the same ram it through reserves approach that the Conservatives had in the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and this attitude threatens to undermine careful work undertaken by others to move ahead with other types of economic development in British Columbia through genuine co-management arrangements with First Nations. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you're aware, and a lot of folks in the Liberal Party do not seem to be aware, that, of course, all across Canada, except for British Columbia, we have treaties with First Nations. And this has allowed different relationships to develop with First Nations in other parts of the country. But in British Columbia, of course, we don't have treaties, or most of our territory in British Columbia is not covered by treaties. So this means we're unique in this sense, Mr. Speaker. And it's a very important distinction that I think is often lost on governments in this place. Mr. Speaker, when British Columbia was settled by Europeans, Governor Douglas started signing treaties with First Nations, but then abandoned this and essentially divided up First Nations to territories and gave it to interested parties without consent. So, Mr. Speaker, those treaties were never developed, although we've had a couple in modern times. Still, the vast majority of British Columbia is not covered by treaties. And this is very important, Mr. Speaker, because court case after court case from the Supreme Court and other lower courts has said that in order to proceed with projects, there has to be full, prior, and informed consent from First Nations. Now, from the Minister of Natural Resources seems to totally ignore this, and perhaps some people might forgive him because he's a rookie MP that's unfamiliar with British Columbia, but even the most basic research revealed the folly of his approach and the threat it is going to have to our communities, but also the business communities that want to do other projects in British Columbia are now going to be the trust that we built with First Nations through co-management is now under threat because of this ram it through reserves approach by this minister, Mr. Speaker. Court cases such as Delgamu and the Haida decision and other unanimous Supreme Court decisions recognizes and reinforces the inherent rights of First Nations to determine what happens within their traditional territories. And again, the only way that these projects or any project can really proceed in these territories, Mr. Speaker, is through informed consent. So the most fruitful way forward for resource development in British Columbia is through true co-management. And that is, if you ask any companies, it might think it's weird, Mr. Speaker, for investment bankers to be calling an NDP member of Parliament, but that's exactly what I've been having happen, Mr. Speaker. They've read the comments from the Natural Resources Minister, and they're saying, what's up with this guy? Doesn't he know that this is going to jeopardize the projects that we're currently working on? So co-management, Mr. Speaker, moves beyond mere consent to full partnership, which requires a tremendous amount of trust and good faith government-to-government negotiations, and bringing in then mature private sector partners to make these deals work, Mr. Speaker. And you are seeing this in other projects in the province, but a Minister of Natural Resources and his colleagues decide to just ram through a pipeline and ignore the need for this consent, Mr. Speaker. Then they're looking for a pile of trouble. Minister of Natural Resources, Mr. Speaker, I apologize, amateurism reminds me of when the newly elected BC Premier Gordon Campbell held an ill-advised and racist treaty negotiations referendum in 2002. In his arrogance, Premier Campbell clumsily attempted to use a populist measure to override inherent Indigenous rights. This approach to resource development in British Columbia angered BC First Nations and is perhaps best captured by a flaming arrow landing in a canoe full of paper ballots, Mr. Speaker. And it deeply damaged Indigenous and non-Indigenous relations in our province. Gordon Campbell was, in fact, forced to do a humiliating policy pirouette or a 360, Mr. Speaker, when business leaders informed him his actions undermined their attempt to negotiate resource development agreements with First Nations, and it increased business uncertainty and decreased their willingness to invest in mines, forestry, and energy projects. So Premier Campbell was also a rookie at that point, just like this Natural Resources Minister, Mr. Speaker. He blundered through his first year or two within office and set back First Nation, Indigenous, non-Indigenous relations by years. Then the business community reeled him in, the Premier, that is, Mr. Speaker, and said, you've got to change this. And I think this government is going to get calls from Kinder Morgan is going to love them, Mr. Speaker, but other companies are going to say, what are you doing? You are making a huge mistake here. For 50 jobs, that's what's going to be the job count in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, you're going to put in jeopardy all kinds of other projects. And this is a mistake. So here we go again, Mr. Speaker. The minister has decided he can push a pipeline through, get this, the territories of over 100 First Nations, Mr. Speaker, most of which do not have treaties with the Crown. And believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, 15 reserves. So this minister said he doesn't need prior and informed consent to push a pipeline through 15 First Nations reserves. And what do you think that's going to do to British Columbia, Mr. Speaker? This is a massive problem and a massive mistake by this minister. If he wants to get infrastructure built, this is not the way forward. In fact, he has to learn to treat British Columbia differently when it comes to dealing with Indigenous people. So here's how this project plays out in the minister's mind, Mr. Speaker. Alberta gets its pipeline. Kinder Morgan gets approximately $5 million per day in revenue, and the minister gets to gloat here in Ottawa that he's better than Conservatives in ramming through pipelines. But here's what the minister is overlooking, Mr. Speaker. BC gets a mere 50 permanent jobs, according to the company, from this new pipeline, as well as the joy of having to police thousands of temporary foreign workers, again admitted by the company, who are going to build this pipeline using steel from China. This is a really bad deal for British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, and the arrogance of this government trying to push it through First Nations territories without their consent is just going to hamper other resource development, other development projects in our province, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that we get, of course, with this pipeline is a hugely increased risk of land and water-based bitumen spills with little or no capacity to clean them up. I only have to the British Columbians will be well aware, although those folks from the government may not be, is that we just had a small spill in Bella Bella, which of course has not been cleaned up, and this so-called world-class marine spill cleanup, whatever it is just about two guys in a rowboat. This is not world-class, Mr. Speaker, and this is Ottawa sacrificing British Columbia for the ego of a minister. People not, Mr. Speaker, now I'm making this speech, but people may not believe that I'm a pro-resource development person, because yeah, you can laugh at me if you want. You can laugh at me if I want, Mr. Speaker, but if you talk to any company in British Columbia, they know a bad deal when they see one, and they know this is a bad deal for British Columbia. So business people know only to take good deals. This is a bad deal for British Columbia. And again, the Conservatives can laugh at me, the Liberals can laugh at me, but British Columbians know this is a bad deal, Mr. Speaker. And anybody that's looked at this, a company makes $5 million a day and you get 50 jobs and you've got to clean up the spill, that's a bad deal, Mr. Speaker. But the worst part of it is you're risking a very long process of building trust with First Nations within British Columbia. Now, Kinder Morgan gets its pipeline. We still have to develop resources. So if you're a mining company that wants to deal with First Nations and make a co-management agreement, this is going to be soured because the arrogant minister has said we don't need your consent to ram a pipeline through your reserve. It's idiocy, Mr. Speaker, and I'm deeply ashamed to be a part of to stand here in this House and listen to these ministers' comments. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the government really has to rethink this and make sure they treat British Columbia with the respect it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to questions and offer, questions and comments, the honourable government House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I regret to inform the House that agreements could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act. And with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-29, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage of the aforementioned bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Before resuming and continuing with the questions and comments, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Essex, International Trade. The Honourable Member for Windsor West, Privacy. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières, Consumer Protection. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I disagree in most part with what it is the member tried to attempt to put onto the record as something just being inaccurate. You know, we've had a new attitude, knowing full well how important our First Nations or the First Nations, Indigenous people are to our country, that nation-to-nation discussions that have taken place, whether it's from the Department of Natural Resources to the Prime Minister's office. We take it very seriously. When we take a look in terms of the NDP approach to resource development, many would argue that their attitude seems to be just to leave the resources in the ground, don't do anything with them, Mr. Speaker. We as a government have recognized the valuable and the importance of our environment and economic development, and both can be done in a sustainable way, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is that does he not agree that when it comes to Canada's natural resources, and where it can be done in an environmentally sound way, as we have been moving forward, that it only makes sense to better serve Canada's middle class, in fact, all of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is to, in fact, move ahead, to move forward. Does the member not agree that there are situations where it's okay to have economic development?
Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, this is the baffle gap that you get from the Liberals. You know, they are on the precipice of making a decision with the minister saying that they do not need to meet the requirements that have been set down by the courts in terms of consent from First Nations to put through infrastructure projects. They can do whatever infrastructure projects they want, but they need consent to do it in British Columbia. They can ram projects through other parts of the country, but I'm standing here, Mr. Speaker, to say I stand up for British Columbia, I stand up for British Columbia First Nations, and I abide by Supreme Court rulings. The member should do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Burnaby South for doing exactly that, for standing up for coastal British Columbians, because the member actually understands how important social license is in British Columbia. And where I come from, he knows in my community 25 years ago, there was a plan to log 90% of Mears Island, and 1,000 people got arrested standing up for what was important. And we would have had a handful of jobs if we logged Mears Island, but instead we have a $100 million annual economy in Clayoquot Sound, because we know it's important to us. And what I want to ask the member, maybe he can talk about the impact of running a pipeline, increased tanker traffic, and what that might have on the economy in British Columbia should we have a spill, and how many jobs are going to be at risk. Because what I do appreciate from the member as well is he knows that we need consent, consultation and accommodation from First Nations if we're going to have true reconciliation, not just talking reconciliation and not acting on reconciliation. These are fundamental principles, and I want the member, maybe if he can talk about why these fundamental principles are important to gaining social license in British Columbia.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question, and I also recognize that he was the head of the Chamber of Commerce in his community, which, again, is something that is true, is that the NDP understands business. This side of the House, the Liberal side of the House, only understands how to accommodate foreign oil companies ramming pipelines through First Nations reserves without consent, Mr. Speaker, and that's a big problem, and they're going to hear it from British Columbians. The company itself has said that it only provides 50 jobs to British Columbians, 50 permanent jobs. However, they said we could get more jobs. The company said it is in its National Energy Board application because local people can clean up the spills that this pipeline makes. It's right in their application, Mr. Speaker. It's insulting. This project's insulting, and frankly, this government's approach to negotiating these projects is very insulting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to address the House today and speak on the issue of the implementation of the budgetary plan that this government is
attempting to provide to the House to make sure that Canadians have the best opportunities possible. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention today to an article that I read in the Toronto Star, which actually was quite important, I think, for this House to hear. And it was about the incidence of child poverty in urban centres across this country. And it looked at a relative rating of each of the cities in Canada at the number of children living in poverty in their homes. And I want to preface this by talking about how pleased I am with the government's cornerstone part of this budget, which is attempting to raise children out of poverty by increasing the child benefit through the Canada Child Benefit, which I believe is the largest, single most important piece of public policy to change the social nature, social fabric of Canada. Today in the paper it was reported that a group of leading institutions and agencies that address child poverty have looked at Toronto as a city I represent, that has 27% of children in that city living below a level of income in their family that is sustainable. That compares to other cities in Canada like Montreal, which is just below at 25%, Winnipeg at 24%, down to Edmonton and Calgary, which are doing quite a bit better than Toronto. And the article actually talks about two young women, Zara, who lives in Thorncliffe Park, and Sarah, who lives in Leaside, sibling neighbourhoods in Don Valley West. Leaside has the lowest rate of child poverty in the city of Toronto at just over 5%, whereas Thorncliffe Park has 58% of child poverty. It's a stunning nature of this. And I think that as we begin to look at this, and our party has been very clear that we have an agenda ensuring that the middle class is raised up and that people aspiring to get to the middle class also raised up. And I want to focus my attention today on those who are aspiring to join the middle class. And that is one of my main agenda items, and making sure as we look at 2016 and 2017 and 2018, we actually have a very aggressive platform, not only to help the middle class, but actually to ensure that those who have poverty, those children particularly that are facing the kinds of struggles that some of us have known ourselves, but others of us have only known about, have every chance and every opportunity. Salma Jabin is a resident in my riding, and her 4-year-old daughter would like to have taekwondo and gymnastics lessons, and she wants to have the kinds of toys that she sees other children having. But her husband is a security guard, and on their income simply cannot afford the kinds of things that other children in Canada have come to expect. But equally, Sarah Jordan, who lives just across the valley in Leaside, recognizes that she is a privileged Canadian, and I'm very proud to say that she and her sister, Claire, have united together to form Sarah and Claire's Food Drive, and they are looking at a way to partner these neighbourhoods together to ensure that we in Canada have a way of distributing our resources to make sure that people have a fair start, that children have the best advantage in life. Last Sunday, the member for Eglinton Lawrence and I hosted a town hall on next year's budget. And I can't tell you how very proud I was and how much it was a great privilege for me to commend our Minister of Finance for his tremendous effort at lifting children out of poverty. The Canada Child Benefit is going to lift literally hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. This is tax-free income going into families' households that will make a difference. Their parents will be able to pay their rent. They'll be able to provide groceries. They'll be able to provide those special things that children want to have, the lessons, the kinds of activities that not only sustain their life but enrich their lives to make sure that Canada is the country that we want it to be. I think that what I'm seeing in today's article, in that blending of those who have more want to live in a country where all have more to benefit from, more access to those things which are beneficial to their lives. And I think that what this budget is doing, and as we implement it, there's an opportunity for Canadians to say, we want the very best quality of life for every Canadian. We want to make sure that Canadians who have been here 6 days, 6 weeks, 6 months, 6 years, 60 years, or for generations, or First Nations who have built this country, can all share equally in both the resources and the opportunities that we have. The cornerstone parts of this budget, looking at the way we live together, the covenant that we have as Canadians, is going to ensure that Canada is built upon the sense that we have of taking care of each other. The report that came out today, though, is disturbing. And it should, I think, be on the mind of every member of this House of Commons that each of us has a responsibility to look beyond those that we might know individually on our own personal level at those in our community who are hiding in places of poverty that we simply don't get to often enough. I think that when we open up our minds to that, we have the chance to actually make a difference in our world. I'm very proud to support the budget and the implementation acts that will make sure that it comes into being, because it's the opportunity for us as Canadians to make sure that our country is built on those foundations. Of course, my first concern are the children in my riding, that child poverty is reduced, that we actually have targets, that we actually can say that at the end of the day we've made a difference, that there are children who are getting post-secondary education, that are getting the careers they want, that have enough food to eat to succeed well in school. And this budget, I think, is doing that. And I'm going to be a little critical of my own government because I think they have put the emphasis only on the middle class without actually celebrating what this budget is doing for those who are beneath the middle class, that we have not lost sight of those people, that in our communities there are people who are being left behind, and by ensuring that we have better employment insurance, that we have old age security and Canada pensions that are stronger and better, that we bring the age of retirement back down to 65 from 67, that we encourage infrastructure spending which will create more jobs to make sure that people are employed, that we have a foundation upon which to build. That is the way this budget is about. This budget, I think, is at its heart a people budget. It's people-centered, and it is going to make a difference in the lives of people that we care about, every one of us in this House. I don't think we have a monopoly on social care and social conscience on this side of the House. I have seen that exhibited by members in all parties across the aisle. I have heard your stories, and I think that this budget actually is worthy of your support as well. I think that you should have a chance to look at this. They should have a chance to look at this, Mr. Speaker, and you might remind them that in your own way at any point you want, that every member of this House has an opportunity to look at this budget and say, this is a budget that is changing the nature of Canada. It is well-funded. It is targeted investments. It is going to invest in the infrastructure that's going to make a difference. It's going to help people get to work as we invest in transit and roadways. It's going to ensure that our country is being built on that strong foundation. It will make a difference in the lives of every Canadian. So I actually encourage those on the other side of the House, if they'll actually take the time to read the budget, they'll have a sense that this budget is changing the way Canadians covenant with each other to both build the economy and make sure we can share in it equitably. I'm proud to offer my support for the budget. I think that Canada is a richer country because we're able to share with each other. As newcomers make their way in this country, we have a sense that they will contribute to the economy, but we have to give them a chance. I think that the Minister of Finance has done a brilliant job at consulting. He is continuing to listen, and he will continue to offer the kinds of leadership that Canadians are looking for. And I thank you in anticipating your support for this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank the member for his speech. He talked about this budget being people-centered. Well, this budget forgets a lot of people. I'll start with the middle-class tax break. That budget, that line in the budget item benefits 1/3 of Canadians. 2/3 of Canadians, 17.9 million Canadians don't get a break. Those people that don't get a break are those people that you talk about that aren't in the middle class, to join the middle class. Anybody who earns $23 an hour or less that works full-time gets nothing. People who benefit the most, it's true, and people who benefit the most earn between $50 and $100 an hour, those that earn between $100,000 and $200,000 a year. How is this helping those join the middle class that aren't in the middle class? I want the member to explain why 2/3 of the Canadians that are working aren't getting the benefit of the middle class tax break, because that needs to be explained to Canadians. They want answers.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the member for Courtenay Alberni has raised an important issue, but I think he's actually missing a very important part of the budget, which actually is the reason I spent most of the time in my speech on this, the Canada Child Benefit. The actual marginal tax rates, we've had a focused and intentional reduction of marginal tax rates for the middle class. We've increased the tax rates on the wealthiest Canadians, and I'm proud that we've done that because that is their opportunity. I look at taxes as my opportunity to share what I have, and as a wealthier Canadian, I think that our rates should be higher for those who are wealthier. The income tax on the middle class was simply too high, and probably the income tax on the lowest earning income Canadians was actually about right. Many of them pay actually very little income tax because they're able to deduct a number of things. And so I think we had a targeted income tax cut, which will ensure that we have financial stability in our economy and that we can pay for the kinds of things like the Canada Child Benefit that make a difference in people's lives day to day so they can buy groceries that we care about.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If it's the contention of the member from Don Valley West that the child benefit is to offset the lack of a tax cut for those making $45,000 or less a year, and that therefore we shouldn't mind that it wasn't those people who got the benefit of the tax break, then why won't he support indexing that benefit right away? Because I'll tell you what, as nominal salaries go up, that income tax cut for those making over $45,000 is going to increase in value. And as inflation goes up, in the period that that benefit is not indexed, which doesn't kick in until 2020, the value of the child benefit is going to be going down, creating further disparity, not less. So why won't he support indexing that benefit today and not 4 years from now?
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It shows again that New Democrats are Liberals in a hurry, and I understand that. However, I actually quite agree. I quite agree with the prudent and careful nature of the Finance Minister in putting indexing in the year 2020, which is just a few years away, to look at the impact of this. I mean, this is a government that is evidence-based, and we're going to look at the impact of that direct tax-free Canada Child Benefit that is never been done by even a New Democratic Party government in any province in any kind of aggressive way. What we have done is actually put real money in the pockets of real people to make a real difference today. And by 2020, we'll have time to evaluate that. We'll understand both the macro and microeconomic contingencies that are going on. We will be prudent. We are careful and mindful of the public purse. And as we do that, you can rest assured that our first interest is the welfare of Canadians, particularly the welfare of children in this country, and we'll be lifting them out of poverty. And by 2020, we'll have indexing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about Bill C-29, the Budget Implementation Act of 2016, number 2. I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague, the honourable member from Louis Saint Laurent, for leading Canada's official opposition on the finance portfolio. I'd also like to take time to thank my colleagues who have spoken about this important topic for their informative speeches on this important bill that, what we think on this side of the House, will negatively affect Canadians from coast to coast to coast. This bill, which I will expand on further during my speech, will continue the unsustainable and fiscally irresponsible spending of this Liberal government. This bill, as we know, will ruin Canada's chances of returning to a balanced budget in the foreseeable future, despite the Liberals promising that during the election. And we know this because much of this spending, this new spending, is structural, which means locked in and permanent. Mr. Speaker, as everyday Canadians know, you cannot live outside your means. And that's exactly what this government is doing. They're living on their credit card for the foreseeable future. At some point, Speaker, the bill needs to be paid. And how is this government going to pay it? Which programs are they going to cut? What taxes are they going to raise? I'd like to echo a statement from my honourable colleague, the member from Louis Saint Laurent, who said, "I am pleased and honoured, but also humbled, to speak on behalf of all my official opposition colleagues and on behalf of all Canadians who were literally duped by the Liberal Party a year ago." Speaker, the Liberals promised to help middle-income Canadians, and as we've seen, their plan unfortunately has not worked. I've had the pleasure of meeting and speaking with people all across my riding, and I continue to look forward to meeting and speaking with many more. And to this day, the majority of people I've spoken with have said their highest priority is the economy, specifically jobs. Unfortunately, I have to limit myself because I only have 10 minutes here, but I'd like to continue to go on about the issues I have with this budget and the direction this government is taking. Speaker, take a look at where we were about a year ago. Under the previous Conservative government, we embarked on a plan of targeted spending, lowering taxes in all areas, and that ensured growth, long-term growth, and prosperity for individual Canadians. As a result of this, what Canadians had was the lowest tax burden in over 50 years. It also led to a $2.9 billion surplus, a surplus that, Speaker, the Liberals have not only spent, but now we have a deficit of about $30 billion. And we also recently found out that the Liberals are borrowing an extra $32 billion over the next 5 years, with no reason to believe we will get better results. Add on the increase to the CPP and the carbon tax, and Speaker, you can see why Canadians are concerned. But Speaker, this is not just about a simple tax increase and deficit spending. This is about the fundamental Liberal belief in a high tax, high spending agenda, and that the government should decide how to spend your money rather than Canadians themselves. I cannot stress enough, Speaker, the different view that I have compared to my colleagues across the floor. Unlike my colleagues on that other side, I believe the best way to encourage job creation and growth is to lower taxes and give Canadians the opportunity to spend their money as they see fit. Because, Speaker, the more options you give Canadians, the more choices they will make based on their individual situations. And that is crucial. And 1 year now, Speaker, where are we now? The Bank of Canada, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the International Monetary Fund, the OECD confirmed that the Liberal government's economic forecast must be downgraded. It is clear that the high-tax, high-spending agenda is not working. We have also learned that over the past year, the Liberal government has yet to create one single full-time job. Not one, Speaker. And instead of working to create these favorable conditions to create jobs, they've decided to raise taxes on Canadians and businesses, knowing that this will have a detrimental effect on the economy. Speaker, 350,000 manufacturing jobs lost over the last decade in Ontario alone because of failing Liberal promises and policies. Ontario, Speaker, used to be the economic engine of Canada. Now it's a shell of its former self. The most indebted sub-sovereign nation in the world, double the debt of California, a third of the population. Speaker, that's not the path we want to go down here in Canada, but it's happening. As we know, Speaker, many families across the country are getting by. These people are living paycheck to paycheck. They need help now. They need jobs now. They need support, not new taxes, Speaker. This government should be giving Canadians the choice on how to spend their own money. The money being taken from Canadians, and the Liberals could be using it for letting people help pay their rent, their groceries, school field trips, down payment on a house, a family vacation, you name it. How Canadians choose to spend their own money is not the concern of government, and government needs to get out of the pockets of Canadians. Speaker, members opposite may argue that while they're increasing spending to help the families and children of middle-class income Canadians, the Liberal plan is actually going to result in higher costs right across the board, wiping out, and then some, their so-called tax cuts. Thanks to their carbon tax, their CPP contributions, and Canadians are struggling to see how they are going to prosper, Speaker. Look at what the Canadian Federation of Independent Business says. They're very, very worried about this new tax hike. Massive amounts of businesses say they're going to freeze any potential pay raises. They're going to freeze any potential hiring. What does that do, Speaker? How are we going to give people a chance to get a job, put a down payment on a house, and live the Canadian dream? You can't do that. What about our youth? We hear all day about members opposite saying how they want to promote the youth, but if there are no jobs for them, how are they going to have a future? If they can't start a business because Canada is it's not even a place that you'd even think about doing business because it's not competitive, how is that going to make them want to stay here and able to actually make a future for themselves, make a home base, maybe start a family? But I'm sure that all sides of the House, Speaker, will agree that supporting children is what we all agree on. We had our own universal child care benefit, which I was very supportive of. But C-29 confirms that the government will now index this child benefit to inflation beginning in January of 2020, something they forgot to do. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has now estimated that indexing and enriching the CCB will cost $42.5 billion over the next 5 years, an expense the government hasn't budgeted for. Where's the government planning on finding this extra $42 billion? Again, are they going to raise taxes? What programs are they cutting? Canadian families can't afford another tax hike. Businesses cannot afford another tax hike. We keep squeezing them and squeezing them more. Now, Speaker, this bill is repealing the employment insurance reforms our previous Conservative government introduced in 2013, measures that were designed to help unemployed Canadians get back to work. Our changes were designed to make EI more efficient, to focus on job creation, Speaker. Now, eliminating incentives for people to work and to support unemployed Canadians by helping match workers in jobs. We believe that employment insurance is a temporary support that helps to overcome a difficult situation and not a tool to be used permanently. The best cure for unemployment remains job creation. But as I mentioned previously, this bill is just a small piece of the Liberal agenda and shows how fiscally responsible this government is. And to get a broader understanding of the Liberal economic plan, you can also look at the changes to the CPP and now the carbon tax. The CPP tax hike will end up costing some households up to $2,200 more per year. And of course, that's on the high end, but still, it is a difference. It will take money, from the paychecks of hard-working Canadians and put thousands of jobs at risk and do absolutely nothing to help the seniors that need the help right now. Now, Speaker, the new carbon tax promised by the Liberal government is going to be a massive new tax on consumers, the equivalent to 11.5 cents per litre of gasoline, imposing a new punishing tax while holding back approval on job-creating pipeline projects. And it shows how misplaced these priorities are, Speaker. This Liberal plan, Speaker, is very concerning. Canadians know that you can't spend your way into prosperity because if that were the case, Speaker, Ontario would be the economic engine of Canada. It is clearly not. And there is a reason for that, Speaker, because Liberal policies with tax and spend do not work. When you take more money out of people's pockets, they have less to spend on the priorities that benefit their own. The previous government had a record, Speaker, of creating jobs during the worst economic downturn since the Great Recession. Canada had the best job creation and economic growth among the G7. We've reduced taxes to their lowest point in 50 years, typically saving the family of four about $7,000 per year. And we had targeted temporary spending on stimulus. When the economy crashed, we put money into infrastructure. Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock saw since 2008 over $200 million in direct infrastructure spending. And that created libraries, arenas, refurbished roads and bridges. We're very proud of that record. But as the deficit continues to grow, we see no signs of slowing down on that Liberal spending. And yet, as we said before, not one single job has been created. But Madam Speaker, I see that you've changed. I look forward to the questions from my honourable colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
To my friend and colleague from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, he may have finally convinced the member for Lanark-Frontenac-Kingston, but for me, taxes aren't about spending people's money. They're about sharing common costs. It is not about being taxpayers, but about being citizenry. Elections are about deciding our priorities in broad strokes on what those common costs are. We exist as a legislative body to decide on those finer details, thus this budget. So does my friend and colleague believe, as he has hinted, that tax cuts are the only possible way to grow the economy? And if so, if we eliminated taxes altogether, would we then, as a country, become infinitely prosperous? It is simple calculus, according to his pitch. In a limit formula, according to Conservatives, as taxes approaches zero, prosperity is infinite. Does he really believe in trickle-down economics? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the question from my friend across the way, and I do appreciate his work on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I do appreciate the back and forth we have going on. I could also ask if raising taxes to 100% would actually cause prosperity, because that seems to be what's going on. But Speaker, I think what you need to do is reasonable taxes. And keep taxes lower. Stop gouging our job creators, our wealth creators in our communities. Speaker, as I've said many times, when you put the people that put the help wanted sign in the window out of business and they go away, they're not coming back. And what is left? Blight, Madam Speaker. So how do you have a successful economy, putting people to work, creating wealth, paying taxes, if the businesses are not there? And Speaker, we continue this debate, and we've talked about what the Canadian Federation of Independent Business continues to say, and they are saying these tax increases are worrisome to Canadian small businesses from coast to coast to coast.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me maybe allow for a bit of an answer to the statement. You know, by the Government of Canada giving hundreds of millions of dollars in tax relief for Canada's middle class, that means there's going to be that much more disposable income. The healthier the middle class is of Canada, the healthier our economy will be. In other words, this budget is putting money in the pockets of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to become a part of it. Now, with that disposable money increase, they will be out buying things, consuming products. In other words, those small businesses that are looking for the help wanted signs that the member is referring to are going to be receiving more customers. And if you ask me and you ask my constituents, the small businesses in my community, what they want first and foremost is more customers. And this budget is delivering more customers to our small businesses. Would the member not agree that small businesses in Canada want more customers?
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Well, under their tax plan, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure there's many businesses still left as they keep going. But, Madam Speaker, in my riding, I think the member from Winnipeg North riding, the average income is not extremely high. So anyone making less than $45,000 gets absolutely zero from their tax plan. And we in Haliburton County, I'll say there are two organizations that have been set up to actually provide assistance to those who can't pay their heating bills because hydro is way too expensive because the government keeps reaching into their pockets and taking more and more money. So we have heat banks trying to give these people the ability to stay warm during the winter. And their income tax cuts are giving those under $44,000 absolutely zero. The ones that benefit the most make anywhere from about $140,000 to $200,000. That's not helping the middle class, Speaker.
Brief question. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to actually stand in this House today after listening to the debate and underscore a few facts about where this country is heading. You see, just a year ago, the Liberals promised they could spend their way to prosperity if hardworking Canadians trusted them to borrow just a modest sum. They said they could create more jobs and put more money into their pockets. Canadians are still waiting. By most measures, they're worse off than they were a year ago. The economy is stagnant. Despite a big spending budget, the Bank of Canada, the IMF, and the OECD have all downgraded their forecasts for Canada this year and next. What about the promised jobs? At 7%, the unemployment rate is exactly where it was when they entered office. Good jobs are in short supply. The vast majority of new jobs created under the Liberals have been part-time, which helps explain why weekly earnings for the average worker haven't budged. Meanwhile, the cost of living goes up It's harder for Canadians to afford a new home or a home at all, and new federal rules announced this month mean fewer will be able to get a mortgage. And what do we hear? Excuses. The Liberals are full of excuses. The global economy is weaker than they thought. Nobody would have predicted the Alberta wildfires. Their much-touted infrastructure projects are just around the corner. You'll see. You know, it could be said that they're trying to win the Triple Crown, and that is managing to generate the lowest economic growth, the biggest deficits, and the highest taxes. Now, I come from a part of the country which is largely heavy manufacturing, blue-collar heritage in my community through building farm implements over the years. And I have watched over the years, as having a small business in the community for 25 years of my own, I have watched the transition of jobs in the manufacturing sector leave over the last 30 years or so. What's the reason why these jobs leave? In many cases, there's many numerous factors. But earlier in the debate today, I listened to people saying that taxes are somehow a common cost in society. Now, if you buy that argument, if you buy the argument that somehow there's a level of common cost, that, by the way, we, the government, will determine what that is, if you buy that argument, we will not only bleed the manufacturing jobs as we have, we will bleed pretty much all the good-paying jobs in this country to other places, such as south of the border, which is going through a huge transition with a new administration that will be coming, that will be reducing their corporate taxes to the lowest rate that they could possibly be. They will be providing incentives, as they do today, in fact, to companies to go over the border. But in my part of Canada, which is Ontario, already we see a certain degree of exodus of businesses who rely heavily on energy costs. Let me give you an example. A manufacturer in my community employs approximately 400 people. I recently met with them because for the purpose of discussing future expansion in Canada or the U.S., where they have two of their plants in Michigan and one in Ohio. So their decision is going for the expansion and the possible relocation of their Canadian operation is based on the costs of their business. It's pretty darn simple. If electricity is costing you twice of what it costs in Michigan or Ohio, or any other jurisdiction for that matter, you're going to say, what is the long term for the cost of electricity? Do we foresee it going down and being competitive? And if the taxation level, the common cost that some people have talked about in this House today, the common costs are such that we have a government that believes that, as to what this theory is if we all pay our share, then everything will be better. But that share is set at a much higher rate than other jurisdictions. We lose our jobs. We lose those 400 jobs. And frankly, when I looked at their books, which they opened up to me, it is scary. It is absolutely scary to think that the costs have risen as high as they have for that business. If a carbon tax comes in at the levels that this government has said it will, they have factored it out per employee, $9,000 a year. $9,000 per employee. The reason why? They're a heavy manufacturing, a forging plant. They forge huge metal pieces for the oil and gas industry as well as dam gates, and other products like that. So you say to yourself, when you're talking to business people like this, you say to yourself, what will happen? Do we have to have special rules and exceptions for them? Do we have to provide some kind of special exemptions for these types of manufacturers in that category? And once you start going down that road, as some governments have tried, that's a road that ends in destruction as well, because you're picking winners and losers, and you're basically getting on what some people have called the corporate welfare cycle, in terms of saying, well, listen, we know we're charging you a lot, but we'll make it up for you over here. We'll give you an exception over here. It doesn't work. It's a false economy. And so as I talk about the budget and see what the government of the day is proposing, it brings up enormous concern, not only for the type of heavy, large manufacturers that populate different communities in this country, such as mine, but also for the medium-sized business and the small business person. Because if you talk to small business people and you say, what is the major thing holding you back from growing your business? They may have many people find themselves in small business at certain points in time, being able to grow their businesses. What are the major things that hold them back? Today, generally speaking, I get the answer: red tape, number one, and taxation levels. And many of the taxation levels are hidden taxes, such as the increase to CPP that this government is going forward with. You know, you don't really realize how fine the line is until you're there in the shoes of the business people, the small family, the mom and pop shops, and how fine a line it is for them to operate in terms of their margins. I know what a lot of people from outside the business world have say to themselves when they look at these. Well, they're making all kinds of money. But the truth is, it's a very fine line that many of these companies work on. Now, I just want to bring you the alternative to this kind of thinking of a level of taxation that is the ideal common cost that everyone needs to pay. And I want to point out what we did when we were in government. And I'll close on this because I know, Madam Speaker, I have little time left. Our record on job creation, during the worst economic downturn since the Great Recession, Canada had the best job creation and economic growth record among G7 countries. We lowered taxes. We reduced taxes to their lowest point in 50 years, with a typical family saving almost $7,000 a year. And we balanced budgets. After running targeted stimulus program that created maximum benefit and approximately 200,000 jobs, we kept our promise to balance the budget, and we left the Liberals with a surplus. And that is the truth of what our record is. And I am thankful today to be standing here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Madam Speaker, the only thing rich about the Conservative legacy is their description of it. The member from Brantford Brant started his speech by rejecting the premise that taxes are how we share our common costs and that government is how we manage those common costs. So I wonder if the member from Brantford Brant could explain to us what purpose he sees government having, if not to manage common costs, common services. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay. The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's not a difficult question to answer, because I believe members of Parliament were brought here for the single purpose of making this country better, and single purpose of making individual lives better in this country. And so when you get into this thinking that somehow through a magical number of common costs or taxation costs, that you could somehow redistribute that and it makes life better for all Canadians, you're being misled. You're being misled. Life gets better for individuals when we get out of their lives. The government steps out of the way and lets them make their own decisions as much as possible, and lets them use their God-given talents in their own ways in their society under a free system, a free economic system, to follow their dreams. And if the government's going to say, well, no, you know what, you're having to conform to this standard that everybody shares at an equal level, you're heading in the wrong direction.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the honourable member has to do with small business. So he mentioned small business quite a few times in his speech here in the House today. And I feel that in my community of Essex, small business is certainly the backbone and the majority of businesses that exist. They're the employers. They're doing incredible work in our communities. And yet in this budget, you know, we don't see the promise that really was made by all parties during the campaign last year to reduce small business tax. This is certainly something that would help small businesses in my community of Essex and across Canada, and yet again, we don't see it in this economic update. We don't see that break coming for small businesses in our communities. So my question to the member is, would he agree that we need to support small businesses and provide that tax relief immediately?
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
The quick answer is yes, and thank you for that question. The reality is promises were made in the last election by this government, and that was one of them that you just brought up. Now, everybody knows, and it's spoken over...
The chair, right?
Madam Speaker. Everyone knows the great percentage of new jobs and good-paying jobs come from small business expansion and exists at about a rate of 80% of all businesses. So to the extent that you provide them with the tax relief that was planned and that was promised by this government in the last election, a broken promise, to the extent that a small business person can plan the fact that we were going to go forward with it when we were in government, they took that policy over and said, yes, we will do that, and then they reneged on it, takes an opportunity out of every small business's business plan to grow, and possibly in some cases, because as I mentioned in my speech, there's a fine line in small business in terms of success and margin, and sometimes that business would then have to take away any expansion opportunities whatsoever, and with the added costs that this government is throwing on top of that, it gets onerous on small business people, and we're killing many, many good-paying jobs that could have been created.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for St. John Rossay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, on behalf of my great riding of St. John Rossay, it's a pleasure to stand and speak on C-29 and what it means to my riding and my province and all of Canada. But before I do, Madam Speaker, just very briefly, today is World Diabetes Day, and I do want to pay tribute to my father, Malcolm Percy Long, who was one of the longest living insulin-dependent diabetics in New Brunswick. He was diagnosed at 19 years old and lived till 78 years old, and that was an amazing feat back in that day to live that long being insulin dependent. So certainly my thoughts are with him today and this evening for sure. Thank you. Now on to C-29. I do want to talk about C-29 and what it means to the riding of St. John Rossay. And I think the best way I can go about that, Madam Speaker, is to talk about my riding and what it's about. And St. John Rossay is a riding, Madam Speaker, of great wealth, great business success. It's an industrial riding. It's a unionized riding, very, very strong union base there. But it's also a riding with many people in great need. And I don't like to get up, as I often do from this chair, Madam Speaker, and talk about the fact that my riding of St. John Rossy leads the country in child poverty. It's at the top of the country in babies born addicted per capita, literacy rates, lowest income for single females, and the list goes on in St. John Rossy about some of the challenges we face. And Madam Speaker, it was really one of the reasons I wanted to run and get into politics and leave my fun, safe world of, excuse me, Madam Speaker, of Sea Dogs hockey and Major Junior hockey and get into politics. So, starting to run and go door to door in my riding, it became very, very apparent that over the past 10 years, although with a lot of respect, there's different philosophies and governments try different things, but a lot of people in my riding felt that they were forgotten. And door after door after door, Madam Speaker, I went to in priority neighborhoods, in Crescent Valley, Madam Speaker, in the North End, called the Old North End now, on Victoria Street, in the Lower West Side, off of Duke Street and Rodney Street. People told me that they were in dire need of some help, some support from government. One of the things that I'm most proud of, Madam Speaker, that several speakers on my side certainly have spoken about over the past few hours, was our government's budget, how our government's budget gave hope to Canadians, it gave a handout to Canadians and working families. It started with a tax break for the middle class. It also had, which I'm most proud of, obviously, is what I feel is a transformational government program, Madam Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit. And single parents came to me, families living in need came to me and said, I don't understand how the UCCB, that the Conservative government supported, along with, much to my shock and surprise, the NDP government also supported, the UCCB that gave the same amount of family benefit to those who made $200,000 or those that made $15,000 or $20,000, Madam Speaker. And people couldn't understand how that could happen. And instead of looking at need, the UCCB actually supported having kids. So the more kids you had, the more you benefited. It didn't matter about your actual net income. So the Canada Child Benefit was designed to help those who needed it the most. And yes, we can argue that it replaced this or it replaced that, but you try going to priority neighborhoods, knocking on the door of those families. In fact, Madam Speaker, last week, it was great to be back in St. John Rossy having a constituent week. I took a young single mother out to dinner who had 2 young children. Madam Speaker, I asked her, what is the difference of the Canada Child Benefit compared to the UCCB? It was over $240 a month, tax-free in her pocket. And she said that $240, even though, Madam Speaker, it may not sound like a lot, it is availing her the chance to buy a small used car. Because of that, she can get to work. Because of that, she can take her family or her kids to hockey. And that is something, again, that is transformational. The program, I believe, will change the lives. We know the stats. It's better for 9 out of 10 Canadian families. It'll pull 300,000 children out of poverty, Madam Speaker. And I'm particularly proud that our government is a government that put this transformational program through. Other things, Madam Speaker, that I think are very, very beneficial, not to just my riding, but to all Canadians in our budget, is the focus on increased infrastructure spending. David Dodge himself, Madam Speaker, has said that over the past 10 years, Canada was in an infrastructure deficit. There wasn't enough being spent. Sure, the government opposite had some infrastructure expenditures, but there wasn't a targeted program to aggressively go after spending on infrastructure for the assets that needed it most. Our bridges are crumbling. Our roads crumbling. Transportation, Madam Speaker. Our government, with the infrastructure spend, is targeting green infrastructure, social infrastructure, cultural infrastructure. And Madam Speaker, in my own riding, I was very, very pleased to announce $6 million for 12 new buses for St. John Transit. That is a direct result of the infrastructure money that our government has put forth. It's very positive for the community. It will create jobs and, most importantly, update our aging infrastructure. I've already talked, Madam Speaker, about the tax cuts for the middle class. It's a start. It's not everything, but it's a start. It will put more money back in the pockets of those families. Those families of the middle class, Madam Speaker, are the families that spend and will help get our economy going. Madam Speaker, I believe that what we have done as a government with our budget and our focus will help reinvigorate our economy. I don't think there's any question that we did have 2 recessions over the past 10 years. And yes, Madam Speaker, with respect, I know the government opposite talks about their balanced budget, but we all know how that balanced budget occurred, by throwing in an EI fund and a rainy day fund and a surplus and GM stocks and so on and so forth to create a surplus. I mean, that's deception, Madam Speaker. But Canadians saw it. They saw through it. And, Madam Speaker, I believe they made the right choice to vote for a progressive government that is going to invest in Canadians, invest in infrastructure, invest in families, and I believe that we will be proven correct over the next 10 years to show that we were the government that re-stimulated the economy, gave hope to Canadians, and turned our government around. Madam Speaker, in my riding, we have consulted with our businesses, we have consulted with community leaders, stakeholders, and all forms of my constituents, just as recent as last month, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, they are very, very hopeful that the increase in infrastructure spending will stimulate. They're starting to see benefits of that in St. John. I can tell you firsthand that the Port of St. John, between 3 levels of government, have invested over $200 million to reinvigorate the Port of St. John. That is going to create jobs. That is going to create opportunity. And, Madam Speaker, I believe that we are on the right track. I'm proud to stand up here. And just to close, Madam Speaker, I am particularly proud of the transformational Canada Child Benefit. That will change the lives of thousands of families across this country, and it's going to be something I believe that this Parliament is going to be very, very proud of in the years to come. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from St. John Rothesay for his very well-written speech and well delivered, and also want to commend him on his passion for looking after child poverty in his constituency. It's very admirable. You know, just one point I would like to correct, and then I'll ask a question. He indicated that there was no fairness in the universal child care benefit that the previous Conservative government had, and I would suggest to you that the fairness in it is actually very similar to what the Liberals have rolled out in their Canada Child Tax Benefit, because as individuals received the universal child care benefit, they were taxed at the same rate on that benefit as their income tax was. And so that was the fairness of it, Madam Speaker, that higher earning income people gave a portion of that money back. Those people on low income kept all of the benefit. And I think that was the fairness in the system. My question is, in regards, you know, there's a person could qualify for $533 a month per child benefit under the Canada Child Tax Benefit, tax-free. Is that perhaps, Madam Speaker, through you, is that perhaps too generous?
The honourable member for St. John Rothesay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question, well thought out. I don't think it is, and again, I think that I am passionate about it because You only need to go to priority neighborhoods. And, you know, like I said, the priority neighborhood I went to, Madam Speaker, in particular was Crescent Valley, where upwards of 50 to 60% of children and families are living in poverty. So, you know, I guess what I would say back through you, Madam Speaker, is, you know, until you talk to those families and see what they're living in, where they don't have enough money to heat their house, to eat, and they're making decisions on a daily basis, I think that we got it just right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, well, during the election, the Liberals made a number of promises to Canadians. One promise was that their tax increase on the wealthiest Canadians would pay for the tax cut to middle-class Canadians. It turned out that that's not the case. It's off by about $1 billion. They promised a tax cut to the middle class, and when they brought in that budgetary measure, it turns out that almost 50% of Canadians actually will experience no benefit from that tax cut whatsoever. We see the Prime Minister now backtracking from his claim to bring in electoral reform. There's a number of, I think, legitimate concerns that Canadians have, but one thing that was very clear was that the Liberals promised Canadians that if they were elected, that they would build public infrastructure and invest tens of billions of dollars to build necessary public infrastructure, and I think that was a positive promise. What they didn't tell Canadians was that the Liberals, once in office, would consider selling off public assets like airports or privatizing roads. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, did he tell the people in his riding when he was campaigning that if he was elected, that he would be part of a government that would sell off publicly owned assets that make money for taxpayers?
The honourable member for St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to member opposite for that well-thought-out question. But, Madam Speaker, what I did tell people in St. John Rossi is that we were prepared as a government to have strategic programs of infrastructure investment to re-stimulate the economy. People in my riding, a unionized industrial riding, Madam Speaker, were shocked and puzzled at the NDP approach to their campaign. I mean, they ran on balanced budgets and austerity, but yet now that we're in the House of Commons, they're saying we're not spending enough. And, Madam Speaker, it's such a mixed message that obviously my residents, I think, across Canada were confused that the NDP went so far right, I don't think anyone really knew what they stood for anymore. So to answer the member's question, I believe that my riding in particular was very, very proud of the infrastructure spending, and I think they're very pleased and are seeing very tangible, real benefits, Madam Speaker, of that spending. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about Bill C-29 in this House. It's a bill that aims to implement a series of budgetary measures and seeks to implement the budget that was tabled in March 2016. First off, I'd like to thank the Canadians who are listening to us right now, and particularly the residents of my lovely riding of Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, I find it a little bit ironic to be debating C-29 in this House today, because it hasn't been very long since we celebrated Remembrance Day, and I was back in my riding at that time, and I wasn't able to get a spot on the speaking list when I came back. But this week, I'll be able to speak about this bill in a week that is very significant for Canadian businesses, because this week is National Business Week. I think that in Bill C-29 and in the arguments that the Conservatives have been presenting over the last 2 weeks, thanks to the work of the critic, we've been able to see several aspects that are harmful to our small and medium-sized businesses. Madam Speaker, during my time in my riding this last week, I visited more than 100 businesses. Now, I like to go door to door to see citizens regularly, but this time I decided to visit businesses instead. Why? Well, because on Thursday nights, I like to organize a an evening to meet with businesses so that I can speak with local entrepreneurs in my riding and hear what they really have to say about the federal government's budget and their concerns about it. Now, for businesses in Canada, what does this mean? Well, there are 1.6 million small businesses in Canada that hire over 10,000 individuals. So I think it's clear to see that entrepreneurs are really creators of jobs and wealth, and they play a very significant role in the Canadian economy. Something interesting, today I decided to Google World Business Week, World Entrepreneurship Week. And one of the results was a statement made by the current Prime Minister. Something that he said in this statement is that the Government of Canada is committed to helping Canadian businesses grow their business and prosper in our country and abroad. I find it a little bit ironic that the Prime Minister of Canada said this as part of National Business Week. Now, I'm not so certain that his actions really reflect these words. For example, with Bill C-29, the government is taking actions against small and medium-sized businesses like those in my riding of Beauport-les-Moilous. They implemented the Liberal carbon tax. They imposed additional costs to the CPP. That doesn't apply quite so much in Quebec, but it does apply to the other provinces. And they broke their promise of reducing the corporate tax rate for small and medium-sized businesses. And that's probably the worst thing they've done so far, in my opinion, because this was a promise that was made during the election campaign. We and the NDP and the Liberals all promised this, and it's really shocking to see that they've broken this promise. They got rid of several tax credits that I'll be speaking about a little bit later. And finally, well, a couple of weeks ago, the minister announced that he was going to be abolishing several other tax credits, but we don't know which ones they will be yet. I'm sure we'll find out soon, at least I hope so. So, Madam Speaker, let's talk a little bit more specifically about Bill C-29 and why it's so disappointing. It's disappointing because it perpetuates the Liberal government's plan, which is clearly not working. We need to remember the objective of their plan, Madam Speaker. The objective, well, their plan was being laid out before the elections a little over a year ago, and the objective was to create jobs by investing massively in infrastructure. But if we look at the facts before us, and the facts presented by the Parliamentary Budget Officer about this $25 billion a deficit, not all of it is going to infrastructure, and yet no jobs have been created. So the plan is not working, and that is the clearest conclusion that we can draw from these facts. And C-29 is disappointing because it creates uncertainty. The minister has been unable to tell us when the budget will be balanced again. We're looking at a deficit of $25 billion. It's no longer $30 billion because they factored out a margin of error of $6 billion. Then, well, okay, I already said that, so I'll just move on. They've essentially played a shell game with this $6 billion. And then Jean Fillion from Radio-Canada says that they're cooking the books to try to make people believe that the deficit has been reduced. And so essentially Radio-Canada is supporting the Conservatives' argument on this, which is quite extraordinary. Point number 2. As I already said, in the last year, no new jobs have been created in Canada. In fact, we're losing jobs. And the unemployment rate is increasingly going up. Now, the Canada Child Benefit, well, our child benefit was viable. and was very useful for Canadian families, but the Liberals' child benefit really just shows the amateurish way in which they're managing the budget. It eliminated good existing programs, and in the end, their plan will not be revenue neutral. It's going to cost over $3.4 billion this year, and then when it's indexed, so starting in 2020, they're going to have to find even more money. Madam Speaker, C-29 reflects, well, a budget bill reflects a government's plan. And with C-29, this Liberal government is showing us, first of all, that it is unable to calculate the ledgers properly, that they weren't able to factor in the price of indexation for the Canada Child Benefit, that they're being imprudent with taxpayers' money. They're running a huge deficit, and they haven't set a specific date for rebalancing the budget. They're improperly investing money. They haven't managed to grow the economy or create jobs. And this government is simply arrogant because they didn't want to correct their mistakes or change a plan that isn't working. C-29 also represents a whole series of broken promises. And this is something we're seeing more and more with this government. And I think it's terrible because this is basically leading Canadians to become cynical. They promised to run a modest deficit, even though even a $10 billion deficit wouldn't have been necessary, but they decided to exceed that. They broke promises to small businesses. I'll give you another example of this. The famous tax cut that my Liberal colleagues often boast about concerning the least wealthy Canadians, well, this tax cut is something that hasn't really materialized, because not only will it not apply to Canadians earning less than $45,000 per year, and this is a point that was correctly raised by the NDP and by our party, but what you can see with this tax cut is that it will actually help the Canadians who have an income between $140,000 and $170,000 per year. And once again, what I don't like about this government is their arrogance and the fact that they're making all of these promises to Canadians. They have all of this rhetoric about the wealthiest 1%. They're promising tax cuts with their high-flying rhetoric, but they're not keeping those promises. Thank you for my time, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, and I have a simple question. He has spoken about the Canada Child Benefit quite negatively, and he said that it's terrible that, or he's saying that it's not going to help all families. But if I remember correctly, the Conservative program gave $160 a month to millionaire families. Does that make sense? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, what I would remind my colleague of, my colleague for Laurentides-Labelle, listen, I've knocked on many, many doors in my riding between the election and today, and what I hear the most often about your child benefit, or I should say his child benefit, Madam Speaker, is that, well, people say, yeah, I got a check for a fair amount of money. I've got $2,000, $3,000 that I could spend on whatever I wanted. But they say this laughing because they say, well, I know that I'm going to have to be paying it back 5 or 10 years from now, because there are mothers who have told me, I took that money, but I know that my children are going to be paying this back in the form of paying down the deficit later on. Questions and comments?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. it was surprising to discover that privatization was actually an integral part of the Liberals' infrastructure strategy. So I'd like to know if my honourable colleague was surprised by this as well. And I'm wondering if he can appreciate the differences between a public strategy and a strategy that includes a significant degree of participation from the private sector. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I thank my colleague for his question. I understand that his question is part of the NDP's broader strategy. But, well, is it going to be more private than public? I can't really say. But I can say that this reflects another serious issue, which I think everyone on this side recognizes. And that is that the Liberals have spent so much money to try to make their promises a reality, their infrastructure promises, and now they need to look elsewhere because they don't have enough public money. So I think that's really what that reflects. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his presentation. One of the things that really I believe are important to Canadians is actually integrity. And also when you make a projection and you make balanced promises, that actually you try to follow through on them. And I'm wondering if you might have some comments about the record of this Liberal government in its first year in terms of its integrity, bad management, and looking at its balanced budget.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I thank my colleague for the question. Really, now, I'm not really comfortable saying this in the House, but I think this is a government that doesn't have any integrity. They've broken promise after promise, and I'll give an example. Electoral reform. The Prime Minister of Canada recently said that electoral reform was perhaps less interesting at this point because Canadians want to change when they had the Honourable Prime Minister Stephen Harper, but now it's not so important. And so the Prime Minister individually decided that this is no longer such a laudable goal. So to answer your question, or rather, through you, Madam Speaker, to answer my colleague's question, this government doesn't have any integrity.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our government was elected because Canadians wanted a change from a government stuck in the ways of the past. Canadians wanted a government that was bold enough to look to the future and embrace a new vision for Canada. The need for a new vision, a forward-thinking plan for the future, which embraces innovation and places Canada on the international stage in the realm of science and technology, is a concept which has been embraced in my riding of Kitchener Centre. As a part of the Kitchener-Waterloo region, our potential for growth and prosperity was stymied by the lack of attention that the previous government paid to science, research, and innovation. Thankfully, our government has put us back on the right path, one which will support industry and growth while fostering knowledge and innovation. Now, I know there will be some on the other side of the House who will argue that they did not ignore science or research. Well, Madam Speaker, my background is in science, and this background in the evidence-based field means that I like to have the hard facts in front of me. So let's talk about some facts. In 2012, the Canadian government invested less in research and development, $28.8 billion US, than the government did in 2004, when it invested $22.7 billion. Madam Speaker, that approach was one which didn't make a lot of sense. In order for Canada to maintain its position as a world leader in research and development, growth and investment are essential. And doing our part by investing in research and development is an obvious path to ensuring growth and prosperity. There's a metric that is used to quantify how a country is doing with its investments in R&D. It's called GERD, or Gross Domestic Expenditure on Research and Development. Simply put, GERD is the amount of money a country spends on research and development. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, if we look at how Canada compares to other countries, we aren't doing so well on this front. In fact, in 2012, Canada fell from its spot in the top 10 to 12th in terms of real spending for research and development. Not a great performance, to be sure. But as in many other cases, the raw spending only tells half the story. In order to compare Canada's spending on R&D to that of other countries, it is far more useful to use GERD as a percentage of GDP. This is a commonly used measure internationally as an indicator of the country's degree of R&D intensity. In my opinion, it conveys how important R&D can be to a country and to an economy. Unfortunately, we don't perform well on this front either. According to the OECD average ratio of GERD to GDP in 2013 was 2.36, with Israel, Japan, South Korea, Sweden, and Finland leading the world. Calling Canada a laggard is being generous. Looking at the ranked list of countries, we don't even make the top 20. In 2013, Canada's ratio of R&D spending as a percentage of GDP was 1.69, down from 1.79 in 2012. Among G7 countries, Canada ranked 5th in 2013, and its ratio of GRD to GDP was lower than the United States, which was 2.73. Madam Speaker, it is difficult to imagine how Canada could be competitive on the world stage if we were to continue falling behind in R&D spending. A Globe and Mail piece in 2013 noted that in one vital area where government really can make a difference, innovation, Ottawa's commitment has been inconsistent and its investments wanting. And I think that quote really sums up the previous government's lack of interest in prioritizing science, research, and innovation. We know that when government chooses to make a difference by investing in innovation, that we can create good middle-class jobs, develop the technology of the future, and create a more competitive Canada. I'm sorry to say that the previous government failed to take advantage of Canada's potential in this area. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to say that we're committed to turning this around. That is why I'm so proud to see that our government is developing an innovation agenda which we firmly believe will position Canada as a world leader in turning ideas into solutions, science and technologies, skills into jobs, and startup companies into global successes. Our budget recognizes the importance of research, development, and innovation. I'd like to take a few moments to talk about just some of the highlights from our budget, which are demonstrative of just how committed to this advancement of science, innovation, and technology we really are. First, Madam Speaker, our government is investing $2 billion over 3 years in strategic infrastructure at post-secondary institutions. Madam Speaker, I cannot say just how vital this is. If we want to be able to perform world-leading research, we need to have world-leading facilities. With this investment, not only will our students be able to work in some of the best facilities, but we will have the opportunity to make our facilities some of the most environmentally friendly facilities in the world. Imagine the best minds conducting cutting-edge research at some of the most up-to-date modern sites available. Madam Speaker, my region is home to many excellent post-secondary institutions. While we often talk about the value and importance of post-secondary education, there is much less focus on the details behind post-secondary education. Tuition rates have risen sharply over the last decade with little relief for students. That's why measures like increasing the amounts available under the Canada Student Grants Program are so vital to ensuring the continued success of our students. We need to do our best to make sure that education remains accessible to as many students as possible, and that we continue to back our desire for increased access to post-secondary education with concrete actions to make that possible. Canada has some world-leading research facilities. It is essential that we fund them properly so that they are able to properly do their work. Our government is investing $30 million for Canadian Institutes of Health Research, $30 million for the National Sciences and Engineering Research Council, $16 million for the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, and $19 million for the Research Support Fund to support the indirect costs borne by post-secondary institutions in undertaking federally sponsored research. In addition, our government is providing an additional $46 million to the granting councils. These councils, namely the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, and the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, support and promote high-quality research in a vast array of areas. We must do our part to support them. Madam Speaker, As someone with a background in science, I was stunned when the previous government cut funding to the experimental lakes region in Northern Ontario. What really surprised me, however, was how public the opposition to that was. Who would have thought that cutting funding to such a program would galvanize the public the way it did? Not only has the government restored funding to the experimental lakes area, but we have also increased our funding for ocean and freshwater science, including monitoring and research activities. Science is important to this government, Madam Speaker, and it is not just Canadians that will benefit from a renewed focus on data and evidence. People across the world will benefit from the research we conduct here at home. Speaking of evidence-based policy, Madam Speaker, our government made it a priority to restore the mandatory long-form census. The data collected by the census is essential for planning and spending purposes. Not only did we restore it, but Canadians responded extremely enthusiastically to its return. Madam Speaker, we made international headlines when in our eagerness to complete the census, we crashed the website. Now that is something we can be proud of. I have just one more highlight, Madam Speaker. As an MP from the Kitchener-Waterloo region, I was thrilled to see that the Perimeter Institute received $50 million. For those of you who don't know, the Perimeter Institute is a world-leading facility in the field of theoretical physics. Madam Speaker, the Finance Minister got it right when he said that the Kitchener-Waterloo region is home to some of the most brilliant, innovative minds and companies in the world. Madam Speaker, I am excited to see the developments that come from this funding. We are working hard to lay the foundation so that our researchers, thinkers, and dreamers are able to see their projects carried through to fruition. Our future is so bright, and we have such potential that is waiting to be tapped, harnessed, and encouraged. I'm confident that while we have had some fantastic achievements in the past, they are nothing compared to what we will see in the future. Once again, I would like to commend the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister for commitment to championing a research and innovation agenda, one that I'm sure will serve Canadians well now and into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my neighbour from Kitchener for his speech. And actually, Madam Speaker, there's parts of his speech that I totally agree with him on, that the Waterloo region is home to some of the best post-secondary education facilities in the world, and also research facilities. I couldn't disagree with him on that at all. But, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if he's upfront with his constituents that this government is adding $15 billion per year in deficit in terms of just the debt load that we will be responsible for. Just the interest costs alone, Madam Speaker, are going up by $15 billion a year between today and 2020. So I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, if my colleague could tell us which generation does he think will actually be able to pay off this huge Liberal debt? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my good friend and neighbor and someone who always looks out for me and always gives me advice, so I'd like to give him a little bit of advice today. So economically, we know right now in the world, we have a zero lower bound interest rate. We know when we look at the 10-year government bond rate, whether it's in the United States at 2%, whether it's in Japan at 0.5%, whether it's Germany at 0.5%, or whether it's at Japan at 0.2%, we know that the inflation targets right now are less than 1%. Madam Speaker, this is the absolutely best time in our history, in the history of the world probably, where investment in infrastructure is so important, whether it's public infrastructure, public transit infrastructure, social infrastructure, or environmental infrastructure. So I want to thank my honourable friend for the opportunity to give that answer. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member has just given us an eloquent explanation of reasons why we must invest in infrastructure, and we agree with that. But what we don't agree with is a plan to privatize our public infrastructure, and that's exactly what the government is proposing with this infrastructure plan. At a meeting today, no fewer than 8 ministers were in attendance. They met with multi-billionaires in Toronto to explain how they're going to charge us twice, once through our taxes and once through tolls, by privatizing our public infrastructure. We heard comments earlier about who campaigned on the left or on the right, but can my colleague admit that after all these great progressive promises of investment into public infrastructure, they're going even further what the Conservatives dared to do by selling off our public infrastructure and having taxpayers pay twice rather than once?
Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, this is the best time in our history to invest in infrastructure, and we have a very bold and ambitious agenda. And whenever you have a bold and ambitious agenda, you have to keep an open mind and a broad mind about everything. I'm quite confident, Madam Speaker, that the government will be responsible, will be ambitious in its approach, and I hope that my honourable friend, will work with us to make sure that we create the right infrastructure for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. Obviously, there's some parts in there that I could also agree with. As the first female engineer in the House of Commons, I was happy to collaborate with the Minister of Science to come with a better plan for Science for Canada. But in the rest of the budget, did you miss the part that says you promised a $10 billion budget and... Oh, sorry.
To address to the chair, the questions or the comments?
You're absolutely right that having promised $10 billion deficit, this government is now pushing its way past 30. And out of the 87 infrastructure projects that were approved, most of which were in the pipeline with our government, only a handful are actually in the ground. They missed the construction season. So, Madam Speaker, there is no plan. And what would the member say about that?
The member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, we were elected on real change, and real change means thinking out of the box, being innovative. And I think the honourable member, I congratulate her on being the first female engineer in the House. I'm the first pharmacist in the House. So I think that, scientifically, through innovation, through infrastructure, I know that what we are doing right now is going to be historic, and it's going to work for all Canadians. Thank you.
We have time for a very, very brief question. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre. South, sorry. I'm sorry.
That's fine, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for that. It's okay. Madam Speaker, thank you to my colleague for his remarks. Madam Speaker, I've always believed the single most important investment a nation can ever make is in learning. If we're going to compete, thrive into the future, we need the smartest workforce on the planet. Can the member take a few minutes and expand on some of the things we've been doing in the budget? For example, we've increased the grants now for college and for university students, kids going into trades. We've doubled the summer employment program for jobs. He comes from a community which is strongly steeped in college and university traditions. Can he maybe take a second to expand?
We're running out of time at this point, so if we want him to answer, we will give him that chance right now. Kitchener Centre, member for Kitchener Centre, a very brief response, please.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. The next generation of Canadians will need the right tools. As he mentioned, the Canada Summer Jobs Grant was doubled. We've invested $2 billion over the next 3 years in post-secondary institutions. We've also tried to make sure that we've invested in infrastructure, public transit, in other areas which will help the next generation of Canadians. Thank you.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been put and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that the House do now adjourn.
For Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my previous question, I mentioned the Canadian Nurses Association Visiting Trade Committee warning us that the investor-state dispute settlement in TPP and other agreements like CETA could block Canada from ever implementing pharmacare. The evidence is clear about these dangerous provisions. There is growing resistance around the globe to the investor-state provisions that are part of trade agreements. These provisions allow foreign corporations to sue the federal government for legislation or regulation that protects things like public health. What the Canadian nurses mentioned is a real threat. The ISDS, or ICS, which we see in CETA, could make Canada a target for trying to legislate a pharmacare program. Why do we need a secret tribunal where we can be sued when we have a progressive court system in Canada? This is the same provision we have in Chapter 11 of NAFTA, under which we have the distinction of being the most sued country. We have intimate experience with these cases, and it has been negative. Why would we sign another agreement with these provisions? CETA and TPP also include provisions to extend patents for name-brand pharmaceuticals, which would delay the entry of generic alternatives, thereby driving up the cost of prescription drugs. The cost of medication is something that affects the health outcomes of everyone: seniors, youth, families, and communities. When people can't afford their medication, they face tough choices, like taking a full dose of medication or paying their hydro bill. Madam Speaker, if I was to ask the people of Essex if they want the government to take measures to make medication more affordable in Canada, they would all answer yes. If we all agree that we need a form of pharmacare in Canada, then why would we sign a trade deal with a provision that would allow us to be sued for doing so? Does the minister feel this is in the best interest of Canadians? And will the minister finally stand up for the interests of Canadians and reject this provision in all trade deals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind the member that our government understands the importance of trade for economic growth, as well as for a strong and prosperous middle class. Canada's economic well-being is based on world trade. Trade opens markets for Canadian goods and services. It helps Canadian companies grow and expand. It promotes innovation, strengthens our economy, and gives Canadians trade opportunities worldwide. The government knows that it's essential to consult Canadians regarding the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or TPP. We promised Canadians that we would consult them in an open and transparent way about the results of this agreement, and that's what we're doing right now, and we will continue to proceed in this way. The government is taking note of the points of view, and it's clear that this agreement is well regarded by organizations oriented towards trade. The TPP is an opportunity to diversify Canadian trade and open up foreign markets. However, other groups raised certain concerns, including stakeholders in the health sector. Some of them said they were worried about financial repercussions on pharmaceuticals. Some 250 consultations with 500 stakeholders throughout the country, and we had general assemblies that were organized to mobilize over 1,000 members of the general public. Last week, I was in the Northwest Territories precisely for TPP consultations with various groups, including Indigenous groups. Many other Canadians interested in this issue directly explained their viewpoints, notably through the TPP consultation website that was implemented by this government. A broad swath of Canadians took part in these consultations, notably provincial representatives, businesswomen, innovation corporations, farmers, representatives of forestry and lumber, representatives of seafood products, First Nations groups, environmental groups, small and medium-sized businesses, unions, workers in the auto sector, car part manufacturers, port authorities, civil society organizations, academics, students, business leaders, and citizens. The Standing Committee on International Trade of the House of Commons is currently conducting a study on the repercussions of the TPP. The government will continue to support these efforts. Madam Speaker, we encourage Canadians to continue to express their opinions as we evaluate Canada's future participation in the TPP. Thank you.
In the previous Parliament, multiple Conservative MPs, including the then Minister of Trade, assured parliamentarians that CETA does not hinder Canada's ability to regulate and legislate in areas such as the environment, culture, safety, health, and conservation. If that's the case, Why did the Trade Minister renegotiate CETA's ISDS measures? She makes the same claims today about ICS that the Conservatives made about ISDS. It all rings a little hollow. So which is it? The Liberals like to have it both ways, but at the end of the day, there's nothing progressive about their trade agenda. It's just like the Conservatives. Now that they've moved from opposition to government, gone are their concerns about the impact of trade deals on prescription drugs or on government's abilities to regulate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her questions and comments. Canada's economic growth, that of a trading nation, is directly linked to international trade. Our government strongly supports free trade as a way to open up new markets for Canadian goods and services and to promote the growth of Canadian companies, as well as create well-paid jobs for the middle class. The various viewpoints that we heard on the TPP show the importance for this government of maintaining an open and transparent dialogue with Canadians on Canada's potential participation in the TPP. No TPP member country has ratified the agreement yet. The Government of Canada has made a commitment to consulting Canadians and will continue to respect that promise. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
And I'm pleased to rise here today to talk about cybersecurity. It's a question that I asked in the House of Commons with regards to a number of incidents that have taken place. Most specifically, in that time frame, we had the University of Calgary that paid a lump sum of $20,000 for a potential breach, and BlackBerry that really came public and showed that they actually shared personal private emails to other law enforcement agencies outside of Canada. So I asked the Public Safety Minister at that time what they are doing to protect Canadian privacy, and the response was astounding, Madam Speaker. It was that they would leave it essentially to the courts. The good thing is that there has been precedent-taking pressure on the government, and they actually did have a security, prosperity, the digital age consultation that took place on cybersecurity. But the reality is it's a sleeper issue, Madam Speaker, that is significant in the Canadian economy relating to privacy, data sharing, and also a number of different economic issues that are at play. And it's not just your personal privacy, Madam Speaker, that's in play in here. It's also, most importantly, very much a fluctuating element of the economy that's going to be discussed in the future, quite significant for even investment considerations. But 178 million personal records were exposed by data breaches in 2015, so we have almost 200 million data breaches there. And the cost from the breaches has risen from basically $400 billion in 2015 to $2.1 trillion by 2019, according to an estimate by Lloyd's and Juniper Research on the global issues of cybersecurity. So we're talking about $1 trillion issue for the global economy right now. And 43% of those data breaches were caused internally, Madam Speaker. And so we know that there's also practices in the workplace that are very serious that need to be looked at. And Madam Speaker, there's a number of different examples that I can point to that are very important to the data breaches, and then there's no reciprocity back to the consumer, back to the private citizen, back to the employer and the agency that's serious enough right now. And right today, there's actually an exposure right now that the web dating site today, Friend Finder, actually had 400 million user accounts or 20 years of customer data leaked most recently. There's also the issue I mentioned at the University of Ottawa where a ransom was paid for the potential exposure of data there. WikiLeaks, notably, Madam Speaker, is another issue, most recently being claimed as part of the American electoral system. Ashley Madison, another dating site, was breached, causing lots of concern over some individuals. And then we have LinkedIn as well, which had 167 million accounts, Madam Speaker, that were attacked. So what we've asked is specific updating of Canadian laws. As we've moved more to the digital age, it's important when we look at your personal commerce, you look at your personal email exchanges, and you look at the use of services, there's going to be some expectation of trust and privacy and protection by the user. And consider this, Madam Speaker, the seriousness of the issue the Liberals should be taking this issue is the mere fact that you pay for the device that you use, you pay for the service that you're using, and you pay for the external type of activity that goes through your service provider, and you should be provided with at least the opportunity and protection of services. So BlackBerry, for example, exposing your personal information at the same time, not respecting your rights as a consumer is one thing. Then there's Privacy Acts altogether.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his important question regarding Canada's privacy laws and the challenges faced by law enforcement in an era where communications technologies are changing rapidly. As the Honourable Member knows, these are very important issues. On the one hand, our law enforcement and national security agencies need to be able to collect information and evidence in order to investigate crimes and protect our national security. At the same time, we must ensure that the authorities that we give these agencies are consistent with our values and our rights and freedoms as set out in the Charter. As well, it's vitally important that the government work with the private sector to ensure that organizations take appropriate steps to protect the information that they receive from Canadians. That is why the government has launched two sets of consultations. The first set of consultations on cybersecurity was launched on August 16th. As honourable members know, the cybersecurity landscape is evolving constantly, and our government is committed to ensuring that Canada is an innovative leader in cybersecurity while also keeping Canadians safe online. We heard from thousands of Canadians on the evolution of the cybersecurity threat, as well as how we can capitalize on the advantages of new technologies and the digital economy. The consultation recently closed, and Public Safety is now analyzing the many submissions.
On national security was launched by both the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Public Safety on September 8. These consultations are an invaluable opportunity to engage Canadians on Canada's national security framework. They are an important step toward fulfilling this government's commitment to review Bill C-51, the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015. As part of the consultations on national security, we have invited Canadians to provide feedback on a number of different issues, including how best to ensure that our law enforcement and national security agencies have the tool they need to protect Canadians while simultaneously ensuring that Canadians' rights, including privacy rights, are protected. We are also inviting Canadians to provide their thoughts on how we can ensure that our national security agencies are accountable to Canadians and a range of other issues. We have already begun to make important changes in this regard with the introduction of Bill C-22, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarian Act. If passed, Bill C-22 will, for the first time, enable parliamentarians to meaningfully review the activities of our national security agencies. The Government of Canada has two fundamental duties: to protect the safety and security of Canadians and to uphold the Constitution to ensure that our laws respect the rights and personal freedom we enjoy in this country. I look forward to a diverse and vigorous debate on these issues. I hope that the honourable member of this House will join Canadians in participating in these important consultations.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm proud to stand as a New Democrat here who have often, as New Democrats have done, has brought truth to the powers that be, whether it be on climate change, on rights, on a number of different things that have taken place in this chamber and moved a number of causes, cybersecurity and privacy rights and personal rights, and of course the user rights are very much important for our future. And I'm not pleased to hear by any means the response in the sense that we know C-51 has exposed so many Canadians to personal privacy data breach exposures, most recently being journalists, Madam Speaker, who've been spied on in our country. So we need this issue very sincerely looked at immediately, and it needs to protect personal privacy. It needs to make sure there's going to be accountability to the government resources and those that expose or use the data. And most importantly, Madam Speaker, it's part of our individual collective freedom of a civil society that we actually have the rights and our information protected at all times.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Le gouvernement a deux devoirs fondamentaux.
The government has two fundamental duties: to protect the safety and security of Canadians and to uphold the Constitution, to ensure that our laws respect the rights and personal freedoms we enjoy in this country. Our government is committed to working with Canadians and the members of this House to ensure that we achieve this dual objective. That is why we launched the consultations on cybersecurity and on national security. We hope that members of this House will join Canadians in participating in this important, unprecedented and long overdue national discussion.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And since the first time I was elected in the House, I can't count the number of times I've risen to address this very important issue for all Canadians, business owners alike, and I'm again referring to credit card fees. The government seems to have designated the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, who is riding borders on mine, and I'm sure that he must understand that that Mauricie is proud to see two representatives. I will be putting an easy question out to the Parliamentary Secretary opposite, and I hope he will answer it well. Now, in June, I put a question, and I was disappointed in the answer. When will the government take action and cap credit card fees for our SMEs? Now, I'd like to establish some context here. In the previous Parliament, the NDP had tabled a motion on the same subject, which had two very clear objectives. The first was to limit to the fees, and secondly, to allow merchants to disclose the fees linked with the various cards in order to enable consumers to make an informed choice. The Liberals were in favor of that motion. And just a quote, if I may, from the former member for York West, who is today for Humber River Black Creek, who said, with the voluntary code, the Conservatives attempted to appease concerns unsuccessfully regarding Visa and MasterCard. The Liberal caucus was right to fear that in the absence of a code to enforce these rules for credit and debit card holders is in fact ineffective. And so that was the quote, Madam Speaker. And well, in fact, these are what we find in all of the contracts between merchants and credit cards, and it shows, in fact, the adverse effect for merchants. Now, so if you accept Visa as a business owner, all of his Visa cards must be accepted, and the fees associated with those cards vary. So there are additional costs for loyalty cards, and it's prohibited to educate the consumer. Now, in the last bill that we debated, C-29, once again, there wasn't anything in it to cap credit card fees. So it's now almost a year later. The Liberals have been in power for a year. They decried this voluntary code put in place by the Conservatives, and we're back in the starting block. So I would put the same question, this time hoping for a better answer. When will the government finally take action and cap credit card fees for our SMEs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to acknowledge my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières. It's rare for members with neighbouring ridings have an opportunity to have almost a private conversation in the House of Commons. The member opposite will be happy, Madam Speaker, because there is a simple answer to his simple question. We have already taken action. He's raised a very important matter for small and medium-sized businesses, for people involved in these banking transactions, and we took action. Madam Speaker, if I may, I'm going to make my speech in both official languages because this is an issue that affects La Mauricie region, but the entire country, Madam Speaker. I had an opportunity and the privilege in my role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance to meet with several stakeholders in order to understand the situation. And I'm sure that the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières will go to sleep happy with the clear answer that we've provided him because we've taken action. As I said, the government is making investments that will strengthen the middle class and people working hard to join it. As part of this support, we are ensuring that there is a fair and equitable marketplace for merchants across the country. Confidence in the solid nature of our financial sector is essential to ensuring the economy works well for Canadians and middle-class Canadians. And that is what our top objective on this side of the House is, Madam Speaker, to work for consumers and for members of the middle class. Canadians expect their government to examine and oversee the financial sector to ensure that it is effective, efficient, stable, and so that it responds to their changing needs.
Is on credit card fees. We heard from Canadians and we acted. In November 2014, Visa and MasterCard made separate and voluntary commitments to reduce their fees, which are known in the industry as the interchange fees. Interchange fee influence the cost of credit card acceptance for merchants. Earlier this year, the government received independent audit findings that both Visa and MasterCard have met their respective commitments. This includes reduction of interchange fee for small and medium-sized enterprises and charities. That's what small business expect of us, Madam Speaker, and that's what we've done. So in order to ensure that there is, in fact, adequate competition and transparency for Canadian businesses and consumers when it comes to the fees incurred when using credit cards, the government announced in September that it will conduct a further assessment of the fees set by credit card networks and review the effects on the fee reductions. Nearly 2 years ago, Madam Speaker, Visa and MasterCard separately committed to voluntarily reducing their credit card interchange fee. Their respective undertakings were to reduce their interchange fees to an average annual effective rate of 1.5% in each of the next 5 years. Those voluntary commitments took effect in April 2015. So, ce qu'on va faire, Madame la Présidente.
So what we'll be doing, Madam Speaker, in response to the member for Trois-Rivières, is point out that we have already taken action. We're going to be doing a more in-depth study to understand the ecosystem better and to ensure that all action we take are beneficial for Canadians. That's our objective. That is what we do. Each time we take a look at those measures, we look at whether or not action is in the interest of Canadians, and that is what we do and will continue to do. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Study and ecosystem. This is what we hear coming from the mouths of all Liberals, and for the past year they've been saying the same thing. So it's regretful, colleagues, that I will be disappointed again when I leave this House this evening disappointed in that answer. Because in June, as I'll point out, I asked a question, and at the time Walmart threatened to stop accepting Visa cards in its stores, and they've already started doing so in Alberta. In my riding office, representatives from small businesses, corner stores, etc., and they don't see any of the improvements that the parliamentary secretary alleges the government has put in place. When will we see legislation that resembles the EU or resembles Australia, where there is a cap at 0.5% and not at 1.5%? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that my colleague will be a bit happier when he goes to bed this evening because he understands that the first thing we must do is start by listening to representatives. That's exactly what we're doing, Madam Speaker. We've listened to merchants, people who are part of this ecosystem so that we can take better action. Now, I think the member for Trois-Rivières, when he goes to bed, he'll think about that. He'll reflect upon it. The people we have consulted, Madam Speaker, are very happy to see that we are taking time to study these measures. As the member for Trois-Rivières mentioned, measures have taken steps in other countries that had a different impact on consumers. So I can guarantee you, Madam Speaker, that industry representatives, association representatives at the national, provincial levels that represent small businesses are happy with the fact that we are taking the time to take action that's in the best interest of Canadians. I see you saying, Madam Speaker, that my time is up. Thank you very much.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24 sub 1.